8 minutes past the hour. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. We're off and running here for the kickoff hour. It's another day, another edition if you're listening live. Thursday is here, and we got Super P. Look at him. He's ready to go. He's got the radio side going. Greg's already talking, and we'll bring him in a second. We've also got Lord of the Jacket. He's got TV handled, so between the two of them, they're getting their degrees in common sense and ready to go for another edition here of the Rick and Bubba Show. RBU is going to be a unique RBU this week. It's letters from the audience, and I have been compiling those and kind of trying to organize and highlight and label them. And I got to tell you, there's some very interesting questions. A lot has to do with the show's history, best of bits, old characters, a lot of business questions on how things work. And so it'd be a very interesting RBU that hopefully we answer a lot of questions this week with Rick and Bubba. The RBU is, of course, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Make sure you're subscribed and getting notifications and ready to go on social media at Rick and Bubba. We always send out links, both audio and video as well, on Saturday mornings. That's when that publishes, so be looking for that and make sure you're following us on social media. All right, well, let's bring everybody in. We got a lot to discuss and break down. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
I got a question for the survey.
How y'all doing?
How'd you come up with the name Speedy?
I do get a lot of questions on that.
I went ahead and asked it.
Yeah. Do you do it with that goofy voice?
Yeah. Most people would ask that sound like that.
Oh, wow.
They do.
Actually,
it's a curious sound.
Actually, one of the interns actually asked that the other day.
I'll rest my case.
I just got a sneezing fit.
You did, yeah.
Got a little snuffleupagus?
It's still on me, too.
Hey, Coach is sneezing. Why is Coach
Sneezing
sneezing?
through a racket.
Why is Helmsy sneezing? Because he just got dunked on. Oh, that's crying.
I want to warn you, Speedy.
Oh, I know.
Calvin.
I know.
This one's sitting over here in the shirt, the
Hey,
turquoise shirt he's got on.
Before you got here, he was popping from his office.
Teal, whatever.
My
I knew it
goodness.
started with a T.
Well, you got a color chart. Make sure we get it right.
I just know stuff. You know that.
He's on us today.
He is.
No,
He is. And what
radar,
it is
hey,
that,
radar lock
and
on
when
us.
he's in situations like this, it's really unwarranted, but he still goes
I
at
know.
you.
I know.
All right, so a lot happening today. As I talked about, we'll record RBU and it will hit Saturday morning.
Boom.
We'll also check in next hour. One of the largest outdoor events in the Southeast is Rock the South, Coleman, Alabama. It has been a history of the show for quite some time now, and it is the home of Rock the South. And we'll talk to one of the co-founders, Shane Quick, and our program director, Tom, with WZZK, as he's already up there. It starts today. It's a 3-day outdoor concert event. And, Greg, you and I were there years ago, and we interviewed Duck Dynasty's Phil Robertson.
it went okay,
It
but
did.
it was just strange.
Yeah, well,
we were sitting on stage in front of a concert crowd
Yeah.
in couches,
Yes.
shooting the breeze with Phil and his oldest boy.
That's right, and had a good time.
Can't remember his
It
name
was
for
right
some
around
reason.
the controversy
Alan.
of what Phil had come out and said some
the
things.
GQ magazine article.
And we were given very strict instructions. Do not ask certain questions. Do not go here. And we were like, okay. And we go see him in his camper, and that they had set up for him backstage just for him to hold and chill and all. First thing he brings up is that.
Yeah, and
We're like-
and he told us that y'all can ask me anything.
We're like, okay,
Okay.
we're confused here.
Yeah.
But it was an interesting conversation, and it was
I
fun. And
remember
then
he's in his sock feet for
Yes,
some reason, with his
yeah,
feet
yeah.
kicked back.
and then the storm rolled in right after it.
Yeah, and I rolled out.
Yeah, boy,
Remember, we
quick.
had full access. We had all the good food.
Yeah.
You
So that starts
You was hanging
today.
out with Colt Ford.
Well, that starts today, and it's a great lineup of artists. And of
Yeah, it
course,
is.
good friend of the show, Riley Green, will be the headliner tomorrow night, Friday. But tonight we got Zach Bryan, we got Travis Tritt, we got a number of
Zach Bryan's there?
Zach Bryan, yeah.
That's big time.
Yeah, I know.
Kind of wish he'd change his name because it's too close to Zach Brown.
Quit saying that.
It's
every
confusing.
time.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I mean, I know he already had his career.
Never
Yeah.
once thought of that until you brought it up. Now it's all I think about.
I'm
Yeah.
just saying it's a little close in the entertainment business. You got to call things like
Sure.
Yeah.
that. But I like his music.
I do
He is
too.
good. Both of them.
Mm-hmm. See Chase Matthew tomorrow night. Bailey Zimmerman.
Bailey's
Riley,
there too? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Riley Green tomorrow night. And then
Riley.
on Saturday, you got Jody Messina, Cody Johnson, Chris Stapleton is the headliner for Saturday night.
Yeah.
And there's a number of other guests, and I'm sorry I'm not running through the list if y'all know some of them, but those are some of the main acts that you might, jump out and go, oh, I've heard of them, or oh, wow, I didn't know they were there. And that starts tonight, if you're listening live, at about 5:45 with Ella Langley. Will open up Rock the South, and they'll continue on throughout Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And so if that's part of,
I haven't looked at the weather.
It looks okay. I'm not going to mojo it and talk too much about it, but it doesn't look
good.
Awful.
I think you're right. I think it should be good.
Yeah. So hope Saturday maybe. I don't know about that, but
but I mean, there may be something blowing real quick. I don't think it's
who knows?
No set in. It'd be a good day.
Isn't Coleman an interesting place because it's always in the path of something, with weather, and it either goes above them or below them or right at them. So hopefully, if anything comes through, it just doesn't come over the event.
Yeah, from what I saw, I think it's going to be good.
And we'll talk to Shane
and
Major Tom next hour.
They're not at the location where we went. Haven't they moved locations?
Greg, I don't know. That's a great question.
They did.
That's a great question. We can ask Shane next hour.
Yeah, I think a couple years ago they went to a different venue. I think. I might have made that up.
Right. But
it's a big time lineup.
It is.
It really
every
is.
year they have some good acts.
Yeah, it really is. And our flagship station, WZZK, is there on the grounds already today.
Our own Eddie Van Adler's doing a set.
I know you. If you've been listening to our flagship, they've been doing some ticket giveaways and having a good time with it. So that's a little bit later in the show today.
I wish we would have told everybody that Adler's actually Bailey Zimmerman, and
he's using that stage name,
and he just uses that as a stage name, and because he's a younger guy, and it would have been, some people would have believed it because you know how people are these days.
Yeah. Forgive me if I've asked this and I've just forgotten. When's the last time y'all paid to go to a concert? Not promotional. Hey, here's some free tickets, but I'm going to this concert.
I don't think I ever have in my life.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
The last time. Probably when Chandler was all into the Jonases when she was
I do remember that.
That was probably.
I do remember that. Didn't they call her up on stage?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
sang to her.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And that was through y'all because y'all had interviewed them. I wasn't working there then. Y'all had interviewed them that day.
At the time, wasn't it Alabama Adventure?
Yeah. And I got their road manager.
Mm-hmm.
She called. I thought, no way this will work. She called and said, hey, I got you covered. And boy, did she. She ended up getting to go on stage. It was way bigger than we thought it would be.
Mm-hmm.
So it was really awesome.
That's so
How
cool.
about I have never bought a concert ticket.
You serious?
I've only been to like
I bought a
6
bunch
concerts, but every one of them I've been to, the tickets were given to me.
Huh.
How about that? Look at you.
It's a good little run.
Maybe somebody will come give you something to rock the South.
Well,
Quite the lineup. 16
is.
minutes past the hour. We're off and running. We thank you so much for joining us. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba.
Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is my second time my doctor has danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thank you, Field of Greens. Field of Greens can't promise your doc will dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. In this economy, we're officially entering a dupe session where we're looking for products that do the same thing at a better price. Our favorite dupe? Raycon wireless earbuds. With Raycon, you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Raycon also offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. Right now, get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Once again, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. They say you are what you eat, so why not be a tomato ricotta flatbread or a chicken cutlet with creamy, cheesy zucchini zucchini, or maybe a vegan curried chickpea lettuce wrap. At the very least, be well and eat well too with wholesome and delicious seasonal recipes delivered to your door from HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. Join today and take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Our friends at Simply Safe were recently named Best Home Security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. So they're probably resting on their laurels, right? Definitely not. They're always innovating, like their new 2-in-1 smoke and CO detector. It's hazard detection. It distinguishes between fire and cooking smoke, so you get fewer false alarms. Get 20% off at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off your new system, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
All right, we're rolling back 21 minutes now past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG, the number. Got a lot to talk about today, and we're off and running. We'll skim the surface of some of the stories and then hand it over to the guys for the main show. The whole staff will get in and break it down. Rick, Bubba, Adler join us in about 45 minutes or so from right now. All right, well, let's just go ahead and get it out of the way, and we'll briefly discuss it and then move on to another topic. But Carly Russell, the young lady that went missing in Birmingham, Alabama, and was a big story. It started as a local story, then a state story, and then national media picked it up and, carried it and is still kind of covering it. All of the major publications are giving updates today because the Hoover Police Department, that's where the city, that's a metro city in Birmingham, Alabama. They are the city where this happened in, and so they were giving updates yesterday in their first big press conference and breaking down all of the details and the timeline. And after the press conference, social media lit up because they basically said, what we're going to discuss isn't hearsay. It's not what we think might have happened. We know from the time that she left her work to the time she called 911 saying she saw a toddler on the side of the interstate, we know exactly what she did by tracing her phone and the data that was on her phone from Google searches and who she called and where she went. And so we can detail everything that took place. And this is the young lady that said that when she was going on the interstate, she saw a toddler on the side of the interstate, pulled over to get out to see if the toddler was okay, and then was abducted. And she had called 911, which they played yesterday, the audio of that that I was able to hear. And then by the time the officers got there, her car was running, her cell phone and her wig were off in the grass, and her purse was in the passenger seat with an Apple Watch that was in her purse. And then they had stopped at a restaurant called Taziki's for some carry-out. That was still in there, and she was gone. And so for about 48, 49 hours, the public, Carly was ours, and everybody was just like, hey, we got to find her. Search parties,
My wife's talking about it.
social media lit up. Everybody was trying to find her. And then all of a sudden she showed up back at her house 48, 49 hours later, walking in and saying, I'm home, but hey, I've been abducted and I got away, I escaped. So that's kind of the baseline of the whole situation. But the Hoover Police Department yesterday held a press conference along with the mayor and other city officials and agencies, and saying that basically what they know is that she was searching, taking the movie Amber Alert, how to steal money out of a cash register, and a number of other things before her disappearance. And
the phone data is kind of
and it does
telling.
And they basically, in a very professional way, said, "Hey, she made all this up."
Yeah,
is what they were saying.
Said
it was they said it was a hoax without them saying it was a hoax.
Right.
They just laid out the facts, and you come to your own
conclusion.
conclusion.
We feel like no
that
one else is in danger, and we see no evidence of a toddler.
Yeah, and I think that, to your point, Greg, that's why they did this, is they said, look, this has grown into to such a national story. We need to ease the public's mind on seeing if some person is out there just abducting people.
Guys,
and
I will
stuff,
tell you, and Greg mentioned it a minute ago. He said my wife was tore up about it. It put all of our family in a weird place.
Yeah.
We're having to sit down with our daughters and explain, and some of that was good because they need to understand about human trafficking. That's a real thing, and that's a real thing in Birmingham and Atlanta and I-20. There's stories that are horrific, but yeah, it put a lot of people in a tough spot from a resource standpoint. When you talk about what all was done to try to find her, just from an emotional standpoint. This is not something that we should just act like it never happened and it go away. There needs to be some consequences for these actions. And I think that'll end up happening at some point when she finally decides to sit down and talk to the police again.
Right. She was Googling things like maximum age of an Amber Alert. Do you have to pay for an Amber Alert? The movie Taken, as we talked about, which is about
I've never
retired
seen,
CIA agent who traveled to Europe to save his daughter who had been kidnapped while on a trip to Paris. There's a number of other things that the police detailed. One of them, and social media lit up on this one, is that when she called 911, she was traveling on the shoulder of the road and had traveled a little over 600 yards, which was 6 football fields, the whole time saying the toddler was right there in front of her. Of course, the officer, they said there was no evidence of a toddler at all on the interstate. And so social media lit up and said the toddler was already getting D1 offers because apparently it can run pretty fast if it ran 600 yards while she was on 911. And there's just so much that has said that a white male with orange hair and a bald spot is the one that was in the tree line telling her to come here. I need help with this toddler.
Those other clowns done waited and said, I have an alibi.
Yes. Somebody also said yesterday that they didn't realize Donald Trump was in town.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
Yeah, the clown emoji is getting a lot of play. It's just a sad situation. First of all, we're glad that she's okay. Obviously, the family is going through something here, and we wish them the very best, and we hope that they can deal with this. And to your point, Helmsy, when she's ready to talk, they said they're ready to listen and get her side of the story because she has not sat down with them yet. And
I'd like to see the family, come out and go, "Hey, we got this wrong."
Mm-hmm.
Just to take some responsibility for it, and don't continue to act as if she was kidnapped.
Right.
Let's stop that.
Right.
Don't think that'll happen, but I'd really have some respect for you if you did that.
She said the orange-haired man and a woman took her and put her in the back of an 18-wheeler, made her climb a fence into a neighborhood, and then took her and abducted her.
Yes.
And she was able to escape twice the last time getting back to the house. But that's kind of the update if you're not local to this area or you didn't see the press conference yesterday. But that's kind of an update. So the police just said, look, what we're talking about is not it's not a race thing because people try to turn it into that.
Well, we have to turn everything into a race issue.
And had nothing.
And they said it had nothing to do with this. Everybody dropped everything and was trying to help. They didn't care.
I witnessed that firsthand when I went by.
Yeah.
Oh, my gracious, the people that are out here. What's going on?
So let's not make it that. But they said, look, what we're going to discuss is not, hey, we think, we know this is what happened. Yeah. And so it just contradicted a lot of what was claimed. So there's that update. The guys will
I looked at my search history
more.
yesterday after this came out to see where people would start looking for me, and it was tennis courts or tennis shops.
Right.
Or Jacksonville State University.
Yeah.
Or I-20.
Yeah. That's where they would start with me.
The corridor.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you're a frequent listener, well then, you've probably heard us talk about Simply Safe. You know they were named the best home security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. So they're probably sitting around resting on their laurels, right? No, definitely not. They're always innovating, like their new 2-in-1 smoke and CO detector. It's next generation hazard detection that distinguishes between fire and cooking smoke so your home is protected and you get fewer false alarms. With Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring service, trained agents stand ready to respond to an emergency. Monitoring service costs under $1 a day. Simply Safe is easy to set up yourself, or you can have a certified technician install it for you. Financing through a firm, you can secure your home today and pay over time in installments that fit your budget. Right now, get 20% off when you sign up for interactive monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who order the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance, 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't stop.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. It is the kickoff hour, and have a little update here. And Helmsy, congratulations, bud. I think you were behind this movement, and you started it when we talked about the story yesterday morning. We're talking about Jason Aldean, and try that in a small town. All the controversy over its video release and the liberal media and all that. We talked about that yesterday, broke it all down, the controversy behind it. Of course, he and his wife aren't backing down, and they shouldn't. They shouldn't apologize either. But sales have boosted for Jason Aldean as the song "Try That in a Small Town" hits #1 on iTunes amid the controversy. Yeah. And I think you helped with that effort right out of the gate. We also started getting emails of people going, "Hey, I'm helping too."
Yeah.
Because people are just fed up with the way he is being treated and this is being portrayed.
Well, I listened to it on the way in this morning.
They've dug up something on that courthouse.
Oh, yeah.
But
did you see the production company behind it, though?
They said movies have been filmed there.
Yeah.
Nobody, I mean, I'm sorry that happened in 1927, but this is has nothing to do with that.
Yeah. And, you know, I really looked at that video, too. Do you know, now all they showed in that video was like news footage and real footage that actually happened. And most everybody was in hoods, and you couldn't even tell who they were because they had masks and hoods on and all this kind of stuff. And so I think it's really more racist to say, hey man, you've made this a race issue by showing this footage, because he's like, well, no, I haven't. I never mentioned race, and really you can't tell who everybody is in the video. So why are you assuming?
It's not showing, but you know, it's showing what happened.
Yeah.
It's real footage of what happened. They didn't portray people a certain race and put actors in there. That's real footage. So what can you say?
So,
right?
yes.
I mean, it is what it is.
Yep. So the update is the Billboard charts sent out information on this, sent a tweet out and said Jason Aldean's Try That in a Small Town has reached #1 on U.S. iTunes. So that's the update. That's the story.
And now everybody will come out and say, we told you everybody in the country is racist.
Right.
You know?
When really it has no.
Everybody's just sick of the.
Folks are making it racist. Jason Aldean didn't. Yeah. He was just showing news footage. That was like that was carried over the air. That was carried by news channels when discussing this. That's all
that
he did.
Actually happened. It wasn't made up to portray a certain group of people in a bad light. These are actually the footage of what really happened.
Correct.
So if you got a problem with that behavior, I can't help it.
No,
it is who it is.
Right.
I hung out with Jason Aldean a lot yesterday.
Hey, did you really?
I did. About 6 of his songs.
I hear you.
We hung out a lot at I-20. I was listening, singing, dancing, windows down.
Yeah,
enjoying it.
It's good stuff right there.
Supporting him.
Showing him support.
I always do this where I'm like, when it comes to music, I'm like 10 years late to the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me too. On certain music.
I've done it with most every artist.
Yeah.
I was listening to a song yesterday, and I was like, so this was 2009. Could have listened to this in 2009 and enjoyed it. Here we are in 2023, and I'm just now listening to it. That's good.
That's funny is what it is.
Yeah.
Something jumped out at me.
Late to the party.
I saw today was National Lollipop Day. When's the last time you had to go to a lollipop?
Yeah, it's been
probably a couple
long
weeks
time.
ago.
Really?
I
Yeah.
haven't had a lollipop
The kid. I
in
still got
years.
kids that'll have lollipops laying around, and I'll steal one.
All right. How about that?
Yeah.
How about the old blow pop? Always
I
liked that.
like the blow pop
Did you like
a lot.
the apple
I think you
flavor?
like saying it.
The green apple.
I do. A grape was always my go-to.
Grape's a good one.
But I do like the green apple.
That ain't nothing but the baseball part.
I know.
That's all
It
that
is.
is.
You're
Because
right.
once you got through, you had some gum to chew.
Yeah. And it didn't last as long as we wanted it to.
No,
but
it
man,
didn't.
it was great getting to it.
It was. You try not to bite it, but you couldn't help it.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, me. So the Open has started, formerly the British Open.
Completely
at, Royal
forgot about
Liverpool.
this until yesterday. I was at lunch, and y'all may know him, Eric Brasher. He works at Jacksonville State, and I've known him for years. The guy doesn't age, by the way. He looks like he did 20 years ago. And we were sitting there eating lunch, and he said, well, I guess I'm going to go get a nap. He's like, because I want to wake up and watch the British Open. And I'm like, what? It starts tomorrow? I didn't even know.
Yeah,
I've been so clueless to things like that.
Well, with the time difference and everything, it was kind of like last week's, what did they have? The Scottish Open, I believe. Anyway, so it was just this weird time where they're teeing off at like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. But wasn't
Hoy
quite.
Lake, I think, is where they're at this time. Isn't it? That the golf course?
Royal Liverpool.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where did I get Hoy Lake?
I don't know.
You always liked Hoy Lake.
Yeah. But so they teed off an hour or two ago. So they're playing.
I
now.
like when they're overseas playing because, I like it with the tennis too. When there's Wimbledon and French Open, Australian Open. When you wake up, you got your cup of coffee, and there it is, middle of the day over there, and they've been getting it after it for hours.
Yes, they have.
So
in a crazy.
I wonder
way.
if the weather is going to be. It's always give or take over
a
there.
little rainy.
Yeah, they've.
A little rainy.
Of course, that wind. Hey, the wind will be blowing.
Yeah,
I'll
it
tell
will.
you that for sure. All right, so a buddy of mine just said that Eric Brasher is his cousin.
Really?
A small world.
Love that guy.
How about that? All right, so let's see what else we got. This one here I thought was kind of interesting because all of the conferences are having their media days and stuff like this. How about the Arizona State football coach? They just come on out and said the NIL is 75 to 80% of recruiting.
Wow.
It's gotten that bad.
Yeah.
Or that good, depending on who you are.
Yeah, I think for the Power Fives, that's 100% correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they got the budget.
And I'm starting to see too. I saw announcements a couple days ago. There's mid majors starting to really get into this collective, and
Trying to get a little cash.
I mean it's happening. So,
so the SEC, the SEC media days is going on, and Alabama head coach Nick Saban, LSU's Brian Kelly, and Greg Sankey, the SEC commissioner, even has traveled to Washington, D.C. to see if they can't make a case for federal assistance in regulating how college athletes can earn money off their fame, and because it's just getting out of control to the point where, where do you stop if there's no regulation? Then it just grows.
I never thought that when it came out it was intended. I thought it was like if you're a player If somebody wants to endorse their product, you can do it and you can get paid.
Right.
Not schools having funds that they're putting money into just to pay you to come play. You're not sponsoring nothing or nothing. We're just giving you money.
And speaking of that,
I never thought that was the intention.
Discuss Alabama, and if you want to get on the field,
for fan day,
you have to join the club, right?
Yeah, the Hey Bama Club or something. I think that money. I don't think it's a big fee, but
that goes to
the pool of money. Yeah,
yeah. But I mean, that's really a big deal when it comes to fundraising. Is that fun?
But
for the schools.
I when this came out, I didn't see that.
I didn't either.
I thought, hey, a kid's on a team and somebody wants them to endorse a product, or if they use his image on anything, you can get paid for it.
Right.
I didn't think you could go, hey, come here and we just give you this money.
Yeah, but it's if
I don't think that was the intention, but the NCAA said on their butt it didn't address it.
Hey, here's another thing that's going on though, and this is a real thing too. And this is going on in tennis all across the country in these Power 5 schools. They're saying, hey, come to us. We got a big collective. We're going to give you a full ride or 50%, but hey, we're going to give you $20,000 on top of that, and you can disperse it however you want. And then they don't pay them when they get there. They're not writing them a check.
Oh, really?
Yes. That's actually happening as well.
Switch.
Yeah. So there's
a lot of things going on.
That's actually going on too. So there's people that are jumping to these schools thinking they're getting 20 or 30 grand. It's never hitting their pockets, and they're like, "Well, I'll just transfer again then."
How about that?
Well, yes,
because there's nobody policing it.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Again,
and that was what Saban argued.
Before it came out.
And it's almost like, hey, we'll tell them this, get them here. They'll see our facilities, they'll see our academics, they'll see how good we are in tennis, and then once we tell them we don't have the money for it, it's going to basketball and football and baseball. Then they'll be so in love with the place that it won't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, just get them in the door.
It's crazy what's going on out there, guys. I'm telling you.
Again, it's like I've heard of the coaches. They say there's no rules.
No, and that's kind of what Kelly and Saban both were saying. Saban argued that the disparity in compensation in college ranks was at risk of becoming worse in the future due to the current model that exists, and that's really, they're not against NIL. They're just saying we gotta change the model or something to where it can be regulated a little bit, because right now it's out of control.
Yeah. It is.
And Arizona State's quarterback, which I didn't know, I mean, not quarterback, head coach, is the youngest, at just 33, his first year as head coach at Arizona State. I think he's just 33. He was offensive coordinator at Memphis, Auburn, Florida State, Oregon, since 2018.
What's his name?
It is Kenny Dillingham.
Oh.
He is the new ASU head coach, and he talked about the fact that his main goal as a first-year guy was to reward the people that were already there, not just entice people to come there just for NIL money, but guys that actually love ASU and were there because they love the program. Let's reward them and see if we can get them something first, and then branch out to the recruiting side. But it's a tough time to be a coach now and marry all that, because at one point you could just recruit somebody off of either legacy or tradition or love for the university or roster size, and hey, I have an opportunity to play and I like the coaching staff. Now it's how much money do I get?
Yeah, and then when you get them there, it's what do I do to keep them from transferring?
That's right.
Because they can leave anytime they want to.
That's right. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't wait for what's next, even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Pixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
The $5 cravings box is back at Taco Bell, and it's the real thing. We're talking a Chalupa Supreme, a cheesy, beefy 5-layer burrito, a crunchy taco, cinnamon twist, and a medium drink, all for just $5. That's a lot of food for not a lot of dollars. In other words, a wise business deal, like greeting clients with a firm handshake and a delicious 3-course meal. That's only $5. Order your $5 cravings box on the Taco Bell app today. At limited participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last. Contact local store for price and participation which vary. Drinks exclude freezes. Price excludes tax.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we are coming back now, 9 minutes until top of the hour, this portion of the show. Look at here, our friends at Cook's Pest Control. Lucky, lucky, lucky. I was just talking to Ed, the tech that came out to the house the other day, hanging out, loving the show. And he was asking why Helmsy was leaving the show, and I had to quickly go, no, he's not leaving. He's not leaving. Oh, okay. But anyway, looky, here comes Cookie. It is time of the year again, everybody. This hour of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by our friends at Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. And look, with the warmer weather, don't mess around with ants, spiders, fleas, ticks, rodents, termites, nesting wasps, roaches, or other bugs and critters. Just call Cook's Pest Control. You can go to their website at cookspest.com now and schedule a free, thorough inspection and evaluation of your home or small business. If you're not using cookspest.com, there's no obligation. You should be using them, but if you're not, that's there for you. They even offer services for contractors and new home construction. If that's your line of work, be thinking about using Cook's Pest Control, the unbeatable combination. Check them out right now at cookspest.com. Schedule your free, thorough inspection and evaluation of your home or business, and do what we do, and that is feel secure knowing that they are taking care of your property with Cook's Pest Control. Cook's Pest Control, that's cookspest.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Quick update, and then we got some questions from y'all that you've been sending in. What was it, a couple of days ago, maybe day before last, a listener called in and said, hey, going to play the Powerball. It's up to a bill.
Yeah.
And I need a number from everybody, and if I win, I'm going to share it. And I think he sent us an email saying that each staff member was going to get $5 million, which we appreciate.
Yeah, but bad news.
Yeah, dadgummit. It looks like
Unless
somebody
they bought the ticket in California and didn't tell us.
Somebody in California has hit $1.08 billion jackpot.
How about that?
Third largest ever. And 720 million Mega Millions jackpot.
Yeah, that's still out there, I think.
Good night alive.
Yeah, I think the Mega's up to 720.
The jackpot is
the Powerball paid off. Well, whenever they claim it,
is
the winner. It did have a winning number though.
The jackpot has an estimated cash value of $558.1 million.
There you go.
So wow.
Think you can get by on that? I think so.
We also got some other people that look. I just threw a couple of lucky players won $2 million.
Yeah, that'd be good. I agree.
I'll take a smooth, cool meal.
Sure.
Yeah. Other Powerball jackpots won this year include $754 million jackpot won in Washington on January the 5th, $162 million jackpot in Virginia on March 4th, and $252 million jackpot on April 19th in Ohio. But this is the latest one, and this is breaking some records, third largest ever. So there's a quick update for those of you that were wondering if the listener that called in and looking for numbers, if they won, and I
got to check my tickets.
Check your tickets. All right, what you got, little man?
Did your dad or have you ever wore a robe around the house?
I had a brief run with a robe.
Did you really? I was not expecting this.
It just didn't work out.
We got to go back. We may
Somebody
spend the rest
gave
of
it
the
to me as a
segment on
wedding
this.
present, I think.
And so there was a time where you like robed up all the time?
No, I tried it. Somebody I think gave it to me as a wedding present, and I don't know why, but it just wasn't my thing.
It's never been my thing. I've never even had one, and even when I go like to a hotel or something that provides that, I never do that.
Yeah,
it's always.
It was brief. Okay. I had my brief run in with a robe.
Speedy, what about you? You a robe guy?
I had a brief run. I too was gifted one, but this was at a golf tournament, and if I remember correctly, it was a long time ago, and it was the J. Barker golf tournament, if I remember, in Tuscaloosa. And I was given and I tried. I was like, man, this would be kind of neat. You know, like in movies, you see people walking around in robes. You're like, man, I kind of like to try that.
You're naked.
And I just couldn't. I couldn't pull it off.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
I was like, it was okay. I mean, it wasn't horrible, but it's just like, robe.
Just give me a shorts T-shirt again.
Yeah. I mean, I look goofy in this.
I know, Helmsy. Have you graduated from not sleeping in a t-shirt?
Yeah, I have.
You have. Well,
it doesn't affect my asthma anymore.
You finally grew up. That's amazing. You're something else. You are something else.
That's a funny bit I played.
It is. I sound ridiculous in it, but that's
no. It's hey, look, most of us do. You don't hold the corner market for that.
I mean, y'all gonna feel bad, but a lot of you don't know I have asthma.
Thought that was a good point.
I was blind and had asthma, but I've been cured.
I've cured. Yeah, Benny Hinn.
Yeah.
Oh me.
Yeah.
I don't.
can't
no
sleep
shirt
with
anymore. No shirt. I've graduated to the no t-shirt sleeping.
Do y'all know?
I get in the undies and I just go right there.
Yeah. That's what I am. Do you know anybody? Again, not that you've experienced, but anybody that you know that sleeps naked.
No.
I've tried it a few times. It's not a bad gig.
There's the house catches on fire.
Right.
I feel like it's a weird situation when you got kids that are constantly coming in and out of rooms.
Yeah.
You just can't do that,
no,
and
you
so
cannot.
I think it's something I'd like to do more often. I just I'm not,
really.
Yeah, I just don't because of what I just said. I mean,
that'd be kind of awkward for everybody.
No, it'd be very awkward.
I mean, good night.
Yeah, but I'm just you guys. I'm being honest.
Right. Well,
BAN.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Good night.
This comes from Elijah. Elijah wants to know when we're off work, say vacation or whatever, from a live show.
Yeah.
Do we listen to the show while we're on vacation?
No.
Yeah. No, it's not. It's no.
If I'm in the car, I might.
Yeah. And I'll say this is because I'm not up and running or around anything to listen when I'm on vacation. I'm normally doing something else.
A lot of times I could turn. You got the radio hooked up to every room. You
Yeah.
can turn it up what you want. And I'll be in there drinking coffee in the morning. I might I don't know.
Most people don't do what they do for work on their off days.
Yeah.
And so I know it's a little different because you're listening and not a part of it, but I don't.
I'm not saying that like if I have an option to, I'm like I'm not doing that.
No.
But it's just.
I would say this: if I didn't work here, I would listen to the show.
Oh, absolutely.
It would be my daily routine to listen. I don't know if I could give you 5 hours, but I'd definitely give you a lot.
But like on the best of, if I'm in the vehicle going to run an errand that morning, I might flip it over and see what y'all are playing.
Yeah.
Would you rather?
Here's your would you rather to go to. Well, we don't have time.
No.
Yeah, we do. We got time. We can do it over the bed.
Okay.
Would you rather be able to fluently speak any language or be an expert on any instrument?
On any instrument? I can play anything?
You got to pick one.
I'm going instrument.
One language, one instrument. Which one?
Oh, I'm going instrument. Yes.
Yeah, me too.
I'm going language.
Oh, yeah. Well, okay. Well, you could have learned Spanish years ago, and you wouldn't have to do that.
Well, I'm kind of making a run at it now.
No, Lord.
I can't remember. I don't know if I want piano, guitar, or drums.
Guitar.
All of it.
Rick and Bubba.
I would still go, now, where are you getting 12? Right? Even if I believed that she was telling, I would say, you're going to have to tell me where you came up with 12 because 12 really concerns me.
Well, you know what I would do? So you say we need to do something. Give me a comprehensive plan to stop the climate from changing and destroying us in 12 years.
Well, she's already said, Rick, you cut down, you get rid of the power plants, burning coal, you park cars, you tax everybody at 70-80%. All that's just basic stuff. Well, all the good commie socialists love.
Well, she is doing the playbook, which hunters and have been doing for years. Is that if you're a person that says we just need to eat or we need to get a number of antelope or whatever, we set up a big net, and then what do we do to run them into the net? We scare them.
Yeah.
And then they panic and they go running into a big net, and we got them. This has been the plan of the what now is called the Progressive Party. For as long as I have been alive and old enough to understand politics, is they try to say this is dire, it's an emergency, it's scary, it's the end of fill in the blank, and then they try to justify all the taxes they want for it by telling you can't be. And she's saying that, and we're worried about how we're going to pay for it. They try to convince you that no matter what they ask of you, it's worth it because you're saving fill in the blank. This time, the world.
And let me give you the quote from the National Climate Assessment. Now, this was what our government did. they find that extreme weather disasters have already become more frequent, intense, widespread, and of longer duration, and have cost the U.S. nearly $400 billion since 2015. Now, why do you think they use that number? Because we have had a few hurricanes in the last year or two. See, if they went back and said since 2010, they would see it was down because it all goes in cycles. Yep. We have periods that it's low and we don't have a lot, and then we have periods that are active. So they choose to pick the part where it's active, not the bigger picture where there was low tide, so to speak.
Absolutely.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Never heard of the Fire Festival fallout at all. Today's the first day.
I have not either.
I've ever heard of it.
News to me.
2 documentaries, and now I look up on TV4, and we've got ABC doing a entire story on FYRE, the Fire Festival fallout, the legal fallout from the music festival. So now I guess the caller who just called said, if you're a person that's been scammed on this thing, good news. Chuck Schumer's press secretary says they're going to straighten it out. Is that what the guy was talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
So basically, there was a festival that was put on in the Bahamas by this guy named Billy McFarland. And he's this 29, 30-year-old guy who was claiming to be like the next Mark Zuckerberg kind of guy, you know? And he had a few business cards here, and he had an exclusive New York City credit card, like supposedly that, only, the perks of this are unbelievable. You can't get perks like this anywhere else. And it turns out he was like buying the tickets himself and, last minute. And it was chaos. And then he goes together with Ja Rule, the rapper, to then create.
I thought that was that company that's promoting vaping.
Ja Rule. That's Jewel.
That's Jewel. Okay, I'm sorry. All right.
So they come together to create what is called the Fire Festival, and they decide to put this festival together in the Bahamas in a 6-month period, like start to finish. And that's like an 18-month thing with people that actually know what they're doing, a real team of people. And McFarland is scamming people, getting money from here and there, and then he gets all these influencers on social media to put out just this orange tile as a picture. It's just an orange picture, and people are like, "What is this?" And they're like, "Fire Festival is coming," or whatever, that kind of thing. A big promo video comes out, and for this promo video, McFarland, this scammer, Billy McFarland, and Ja Rule bring all these models to the Bahamas and do a video shoot on boats and yachts and villas and all this stuff to make it look like this is what your experience at this music festival is going to be. They had permission to use this one island, and Billy McFarland was claiming that he owned this island, and there was some kind of connection to Pablo Escobar.
Oh my gosh!
The drug dealer, at one point, might have used this island as like a base of some kind for a quick moment. And the person that actually owned the island is like, don't mention that, don't say that. We don't want our island tied to drug running. We don't want it tied to Pablo Escobar. And they put out this promotional video, and one of the very first lines on the screen is, "Come to an island once owned by Pablo Escobar. Live like Pablo Escobar."
Oh, my God.
That kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm playing
live
the trailer
like a drug
now.
dealer.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow, the trailer.
So, there's a documentary on Netflix, and there's a documentary on Hulu. Both of these documentaries, because of the people that are kind of bad people putting this thing together, but they're not for kids. I would not say that either of the documentaries are for children. I would say that the
Netflix one is called the best party that never happened.
Fire, yes.
I've noticed it popping up at top.
Right. And I think
totally
where Chuck Schumer's press secretary is involved is he kind of at the end of the documentary they say he's in a clip where he looks like he's hanging out with this McFarland guy on his laptop. Like he might be associated with the PR of some kind.
Yes.
And they're like, wait a minute, is he associated with this scam? Was he behind it? What's the deal? Is that kind of where he kind of comes in on it?
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. We have much to do on another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. This one starts with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Brand new hour has begun. We are so thankful that you are here with us and ready to unpack another one today. We've got intern Super P and Lord of the Jacket. They'll take your phone calls today as they bang out a degree in common sense from Rick and Bubba University. Common sense now a superpower. Eddie Van Adler joins us. He's got the YouTube channel for the live and the archived experience. He's got a best of hour for Blaze TV subscribers today, and also YouTube subscribers. Speedy, Greg, Helmsy, they've given you a kickoff hour on all the Rick and Bubba platforms. They're with us as we go forward. And we're bringing in now the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Come on in.
And may my love travel with you everywhere. The late Tom Petty. Bubba, a big day is ahead, and are you ready to dive into some more of it, buddy?
We got a lot on the table today.
Ooh.
A lot of strange things going on out there. Whistleblowers testifying.
Yes.
We're going to tell you about a big concert coming up in our part of the country that's huge. And,
yeah, man.
The good news is it's not going to be too hot for that.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
It's actually going to cool off this weekend.
It is, yeah. Look,
which is good.
Which also is a change in the forecast.
It is.
Because when
now today's going to be a sweet one.
Yeah, when they were doing the long term, they said this weekend in Bama was going to be blazing hot. Now it's going to be hot, but not as hot.
Right.
But what we're going to do is we're going to check in. A lot of you coming from all over different Rick and Bubba markets, but inside our home market, 104.7 WZZK, and you hear us mention our affiliates from time to time when they have things going on in their markets, and we definitely want to team up with them every time we can. But this one probably brings a lot of you from different markets, and the headliners over the next 3 days starting today, Zach Bryan tonight, Riley Green tomorrow night, Chris Stapleton on Saturday night. It's called Rock the South, and it's in Coleman, Alabama. Also, some other names you're probably familiar with. Travis Tritt will be playing as well, and Joe D. Messina, some classic names that we've had on the show before.
Yep.
So anyway, that's all going on this weekend beginning today, and we're actually going to check in live today. Major Tom, who is works there at the flagship out of Birmingham, Alabama. He'll be with Shane Quick, who's been on the show for various promotions in the past. He's kind of the Gene Hallman of music, and so we'll chat with him coming up, and we'll let you know if you're coming into town what you can expect, and maybe if you haven't decided what you're going to do this weekend. Maybe you might think, you know what, I think I'm going to roll over and check that out. RockTheSouth.com is the website. We'll talk to them here in just a minute.
Rick, also, I don't know what it is with The View. Every day they've got some controversy now.
I know.
And Whoopi's mad at Joey Behar now. So
I thought she was mad at Sonny.
She's mad at Joey now.
Thank you for the sunshine.
And I tell you, if Whoopi gets very upset if your phone rings while you're on the set, she wouldn't make it here very long.
No, she wouldn't. She'd be very
and, we got this Powerball lottery winner in California. I was really, really hoping we were all going to get $5 million out of that from the listener who called and pick numbers that we gave them, but sadly we didn't win.
We
will
didn't
give
win?
you the details.
You know, because yesterday I had a meeting and I told the people, I said, I think we're good because I think I'm about to get $5 million.
Right.
So
yeah.
I got to go back and rethink that. Don't
Yeah,
I?
yeah. You're gonna have to do another plan now.
But you know, somebody asked me something, and it's just the most asinine thing ever. And
there's a lot of things that go into that category now.
Well, this is a great one, and it ties in so perfectly what you just said about the View. That's what reminded me of it, because I was laughing even thinking about it. So an emailer sent us a I don't know if y'all are on it or not, but anyway, I got emailed on. I didn't look to see who I was on it because Oppenheimer opens tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Or is it today?
I think it's tomorrow. There may be a few sneak previews tonight.
Yeah. So anyway, this person is emailing saying, "What do you think about Robert Downey Jr.'s comments?" And I didn't know what he was talking about. And here are his comments. Now, based on what you just said about the View, think about how asinine this is. Okay, Rick, I'm just curious. Yeah, I'm the only one on it. Rick, I'm just curious if you've heard what Robert Downey Jr. said about wars. He said after being in this movie, he's in Oppenheimer,
right?
That it reaffirmed that he always believed that men are the ones who always are starting wars and always the evil ones, that women are the ones that should be in charge of everything. Women don't start wars. I don't know about y'all. In my family, the women start all the wars. I mean,
well, look, Robert Downey Jr. has made an amazing comeback from hiding out of people's houses naked.
Yeah, sure.
Sure. And the Iron Man thing has worked out real well for him.
Yeah.
But obviously, he didn't go through history class.
No, he did not.
He's never heard of Bloody Mary, has he?
No. Also, I don't know if you know, when no men would step up and God put Deborah in charge, Israelis still wiped a lot of folks out.
Yeah, it is.
But anyway, so the queens of, like you said, of the past. Robert, I love you, buddy. I know you got daddy issues. I saw the documentary, and you were basically raised by your mama. I got all that, but this notion that somehow that women, it's men that cause all the trouble. It's men that always want to fight, men that are always starting wars. I've heard that before. The only people that can say that have never been around women.
Yeah. Well, it's just not historically correct. I mean, that's the problem.
I'll tell you this: if my wife had the ability, North Korea would already be gone.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, they've been.
I mean, it's a very common sense thing too. They're like, now wait a minute. In 1950, we had nuclear weapons, and North Korea didn't.
Right.
And we went up there and fought them. In the jungle.
Yeah.
I don't think that would have happened.
Yeah. Let me tell you,
people killed.
Yeah. Right now,
didn't need to.
For men to start wars, you have to talk about territory, land grabs. Do we need that? What's our interest? All women have to start a war is, hey, what does she mean by that? What are you talking about? Did you hear what she said? I did. Well, you know what? I could tell by what she said what she meant by that. And I tell you what, I'm highly offended at what she said. I don't even remember what she said.
Well, if you if you see these documentaries on the middle age, he doesn't know what
Super
he's talking
Pete's
about.
nodding his head. He's like, yeah, absolutely. Think about how many conflicts in your family, okay, that are started by the men versus the women, just in family. Think about people that you're working with, say they're working at your house or they do whatever. How many times they're in conflict with your wife versus in conflict with you?
Well, that's why I like mine to be in charge of that.
That's what I mean. Just think about that. What an asinine statement from Robert Downey Jr. But like you said, I mean,
maybe he was trying to appease somebody.
Oh, well, he's trying to do that thing, where that's that girl power.
You know
stuff.
what it is? He's probably trying to go ahead and cement a nomination for supporting actor in Oppenheimer before it opens.
You're right. Well, as you just said, though, Bubba, you don't have to look any further than The View. They can't get along more than, a week? We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Our friend.
Like at the end of the documentary, you see the festival has happened and it was a complete disaster, like a human.
All right, that was
human
my next
disaster.
Here's what I'm going to say again, because it sounds like he almost tried to promote this, like come to an island full of music and decadence.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Almost like
Burning Man.
Burning Man thing.
Yes, Burning Man, but on an island with like yachts and like upscale
and hip hop artists, or other artists maybe.
Tons. Yeah, you're right.
So did the artists actually perform?
Blink 182 pulled out because the artists weren't paid. They were supposed to have some pretty big names on there, a couple big DJs, a couple big rap artists, and then Blink 182 as well. A couple
you got to
days
read the
before.
fine print. They had booked Blink 181.
That's right, and a half.
Very close.
So none of these artists have been paid, and people start talking to each other like, "Have you been paid? No, we haven't been paid. Have you been paid? No." And so Blink 182 pulls out like a day before. And not only that, up days into the festival, the festival is not set up. They've taken over just like a deserted sandals resort at this point. They had to get off that island. They've taken over a deserted sandals resort, and they're still sending out messages to the people that are coming to this festival that have bought tens and thousands of dollars worth of tickets. Like some of these packages were like $200,000 for a house for 12, that kind of thing. Like this was marketed to rich people, rich millennials.
Come here and live like a drug dealer.
Yeah.
Days before the festival, they're like, this is a non-cash event, so you need to load up your wristband. All of your money will be on your wristband. And that was just a money grab too. They didn't have the infrastructure to even load anything on a wristband or take anything off a wristband. That was just this is days before the festival. They're still doing this. The people come, they get on this island and realize this is a FEMA disaster zone, because literally they had, instead of nice villas and tents, they got like a couple hundred FEMA tents, literally from FEMA at this site. And people get there, there's no plumbing, there's no food. They basically had a semi-truck full of booze, and that was really it. And it starts like night starts falling, and there's no music, and people are like, all right, we don't have any place to stay, and it's just chaos. There's no lighting, there's no lights on this island, there's no power. And this is they also booked it during this big boat race that the locals really, really get into. So all of the hotels, like if people were even able to get off of the site and try to find a hotel, all the hotels are booked. Like this is just a disaster on top of disaster. At one point, and there's an email thread of the people that are running the festival that say, we have no septic, we have no toilets. And someone responds, well, they also have no food, so people won't be pooping, so we don't have to worry about that.
Oh, my gosh.
So authorities canceled the event, right? Once they found out about all this?
Well, people showed up and people were there. And like the first day,
the damage was done.
It's still there, yeah,
because they've had to travel there and everything else.
What it really turned out to be was Woodstock on sand.
Yes.
Woodstock with no music.
It was
on
a scam.
So nobody shows up. So no bands. Nobody ever played.
Nobody ever played. People are now just trying to get out, and they can't. People get locked in the airport. People are just in this tent city, trying not to get killed. The locals. There are many locals that live on this Bohemian island, or however you say that.
Bohemian.
That did not get paid. They worked for months and months. And so now locals are putting hits out on these festival organizers. So they're jumping into private planes and just leaving as soon as they can.
Did they get everybody's money who bought tickets ahead of time? I guess they have their money, right?
No, it's all gone. No, people did not get their money back.
No, I'm talking about, did they?
Ja Rule is promising refunds to people, claiming this is not a scam and it's not my fault.
So Ja Rule is a piece of work throughout the entire video. He is an idiot. Okay, sorry.
So the promoter, though, he got everybody's money.
Oh yeah.
Are you calling Ja Rule?
The money came in, but the money came in just as fast as went out just as fast as it came in, because they're buying.
So the money is gone. Nobody has it.
Nobody has it
because it all disappeared on expenses.
Billy McFarland goes to court at the end with $26 million.
Minutes now past the hour. Yeah. And it can't be so. Yeah. I got love. Come on, brother. Enough to spare. And that makes me, hey, a millionaire. So, Bubba, will you come back? We'll talk live from Rock the South here next segment, but things we need to chat about today, the lottery, you mentioned that.
Rick, we had a winner of the third largest Powerball lottery ever in California last night. No one has come forward to claim it yet, but they know the ticket was sold.
Oh, wow.
$1.08 billion. The one-time take-home fee or price for that, if you get it in one lump sum, will be $558.1 million.
So
before taxes.
Once again, the government wins too.
The government's going to take half of that.
Right.
Okay.
Government wins every lottery.
You're still going to end up with 250 some odd, 275 mil cash when it's all over.
Can I ask you a question? Let's
Unless you're Shakia and you don't pay your tax.
Who?
Shakira.
Okay.
Almost had it.
Come on.
I didn't know.
It's early.
I'm
sorry. I got
Get her,
How about
Get
this?
that
How about
SpaceX
this?
bottle one time. Come on.
How about this? I'm so old, I thought this is an artist I'm just not familiar with. You know, because now I can no longer jump in because this could be an artist. I just don't know.
I don't know. I don't know if you'd have known her if I said her name right.
Not really.
Shakira.
But can I ask you this? Let's say let's say I'm a young fella.
Yep.
Okay, or a young lady, and I win it. What are the payments? That might be a better deal for me, so I don't squander it.
The only thing that would scare me about the payments is what if it just goes belly up and they go, sorry, we're out of money.
Yeah, I think that's what everybody's worried about.
Is that it?
The state of California will declare some kind of bankruptcy and you're out. You know.
Yeah, and that could happen.
And that's why
you better
everybody
grab it while you can.
Okay.
I believe you squeak by.
That's why the one-time payout is so much cheaper.
I can tell you a story of people that they're idiots that blow through. You wouldn't believe what they can blow through.
People don't blow through anything.
That's what I'm saying.
There's no reason a human being couldn't.
Rick, what is California has hit this twice recently. Back in November, Edwin Castro won $2.04 billion, which the one-time payout for that was $997.6 million.
I'll take that.
Back in November. So California's doing pretty good raking the taxes in on this thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they win every single lottery.
You know, I was looking forward to it since the guy called the show. Then he emailed us, and backed that up. Which I don't know if that'd stand up in court, but
I know, right.
You know, he the winning numbers, by the way, 7, 13, 10, 24, 11, and the Powerball 24. Wow. So how many numbers of those did we have? Did we have anything in
I don't think we had any of them. Not one.
I don't think we had.
I'm amazed how many times, because I don't study the lottery, but I glance at the numbers. How many times you'll have sequential numbers in it? You know, like we have 10 and 11 here. A lot of times it seems like you'll have a sequential number.
I know. You would think that wouldn't.
The odds of that seems like it would be way high, but it seems like it happens about every time.
Right. All right. Do people memorize the number of the ticket, or is someone going, I think that sounds like mine, and they're looking for the ticket? Where do you – because you have to present it, right? Like, hey, this is where I bought it. This is it. Here's the receipt. And
to your point, whoever bought that ticket,
you better hang on.
Let's say they're sitting at home last night. They got the ticket in their wallet, and they see those numbers called out, and they feel like they need to scream, and they ease their wallet out and look, and then what do you do then?
Right?
Do you tell your wife?
A lot of them contact lawyers.
Yeah, lawyers and maybe armed guards. At that point.
Well, let me tell you something. If it's a state, you don't have to tell who you are.
Right.
Most people go that way.
What is California, Because we know the name of this other guy, so I don't know.
Well, the problem is, like I say, if it ever gets out, your phone is going to ring, ring, ring.
Yeah.
I mean ring.
With that,
Trust me on that one.
You could put that money in an account and just live off the interest and do a lot of good for a lot of folks.
Yeah, for sure.
I bet that's what they'll do.
Yeah, I bet so too, Rick.
That happens a lot.
Right after they get a yacht.
Right. You about to see somebody. All this amount of money does is just amplify who you already are.
Yeah,
so if you're stupid, we'll just watch amplified stupidity.
Right. And I love those shows about what happens to people after it.
That seems to be the case, doesn't it?
Sadly, so many of them end up in a bad way, but there's a few that have done good with it.
It's always interesting to see, these home improvement shows and, the Magnolia Channel and HGTV or whatever. One of them has got lottery homes or whatever, and it's the show is nothing but people that have won the lottery and buying a house, and it could be a small payout or a big one, depending on what all they want, and seeing those folks
Yeah, I don't.
And what they buy
Yeah.
is pretty funny.
I don't know what how much he has in land, and I know it's a lot. But I noticed when the Robertsons hit it big, the boys all went out and bought mansions, but Phil didn't. Phil's still sitting in that same chair in that same house. Now, he extended land, and everything that touched him he bought. But land's a good investment.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like Phil stacked it up pretty good. He didn't go crazy because he thought, why? I like what I got. You know, I mean, but now the boys, they went out and bought. You know, I know they got some big old mansions and stuff, but Phil kind of hung what he had.
You might, refer back to our conversation on the first segment on that.
Right.
Probably.
Do they all live on the same piece of land, Rick, like a compound, or do they live far away? Okay, I wasn't sure.
I mean, there may be some that do, but I'm talking about they're not all in one place.
You know, that's coming back. A long time ago, families used to live on the same piece of land and take care of each other and stuff. And there's actually companies now that will find you, tracts or different parts of land and build a compound for the family.
Well,
we
know some people. We know some people who've done that. They have a house and maybe they have hunting property, but then they'll fix a lot or two in the front for their kids.
So or their aging parents or whatever. Yeah.
And it is a throwback to the way they used to do it.
I would do that out of necessity. I would not do it on purpose.
You wouldn't want your kids living close to you?
No. But now by necessity, because I have aging parents. If I needed to take care of them, no doubt.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't choose to do that.
Yeah.
Like let's all live here together. No, I don't have any desire to do that.
Very Walton's like.
Yeah, right. It's because I just think there's an independence that our children really need.
Yeah.
And that Daddy really needs.
Hey,
well, we didn't say live like it's not like a neighborhood next door.
Right,
maybe there's an acre between you and them.
That's not a lot of space. Let's not get too close. I love that feeling of we haven't seen each other in a while.
Well, there's one guy that we know that has that set up, which I love. I won't go into it, but y'all know we went over there and saw it.
What in the world was that? I don't even know how that happened. We'll come back. I think somehow my palm hit that there on the bottom row.
Yes, I love
Bubba, how about let's check into Rock the South?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's find out what's going on. Those of you that may be coming from all over, it'd be great to welcome you to Sweet Home, Alabama. And we'll find out what's going on there on location from Rock the South when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In fraud charges against him. And Ja Rule is claiming ignorance, but I don't know, man. You got to be pretty ignorant to be ignorant to that.
But the original caller about Schumer's press secretary, his name is it Rofero? I guess
Angelo
is his name. It says it's not clear what his involvement is in the scam, but it suggests he might be helping with the PR, but clearly doesn't want to be known as though I'm not part of this, but he's seen in some type of last clip or two of the documentary.
Well, guys, now see
something, right?
If you listen to this plan that was just laid out, it does not surprise me that a progressive Democrat is in charge.
There you go.
I mean, this is exactly how they plan everything.
Chuck Schumer's PR guy is so used to having to cover up dumpster fires. He's like, yeah, this is no problem. We can spin this.
Yeah. Wow.
We got people to buy into socialism. We could spin this fire festival into not a disaster.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about this.
No.
So
I was glued to it. People were tweeting help, we have no stuff. I was glued to it. I watched both documentaries this weekend, and Ja Rule is a fool.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Normally, criminals try to case a house to get an idea of because these people are evil and wicked and the bottom of the barrel. And what they think is we want to go take stuff from people that isn't ours, and we'd like to meet the least amount of resistance as possible, which is why security systems are good and weapons are good if you legally have those, because they really would rather go after what they call soft targets. Well, undoubtedly, in Texas, maybe just so many people have guns it's not possible, so they just try it anyway. But we have some folks that undoubtedly did not, as Speedy said it in Brayton, he's right, they did not case this home very well.
No, Rick, we had 5 guys try to do a home invasion around 1 a.m. in East Houston wearing ski masks. Do we have a package on it, Speedy?
No, it's just I was just B-rolling.
I didn't know if he did this and then tied it.
No. Adler
this.
So they go in and he shoots them. The homeowner
The
does.
homeowner,
and they all tried it. Some of them try to
defends
actually
himself,
get
yeah.
away in the SUV, and the SUV crashes into a pole like in the neighborhood. One of them falls out, tries to make it. He's dead. 2 of them barely get to the hospital, but a total of 3 masked men dead, 2 severely injured by the homeowner.
He must have been well armed.
Yeah. But you know, and maybe these people, but what we've always heard, and maybe they're not, you know, maybe they haven't been doing this very long, but most of the ones that are successful, sadly, and the ones who know what they're doing, they're not going to go into a house they think that this kind of firepower is coming back.
No.
They must have had some bad info.
They really did, because let me tell you something, 3 dead, 2 injured.
That almost sounds like he was waiting on them.
I know.
Well, I was asking Greg because it says at the bottom
more
of
to the story coming up.
Yeah, it said there's more investigating report. More investigations, I should say, that are unfolding. And I wonder if it was a robbery or if they were going to do something else. I don't know, but it looked like that man was.
Yeah, because you're saying they definitely say they forced themselves into the home, but what they're saying, maybe he did know they were coming because they were coming to kill him.
Who knows?
It sounds like he was waiting on them, doesn't it?
It does. Yes, Greg. When you kill 3 out of 5, and you
if you
hit everybody,
not one of them got you. Out all those people,
you hit them all.
If you're 5 guys and you break into a home forcibly at 1 a.m. in the morning, that's a bad deal.
Yeah,
especially if you're wearing a mask.
Yeah,
that is a.
I don't know. These guys may be up to no good.
Right.
Yeah, we don't know the whole story here, and there may be a lot more to that story that's yet to come.
I've gone to some of the local media there in Houston, and I have a story here that I can roll in about 10 seconds.
3 of them won't be breaking in again. We know that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Mark them off.
If anybody's worried about these 5, you're down to only worried about 2, and they're in the hospital shot. Yeah. So, because let me tell you, there's 3 you don't have to worry about anymore. I mean that's not happening. So, and because whether we believe this, or like it or whatever, there are 3 of them that's not going to bother anybody.
Right. All right. Here it is, Rick. Let's see if we know any more.
You don't want to get
undeniable
shot.
facts.
Yeah.
On there. Channel 2's Taisha Walker's right there with the latest information. Taisha.
Jacob, good morning. A half hour ago, we told you we counted upwards of 60 different shell casings, those evidence markers. We're now seeing up to 70. Investigators tell us, judging from those, they believe that multiple guns were involved, and this might have been a shootout. What
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. It is Rock the South. It is rolling to Sweet Home, Alabama today, tomorrow, and Saturday. An incredible lineup. I know a lot of you are coming in from all over the country and around the region, and we welcome you to our hometown, Birmingham, Alabama, where the show comes to you from 9 out of 10 days. There's a rare occasion where we're located somewhere else. And we're excited to be teaming up with a guy that we've been wanting to work with for years, and Major Tom. It has finally happened. Rick and Bubba and Major Tom. Tom, are you there on location now?
Yes, sir, in Coleman, Alabama. This is like the epicenter of the biggest party in the South, Rick. Rock the South 2023.
This is a huge event that's going on, and I know you, Major Tom, have worked with this great gathering many times, and excited about us all working together finally.
Yeah, it really has been a dream come true, Rick and Bubba, the whole team there, and I appreciate those kind words. We've known each other for a long time. Worked, I wouldn't say against each other, but, for different companies, but always had a really good respect for everything that you and your show stood for. And this is really a culmination of just all things good in my life, I'll put it that way. And working with with Shane Quick, of course, who a lot of people know from the Coleman area and Birmingham area, to bring Rock the South to the 104.7 WZZK family, and to be working with you guys. I mean, this is it's just really awesome, because it's just all the great touch points of the people that have had value in my life that I love and respect. And if you love great country music, even if you're not a big country fan, this is a festival that you're just going to, this is going to wow you this week. And we're talking Chris Stapleton, Zach Bryan, Cody Johnson, Riley Green, Bailey Zimmerman, Travis Tritt, Jody Messina. And Rick, as you know, Rock the South started with a very charitable aspect after those horrible tornadoes of April of 2011. And now, some 10 years later, has grown into, seriously, one of the biggest music festivals in the Southeast. When we say the biggest party in the South, we're not kidding.
No, you're right. I mean, it is huge. And like you said, it just seems to get bigger as the years roll by. And I remember when it first started, I remember thinking, all right, hey, they got a field up in Coleman. We're about to see if we can get some people together and look at it now. So, Major Tom, thanks. I'm glad you put us all together. You coming on to the team here with us was a big key in that. And, of course, we got him standing by now, Shane Quick. But before we let you go, Tom, is there somebody in this lineup with all your years of working in country radio that maybe the name doesn't jump out at us, but as you're talking to the people that are showing up saying, watch this artist, you want to be sure you see them? We know the big names, Travis Tritt, Zach Bryan, Riley Green, and Jody Messina, Chris Stapleton, Cody Johnson, but is there somebody maybe that's in the smaller font that's on the rise that you see?
Absolutely. And you know what? That's been one of the things that Rock the South has always been able to do, is to bring you those artists before you really know who they are. But you always remember, I remember seeing, case in point, Morgan Wallen here 3 or 4 years ago before he headlined last year. And the ones I would point out to you this year would be, obviously, the ones that stand out to me, Mackenzie Carpenter, Chase Matthew, Ella Langley. These are kind of the ones on the come, as we would say in the business. These are the ones to keep your eye on. And by the way, Bailey Zimmerman, who is a guy who has come out of nowhere literally in the last 18 months, that guy is on fire, and he performs this weekend at Rock the South as well.
There you go. Major Tom, thanks for checking in. Again, excited about all the things that are ahead for us. And here he is, the Gene Hallman of music, Shane Quick.
What's up, Shane?
Shane, how you doing, buddy?
Good morning. Good morning, guys. We're getting ready. People are flying in from all over the country and like 10 different countries as well to Little Coleman, Alabama. We're very excited about it. We're excited to roll out the red carpet here.
Shane, what kind of crowd are you expecting this weekend?
It's going to be a collective crowd of over 100,000 people.
Good night.
Wow. We started loading in the RVs last night and kind of setting up that whole RV and camping village, and we're seeing people from New Zealand, South Africa, all over Europe. I mean, we're blown away here. It does just seem to continue to get bigger and more and more exciting every year.
You heard Major Tom mention, and we do remember when this basically was, hey, what are they doing in Coleman? There's this field, and they're going to try to raise some money for the tornado victims. And, I mean, can you believe what has happened from that moment?
It really can't, man. Rick, you and I, you were helping me get my company started years ago, getting these shows, but yeah, it's kind of like a family reunion here every year. The workers, a lot of our team are firemen from places like Hartselle and Decatur and others, and we all come together, and it just really is something really big, and we see a lot of impact made, and we'll give away over $100,000 to local charities this year, and they're saying that the smart people at University of Alabama Business School are saying that this show will bring a $20 to $25 million economic impact to this area just this year alone. And there's a lot of, we take a lot of pride in that, and knowing that the festival does help a lot of businesses and help a lot of people and sends a lot of tax dollars, to this area.
Shane, so if you have not been there before and you need information, where do I go? Where do I park? Where do I turn? General information. What is the best way to get that?
I would say, most people are living on social media these days. So you could just A lot of that's on Instagram, a lot of that's on Facebook, but definitely rockthesouth.com. There's a massive FAQ section there. But all the neighbors are parking. You guys remember going to Alabama-Auburn games at Legion Field, and how the whole community pitches in, cooks barbecue, and parks you in your backyard. I mean, it's that. It very much looks like that. But all those details are there. We still have a few tickets left.
That was my next question.
Property.
Yeah. So you could still come.
Growing.
Yeah, you could still come if you want to.
You can.
Okay.
Yeah, you can. There's some general mission tickets, and we have our new country club this year. David Bancroft, one of the best chefs in the South from Acre and Auburn, is setting up an oyster bar and barbecue and everything. He's
number one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Shane, are you? I remember one time, and you've seen this. We did for 5 years something called Fat Fest. Okay, and and you probably remember that. You probably patterned this after that, but I remember the feeling because we were our own promoters and we tried to make connections with people we knew and get artists and I just remember that feeling when it would be over. The first thing I would think of Monday is it's time to start planning Fat Fest for next year. And so how do you go about? Or do you kind of have in your mind who you're going after, who you're going to try to get, how many people you consider to be headliners, and then then you go through the different tiers? What's the process in your mind when you put together a 3-day festival like this when it comes to artists and who you're going after?
Well, back in the day, we really could wait until the festival was over before we started booking next year. But Rick, I've already got the whole festival booked for next year already. It's crazy. It's about 18 months now after post-COVID. We're having to book. We can't even sell it. We can't even enjoy this festival before we have to get everyone booked for next year. The demand is so incredible that we've already booked all the headliners. We're booking just a few openers now, but that'll be completely done in the next week or two. So. It is, we have been super blessed to be able to catch these guys on the way up, like people like Tom said, Morgan Wallen and Hardy and Zach Bryan. When we first booked Zach and announced him a year ago, most your grandmas and middle-aged country music fans had never heard of the guy. Of course, the college kids have been talking about Zach for 2 or 3 years, but now Zach's a household name. So we've been super lucky there, and we got a really good, you know how it is. If you want to stay current, just keep the young people around. They'll tell you who to book.
That's right. Yeah. And that's why we still have Helmsley on the team.
Yeah. Now, you don't have Zach Bryan and Travis Tritt. Their dressing rooms are separated, right?
Yeah, really. They're
just in case.
They're a little bit different. Yeah, their rider looks a little different.
I bet it does. Well, Shane, thanks for including us, and we're excited to be partnering with you. And of course, we've been working with you since you were just getting started. So it's good to be back together again, and congratulations on the success of Rock the South. Get all the information by going to rockthesouth.com. The lineup is there. The days are laid out. There's still a few general admission tickets available for you to be part of this weekend. If you've already got your tickets, you're already parking, you're already set up and ready to go, enjoy the next 3 days of Rock the South in Coleman, Alabama. And Shane Quick, thanks for taking time to be with us and including us in it.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Shane.
Enjoy it. And it looks like weather-wise we're going to get a break. It's going to be a little warm today, but then it kind of cools off, and the rain chances also look like they're going down for the weekend too with this weather pattern we've been on where there's so many afternoon thunderstorms. That seems to be dissipating, so it ought to be a great 3 days. So enjoy Rock the South. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Is that 4 men tried to break in and rob a homeowner around 12:30 this morning. There were 2 people at home at the time. Investigators say someone inside of the home shot at the men. We don't know if any of the robbers shot back, but right outside of this house, we know that one of the men died and another was injured in his leg. That second man is now in stable condition. Let's get to video of the second scene because there are 3 scenes. Police say the other 2 men drove off in an SUV. You see a burgundy SUV there on your screen. We know that one of them collapsed a few blocks away. That was at 71st and Harrisburg inside of the SUV in the back seat, according to police. Meanwhile, at another scene, the third scene, we know that a 4th man was able to run off there. That was 71st and Capitol, just several blocks away. He was taken to a hospital where he died. So right now, only one of those 4 robbery suspects is alive at this point. We do know that police is talking to the homeowner and that second person that was inside of the home. At this point, we don't know yet if any charges will be filed. For now, reporting live in East Houston.
So there you go.
And that looked like that was kind of breaking. Now it says there were 5 men, and the police department says that the homeowner seemed to be acting in self-defense.
Well, when you have one of them that's just shot in the leg and stable, he ought to be able to kind of give you an idea what happened.
If he's talking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow. Looked like a movie scene.
Did you see how many shells and casings were out there?
Good gracious.
I mean,
but what do you expect when you break into a house at 1 a.m.?
Right.
I mean, that's wearing a ski mask. What do you think is going to come out of that?
Well, you think that you're going to be able to be successful in what you're after, but you were incorrect.
It's a mighty big if.
Right. Did you see, too, that the cornerback for the Rams says he thought that receiver was trying to break into his house?
He knew it was coming.
It was just all in self-defense.
Speaking of breaking into houses, did I see the boxer, what is his name?
Pac-Man.
Pacquiao, yeah.
Pacquiao, yeah. That he during a fight, his home was broken into while he was fighting, Rick?
What?
Well, they knew where he was at.
So while he was fighting, people broke into his house because you could see him on TV?
Yes.
Pretty much.
Dadgummit. You can't have nothing.
But now, do you want him after you?
No.
I don't think so.
I tell you what, I think I'd rather take him on with no guns than this guy in Texas with his guns.
Right, this Texas thing sounds there's something going on.
You
they
think
knew those people were coming.
It's almost
this
like
is some kind of beef.
It's almost like they may have pursued him back there. He was running from them or something. I don't know, but we'll see. We'll hear more the next few days.
Well, to me,
they walked into it. They were waiting on him. No doubt.
I don't know whether it was happening all, like you say, in that evening, because I don't know why they would have a ski mask on trying to break in at 1 a.m. But it sounds like that he was targeted possibly by them, and he knew he was targeted, and he was waiting. I don't know the timeline, but it does seem like he was waiting, and they were trying to get in to do more than steal a sofa, I think.
Yeah, we don't know if he was sitting on the couch waiting on them or,
Because if you're surprised by 5 people,
you
ain't going to get them all like that.
Not usually.
Yeah, this sounds like they were just picked off. I mean, as they were coming in, and then as they started running, he said, "And I'm still after you."
Yeah,
because he was firing on the car.
How's a little more here?
He was firing on the car and everything.
Yeah,
man.
Well, so yeah, you may find out this has all kinds of stuff involved in it. Minutes now to the top of the hour. So as we work our way back, mypillow.com/Bubba. Boy, the savings right now. Go to mypillow.com/Bubba. Can I give you just a couple of items that you'll notice? They're delicious. My coffee, 50% off. They'll even send you a Go Anywhere MyPillow for free. So a 6-piece luxury towel set and all sorts of colors are just $29.88. All season slippers are $25. Giza bed sheets, they rival the same level of comfort and quality you'll expect at a luxury hotel. They are as low as $29.98. Summer beach blankets, beach towels, 60% off. And the MyPillow 2.0, a 4-pack of these wonderful pillows made right here in the USA for $99.98. All those at mypillow.com/Bubba and others, mypillow.com/Bubba. So we played Jason Aldean coming out of the break and a liner from when he was on the program. You know, we continue to try to make sure that all of you in this audience understand this life truth that we're talking about. There's a fake world that is presented every day, and then there's the real world, and they are not the same. Fake and real are never the same. So in the fake world, that's where you wallow in wokeness, and you're led to believe that the whole world has become woke, and that if you're not into the woke vibe, you are evil. You must. How are you even waking up every day and showing your face?
Right.
And you're not allowed to talk. You must be removed. And if you don't go woke,
your voice is silenced.
Your business has no chance of survival because you are out of the step there, bro.
Yep.
Well, that really isn't true, and we keep seeing this over and over again with these disastrous marketing plans where companies are losing billions of dollars, and that's not an exaggeration. And we see it again with Jason Aldean. Now, we were led to believe that Jason Aldean's tried that in a small town was just, I mean, my goodness, and there's video and footage of things that actually happened.
Yeah.
Let me take a pause there. Videos of things that actually happened, and also things that actually were said, and that, hey, you know what? How dare him? You know what he's doing? All he's doing, Bubba, it's saber rattling. It's a dog whistle for all these white supremacists to rise up, and I don't know where all this is coming from, but anyway, you think, well, Jason Aldean's career is over.
Oh yeah,
because the woke mob has spoken.
Done.
Try that in a small town, #1 on iTunes amid the controversy. Shot right to #1. Yep. Let me tell you what the woke crowd did. You gave Jason Aldean the #1 song.
Yep, I took part in that.
Yeah,
yeah.
You know,
listen to it on the way in this morning.
If we were talking about it before the show started, if you are a mid-level country artist, kind of struggling, I mean, you've had some good moments, but you haven't really hit the big time yet, the A-list. All you need is a good woke controversy to put you right over the top.
Well, and here, because it's important that we explain this next part, because here's what you're going to hear, okay? You're going to hear the wokes, because the wokes will never, ever do what we call, y'all come on out, they got us.
Yeah.
They will never admit they're wrong. They can't do it. It's not possible. It's like Fonzie trying to say it. You remember that? Yeah. So they can't admit they're wrong. So here's what you're going to hear, but it's completely the opposite, because fake people will always give you a fake narrative, even about their fake selves. Okay? You're going to say that, here's what they're going to say. Write this down. Well, the reason it rose to the top just proves how evil this country is. All those white nationalists, this is the new phrase we brought back again.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
All of those country music, redneck, racist people, they're protecting Jason Aldean. And this is a vote for this horrible message that we deemed was horrible, not just truth and historic of what happened over the last 3 years. But that's incorrect. What this is an indictment against the woke crowd. It's not even a celebration of Jason Aldean. What it is a shot back saying we're tired of y'all's garbage in this fake world you created, and we are smart enough to know that Jason Aldean's song is not promoting white nationalists, white supremacists, racist agendas. We know that. It's about people who have been given the right to protect themselves and will if you try to steal their stuff or try to hurt them. And we actually think that's a good thing. And so we're not going to let you say the song means something else. You're not going to run us away from the song. So it's an indictment against the woke. It's not even a vote for Jason Aldean.
No.
It's an indictment against the woke movement and this fake stuff that people, frankly, are sick and tired of.
Of course.
There's a story out today about the gun activist who actually lobbied CMT to get his song pulled. Her name is Shannon Watt. She's founder of Moms Demand Action. She called attention to the lyrics of Aldean's new song, Try That in a Small Town, over the weekend when she wrote that the lyrics to the song are about, now listen to this, quote, how he and his friends will shoot you if you try to take their guns.
Well,
you know what?
Yeah.
I'm going to say, yeah, I agree with that. You try to take my stuff, I'm going to defend myself.
Of course, it's more than guns. It's take my property,
Well,
destroy my business,
burn everything,
burn my business down.
I don't
grab my stuff and steal it.
Yeah.
You know this and the no bail thing and all that. I don't understand this romanticism that the left has with being evil and being a criminal. I don't know if it's simply we want to buy votes, if you think the numbers are there for you to buy votes, but I don't know why we now are trying to turn in that there's something on a high moral value to people who steal and rob, and the people who try to stop them, being us, being the police, being anybody else, are somehow evil. I don't get that.
Read Romans chapter 1.
Well, I know.
Yeah. It becomes things are not your mind. The things you're doing now don't even make sense.
So this mom, she's Moms Demand Action. I guess she has kids. So if someone comes into her house and assaults her, she's okay with that, and she's okay with them not having bail and being right back out on the street and come back again if they're mad because you turned them in.
Yeah,
and you're not going to defend yourself. Don't get it. And
Jason Aldean is not saying to this woman, this is the way y'all live. What he's saying is where I grew up and where I live and where my family and friends live, this is the way we live.
We take care of
and isn't that a lot of country music? I mean, a lot of songs in country music, besides some of the funny stuff that we talk about, are about small town values in general. And really, if you look at the video, which I've watched a number of times, everybody's got hoods on and they've got masks on. You can't even really tell who anybody is, and it's actual news reels that were shown on TV.
Yeah.
And so really race isn't even involved. So saying this is racist in itself. What do you assume? Are you just saying that it was only minorities that were in the videos? No. I saw Whitey all through it.
Well, in this story, too, Shannon Watts goes on to say, which I don't understand why this is even part of the discussion, that Jason Aldean was on stage during the mass shooting at a Las Vegas concert in 2017 that killed 60 people and wounded over 400. What has that got to do with anything?
Nothing. It just sounds like something you can throw in there. The bottom line is this, that remember that when people are trying to manipulate you, they always demonize what they are as if it's not them. Let me tell you what they're seeing with this song going to #1 and all this other stuff. Wokeness is fueled by an attitude of being a bully and trying to bully people into what you want them to do, and people are standing up against the bully, which they'll claim we celebrate, but not when they're the bully.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, boy, we're getting a great response about this, and I am currently talking to the folks at Bank on Yourself because, I mean, the more we're getting to know them, the more I wish I had known them long ago. Because for some of my planning for the future, there's nothing I can do about it. It's stuck in the hands of the government, and we'll see how it goes. But I'll tell you one thing, some of the investments I'm making going forward, I'm going to use this strategy. Bank on yourself. What is this? Bottom line is you don't really control your retirement money if it's a 401k or an IRA. The government actually controls it. And we've told you this every time we talked about it. And if you don't believe that, go talk to your accountant. The government's going to tell you how much you can borrow. They're going to tell you when you got to pay it back. They'll tell you what taxes you owe, what penalties you owe, and they'll penalize you either way. If you take it out too soon, penalize. If you wait too long, penalize. Even though, don't lose sight, this is actually your money. It's not the government's money. Now, they treat it like it's theirs, but it's not. So there's a better way to grow your nest egg. Bank on Yourself is a guaranteed, predictable way to grow your hard-earned money. The retirement plan alternative gives you and me a 100% control of the money, plus it is tax-free income in retirement. Tax-free income. That's how much taxes you'll pay. None. Built-in inflation protection. Your money is guaranteed to grow by a larger dollar amount every single year, both in good times and bad. Peace of mind, the guaranteed minimum value of your retirement savings on the day you plan to tap into them, and at every point along the way, that minimum that you put in doesn't go down. So if you'd like to get a free report with all the details on how the Bank on Yourself strategy adds guaranteed predictability, tax savings, and control of your financial plan, just go to bankonyourself.com/RBS. That's bankonyourself.com/RBS to get that free report. How many stories do we have in the 25 years that involve snakes in the toilet?
Several.
I mean, there's got to at least be 25. There's at least one a year.
And we're going to mark this year off right now.
I may say 50 because I bet we average two a year, surely.
At least.
If there's
it's more common than I want it to be.
It is.
That tells me snakes are a threat to get in the toilet.
And I got to tell you something.
Y'all look.
That is a foul, and that is a zero.
Boo.
If I don't know if there's anything that is more in the animal kingdom terrifying thoughts that I'm going to drop trowel and I'm going to have a seat
in the dark in the middle of the night,
and a snake is going to come up into the toilet and get me butt first.
It doesn't get no. That's about as bad as it gets. Let's just call it.
Yeah.
That is, man, that ain't the way to go.
Well, Rick, an Australian man was headed to the bathroom Saturday morning when he was startled by a large carpet python peeking its head out of his toilet.
Good.
Not just a snake, a big salted dog.
Gracious.
Yeah, they gave a call to the local animal control people to remove it. They said the family was quite shaken by the incident. Photos of the carpet python, which was estimated to be as big as 5 feet, went viral with nearly 3,000 shares.
Now, Greg and we all lived in a trailer together. We would talk about a toilet python, but it was not this.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, this is. Well, be careful going in there.
Hey, if it was a wall hanger, they'd leave it for it to be observed.
All right. It has. So
They got a wall hanger.
But can you imagine going in there?
A trophy.
Can you imagine going in there
It's gross.
and seeing not just any snake's head, but a python's head?
I've never heard of a carpet python, but it can't be good.
It's terrible.
Look at the picture.
They say this is why you put the toilet seat down.
Is that it?
That's it.
Bubba.
He's coming right out of
at
the
it.
old
Do
pipe
something.
there.
Look at that.
Now, they say in here it's a mistake to try to flush them down. You need to get them out of the toilet.
Oh, yeah, I imagine they just come right back.
At that point.
How much to grab that?
Let me ask you this.
I think I would.
How does it get in
panic.
there? How does it get to that point?
It's got to be a public sewer system, right? Don't you think?
I
As
don't know.
opposed,
Well,
He's in a suburb.
can
You
I
know what
ask
I mean?
this? Because this is, Bubba, you bring up a great question. It's one thing to enter the house and jump in the toilet, but can they enter through the pipes?
Yeah.
And so, like,
That's
for
not-
instance, we have pipes at our house that have busted because of roots. Tree roots get into them. I don't know what they're called, but there's this old, the pipes will just bust. And so if you have that situation, I guess a snake can go right up in there.
Absolutely.
or like I said, from a
And I've got that
public sewer
situation
system,
at my
that
house, by
makes
the way,
more
with a
sense,
pipe
doesn't it?
that has
Do
some
you
roots
cut the light
into it.
on before you sit down at nighttime?
I will now.
I've always
It hadn't been on my mind
since we
until
started
now.
having these stories over the. I used to never do it.
I
Now I
usually
always
don't-
just flip it right quick. Take a look.
You do?
Yep.
You let him in there?
I
ain't sitting on the toilet in the dark. Zero. No, sir. No how.
Without looking.
No way. I'm not getting in there.
Well, even if you look, he may show up later.
Yeah.
Well,
If it comes up,
the
like it
odds
sits
are
there.
less.
I don't go to the bathroom in the dark. End of subject.
Well, if I do, I'm usually not doing number 2.
There it is.
You know what I mean? Like, I can tinkle in the dark.
What?
And feel good about it.
Really?
Yeah. Oh,
You just-
yeah.
Well, you just
I was
listen.
worried
To,
about
you just listen
my
for the
aim.
sound of water.
Oh, yeah. I'm
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
My eyes, I hadn't had bright light in my eyes. I can see good. I adjust.
Oh, your bathroom must not be as dark as mine.
Probably not.
Yeah.
I got a
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Everybody ready? Hey, let's go. So here we go. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Rick and Bubba interns, Lord of the Jacket, and Super P. Taking phone calls and helping with our YouTube channel. Everybody say hello to Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us here at the Rick and Bubba Show.
Let me tell you something. I was looking over all the letters from the audience, and I'm jacked. Bubba and I, on this weekend's Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, it'll be a reoccurring theme. We are taking letters from the audience, and I have been reading some of your letters and some of the questions that you're asking. Now, and some of them, just so you know, because I don't want you, there's no way we can do all of them, but Speedy's broken them down into categories of things about the show and personal life and business and all that, and we're going to get to as many of them as we can, but some of them you may think, man, I had a great question, but some of them we actually have already covered. And even some podcasts in the past when Bubba and I did some similar. So we'll try to concentrate on talking about things in some of these letters that we haven't really talked about in a podcast. So there's plenty. We got more than we can get to, but I'm excited that based on some of the questions you're asking, it's going to be a fun podcast, especially if you're someone who loves the behind-the-scenes stuff. How does all this operate and some of those kind of questions? You'll enjoy that this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, wherever you get podcasts. Bubba, today you told me that it's actually a big day in American history that we're celebrating today.
Well, we don't spend a lot of time on this day in history and have actually been proud of that.
Right.
But it is the 54th anniversary of landing on the moon and bringing men back safely, which was one of those things in history. Since Adam and Eve, people have looked up at the moon and wondered what it was and wanted to get there. And we did it in 1969, which has been 54 years. Hadn't done. Yeah. I don't know that we've grown as much since then as I would like for us to, but we're trying to get back to that now. So we get these Artemis flights going routine. We're going to be in good shape.
I think what you've got is
allegedly we went.
I knew that was coming. But what you've got is now that it's gone private, it seems like. It seems like that was a good move, and you've been
they fill different roles right now. So and they're working together, partnership, and we've always had contractors build the stuff. NASA doesn't build stuff, but they oversee the projects and put them together and make them all work. And that was a big deal. For a long, long time, Rick, people looked up at the
Here's
moon
what Greg
and
wanted me
wondered
to
about
play.
it.
Greg wanted me to play this.
You believe they put a man on the moon. Man on the moon. Ew.
2 words, Stanley Kubrick.
The 20th century saw some pretty big breakthroughs. We had the Wright brothers.
Yeah.
We split the atom. We're going to see a good movie about that next week. Yep. And landing on the moon. So that was a big thing. We really moved the old scale forward in the 20th century on things that were amazing.
Right, and now we seem to be. I don't know why we've taken that scale and we've grabbed it and we're just running back the other way with it.
Yeah, so far the 21st century, I can't. We've got the internet going now. You'd probably have to put that in the categories of amazing things, but we haven't exactly accomplished what I would thought we might have in the 1960s when I was just a kid seeing all this.
When you saw that, you thought where we'd be now. It's not.
I thought we'd be living on the moon. That'd be a vacation spot.
Do you guys want to hear Buzz Aldrin talking with a girl, and an 8-year-old girl asks him why we haven't been back? If you guys want that.
Okay, sure.
Oh wow. All right, here we go.
Okay, Zoe, favorite.
What is your favorite thing about space?
Going there. Going there.
Bad answer.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen, so in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
Thank you, President Biden. When did Biden join?
I know Biden went to space. I'm sorry, that was a little more Kamala there. Kamala.
Yeah.
And, but
I had never seen that before.
So he said they didn't go.
He is.
So they didn't go.
Greg, right again.
Straight from Buzz. They never happened.
I saw Bubba's countenance change during that entire thing.
What was he talking about?
Look,
Bubba, did you know
he did some great things, but look, age and it's tough out there. You know?
I think he was trying to say we haven't been back because we're not doing the things that it takes to go back.
I think
again,
that's what he wanted.
That's what he was trying to say.
That's not what
dog whistling that we didn't go.
Or it was a dog whistle.
Yeah.
Never happened.
Why would he dog whistle? We never went because anytime anybody asks him in person, he punches them.
Right.
You know,
I forgot about that.
That
was a good one.
I mean, there's a long list of people he swung at. You know,
well,
he's a handler.
Once from a wheelchair.
Right. I mean, look, Bubba, I want you to think about.
That was strange.
When I've talked about how we're devolving. We've gone from everybody celebrating going to the moon and walking on it.
Yeah.
Okay. And all that we discovered through that entire Apollo thing. Okay. And now we're back to the Earth is flat. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about a bunch of stupid.
I don't know where the failure was in this, Rick. I don't know if it's education. I don't know if it's social media. I don't know if it's just the rise of the dandies. I don't know what it is.
The rise of the dandies.
Yeah.
It's probably just.
Well, here's Buzz swinging at somebody.
Okay. Should I go audio?
I haven't screened the audio. I just
like
found the punch.
taking a poke.
There you go. I love Buzz.
Let me tell you what, that was a pretty good one too.
It was outstanding. Did you see how it was level and he kept his fist turned forward? Got that tight.
I guarantee you, him and Neil Armstrong and Michael Collins never in their wildest dream imagined they would live long enough for people to think we didn't go to the moon.
Yeah, it's
and we've explained these video clips, but people just they don't want to hear it.
No,
That's
Bubba,
hilarious.
no. Well, I call that the yeah but crowd.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no telling. I mean, somebody can ask you a question in the times we're living in now, and you can show them why what they're saying is wrong, and you'll have every piece of evidence they said you need to produce for them to say they're wrong. You'll produce it, and they'll go, yeah, but. And I'm like, what do you mean, yeah, but? I mean, things like, here's pictures of the Earth, yeah, but.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
It'll be, and look, in the future, I'm sure we'll have the same thing. We will have people claim we never had a pandemic. There was no COVID-19. That was all made up.
Right, yeah.
You know, stuff like that.
No,
I was there. I saw it. I was part of it.
Well, I have learned,
But that's how ridiculous.
Well, it's a much more serious thing that Jesus is saying, but it applies to the things not as important. Don't throw your pearls at the feet of pigs.
Yes, I forget that verse, Rick.
Yeah.
And I need to tattoo it on my arm.
Right.
Probably.
There's times when you'll talk to somebody and go, I don't know why I'm letting any of my life being taken up by you. We've tried to have a conversation. I wish you well. And I hope it all works out for you. But as far as you sucking the life out of me, that's over.
Here, if you want it, here's a quick clip of him actually doing a little bit better job of explaining that when he's asked that question.
Well, that's pretty clear.
Thank you.
I tell a story about the time on the moon now. The sky was black even though the sun shined on. Moonwalking such a trip, it's so fine when you're walking in the lunar dust.
There, you're right. That is better. Yeah. That is better.
Really good.
All right, we come back.
That's Buzz with Snoop Dogg, by the way.
Super P's ready. All 10 lines are available.
There he is.
Whatever topic you want to talk about, it's your turn. 866 We Be Big. We'll take your phone calls and we'll chat with you
on the moon
when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In this economy,
if I'm playing
I
at home,
don't have a window.
See, I got a window.
That explains the wet toilet roll. Oh, great.
Yeah, I've had
Misfire.
I've been so asleep before, where also not expected to hear water, and I didn't.
Yeah.
I've had to
for a
clean
long
up.
time. And I'm like, uh-oh.
Trash can.
Where's that water sound?
Well, this is why Bubba sits.
Yeah.
Yeah, which, I mean,
Well,
that's-
if you're sleepy, you
that's
might as
all.
well.
No,
go
it's
ahead and
smart.
sit.
I give you.
I don't know.
But no, to
Can't
your
do
point,
that.
no, I don't, because of this stupid show. I do not land on the toilet without looking. No way, no how.
Oh, I know. We've had too many of these stories.
We've had some
but
with
I want to know
We've had
how.
some with rats in there.
I understand what
Stop
Helms is
it.
saying.
Oh,
What if
yeah.
you have a crack in the pipe? I guess they could get in, but they
Well,
have
if you
to
got
be
a crack in the pipe,
underground.
you're running sewage out on the ground. Wouldn't you know that?
Well,
Up
that's,
under the house, not necessarily.
that's what I'm saying. It would have to be
The
I'm
roots
saying,
clogging
I'm
too.
saying it's public sewer systems is where this is happening.
Probably so.
Because there's so many tied together.
Yeah,
there's
you're
so
right.
many ways to get to it.
Oh yeah.
that son of a gun's strong. We're working upstream.
Is it possible them get
You
through
know?
the vent pipe and come down and
Oh,
get in
yeah.
the system
They
that
can get
way?
anywhere.
Could
I hate
be.
to tell you that.
You know, them old chicken snakes can climb. I mean, they're all over the
yeah.
place. They're like a monkey out
Good
there.
old chicken.
Huh?
Good night. Look at that.
You see them, they climb up a tree.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
right up the side of it.
All right.
No business.
So if you're sitting there and you see that little thing coming up,
That
all
ain't
right,
that
and
ain't
you-
a little thing.
and you know that hey, there's a snake in there, do you jump up or
I
you
grab
let
the
it?
head of it
Even a big one like that.
because I'm so scared I can't help it.
Right.
No, I put the lid down, put something heavy on it, and then call for backup.
Or go get a big
no,
knife.
But no, you can tell you what's bad about that. He goes back out and nobody knows where he went. Now,
Yeah,
yeah,
you
now
wanna
every
get that
night,
thing.
now
No.
every night you're wondering when he comes
No,
back.
then we pursue him with high tech devices.
I think we have to kill him. I think you got to kill him where,
Well,
he,
yeah,
where he
you-
stands.
That deal
Well,
where
you do,
where you got him and all of a sudden he's gone. You don't know where he went.
Oh, that's
not a good
the
feeling.
worst.
We did that at work.
Listen, that's happened several times. Like you be out, driving. This happened to me a couple of times. You're driving out in the woods, you see a snake, and I'll tell whoever's with me, keep an eye on it because I've got to open the door, make sure nothing's under me, get out there to shoot it. Well, I open the door to get out, and I can't find it. And I go, where'd it go? And they go, it got away from me. I didn't see it. And I'm like, well, time to get back in. Whoop.
We had these things called, when I worked at Power Company, they're hot sticks, and they got a little hook that comes out the end where you can grab stuff, and you can catch them in that. And we were going to be funny and throw it on the truck and let them see it in the stick. Well, all of a sudden, we look, and there's the stick, and the snake was gone. It was in the truck somewhere. And everybody was refusing to get in the truck and all that.
Oh, no.
Then our boss explained to us we were not in snake catching business.
Oh,
and
yeah.
that needs to stop.
Right.
And it did.
It did.
But hey, there was one because I'm not riding in that truck. I said, surely it's crawled off.
Bubba, it's 1 a.m. in the morning. You have nobody to call. You open up your toilet, and that snake is sitting there. What do?
Well, I slammed the lid down to begin with because I don't want it getting out into the house.
I bet Bubba Panish grabs it and just beats it like
Well, it depends how far his head's out, I guess.
But if he bites you,
Can I get a trash can on that
you
nugget?
realize if he bites you, when you go to grab him, then he starts pulling his.
Rick, it'd be like a bra scratch.
No, not on that thing. It wouldn't be because you know what they try to do? They try to hook into you and then wrap you.
Yeah, you don't.
Oh,
want
we're
to
having a python. Is that what we got?
That's what we
Okay.
had. Greg, that's what story's about.
I can tell you what Bubba does.
I was thinking
How
chicken
far is my
snake.
tennis racket?
Bubba,
What I wanna know.
no. Bubba takes a shotgun and shoots it and just goes and buys a new toilet.
Blows
That's
through it.
exactly what Bubba
Yeah,
does.
I've done that.
Rick and Bubba.
breath confidence.
It is 20 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Let's go. To the phones we go. We'll get started. Let's start with Tim out of Sardis, Alabama. Tim, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
Pretty good, sir. How about yourself?
Not complaining. Lower back a little stiff. Other than that, I'm good.
All right. Hey, two things. The Jason Aldean song, I had heard that back sometime in the century, there had been a hanging at that Capitol, that building that they had behind him.
That is true. There was a race riot there at one time.
But in 1927.
But he did not know that when they filmed that video.
No. The producer
Okay, I had heard that.
Anyway.
And then the second thing about going to the moon, if you look back and study it some, the government had decided we had already been there, and there was no need spending any more money to go back there.
Yeah, the demands on the budget and the need to beat the Russians had kind of fallen off, and that's why, we had 3 other missions scheduled that they ended up canceling. But I think most of us thought we would pick that back up and run with it, but we got off into low Earth orbit projects in the space station and the space shuttle, and
the shuttle.
So we kind of left the deep space stuff alone. But I think I'm glad that it's coming back with the Artemis project.
Ron in Mississippi. Ron, go ahead.
On the Jason Aldean controversy. So all these disturbed Karyans. So I don't see how they've been living their lives, guys. The hip hop music's been doing this for how many years? The rap music that promotes guns, violence, and drugs.
Drinking.
It's just the hypocrisy of it all. And look here, that ain't even. Look, if you'd have asked these Karens last year about that very thing, if you'd have asked them about the hip hop music, hey, how do you feel about this? Don't you think we need to pull some of this stuff off the air? They would have told you, absolutely not. They have their right to listen to it and play it. It's just music. If you don't like it, turn the channel. This is not about the music, guys. You know it as well as I do, and it never was.
No, you're right.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at all sorts of music, and you've seen the things you're talking about, promotion of guns in all genres of music, a lot in hip-hop. You've seen degrading women in rock videos, hip-hop videos, portraying women as sex objects. You've seen that. I mean, let's face it, when it comes to music, in music videos, in music lyrics, there is no genre of music that has the corner market on having something in there that might bother you. Yeah. And so what people are saying, like to Ron's point, if you bring up anything else, because we're picking topics, well, hey, ain't none of your business. You don't like it, don't listen to it. Now, Jason Aldean tries to make a point about his culture in small town when it would come to stealing and violence, and now that's considered bad. So you can't just say to people, if you don't like Jason Aldean, don't listen to him? Because that's what you say about everybody else. To Ron's point. Mm-hmm. And that is a good point, Ron.
Yeah, I wonder if Shannon Watts, what was it, Mothers Who Demand Action or whatever, has she asked for any other songs to be taken
Probably
off?
not.
That would be very interesting.
Well, if you remember when, was it Tipper Gore?
Yeah.
They tried to do the parent,
PMRC.
they tried to get the warning labels.
Yeah.
Do you remember how she was mocked and made fun of?
Oh, yeah.
For trying to take on some of the lyrics she thought might be.
Two Live Crew, wasn't it?
And they were just saying, just put a warning label on it.
Right.
They weren't saying don't sell it. They just said give parents a heads up.
Right. Evan in Alabama. Evan, go ahead.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
I know you guys are familiar with the Carly Russell story. You guys talked about it the other day, but have you seen the latest update where there's no evidence of a baby on the interstate, and she was Googling Taken, the movie, and she was also Googling does an Amber Alert cost money?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you listen to the
have you guys
kickoff
seen
hour,
that?
the kickoff hour actually unpacked all of that today. There was a press conference yesterday.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, we'll hit it again during the show, but we're just putting a little distance from the last time it was discussed. But yeah, the Hoover police, I think, are handling it right there in Alabama. They're saying, here's the facts, and then we'll let you, the people, come to your own conclusions. But all we're going to do is tell you the facts.
Yeah, well, they're taking it apart piece by piece and looking at it, and they've been keeping the public updated almost on a daily basis. And like you said, I think they're handling it the right way.
And they're going to talk to her again.
Right. Is she agreed to talk to
her?
He
insinuated that
eventually they're going to talk to her whether she wants to talk or not.
They're trying to let her choose to do it. Right.
They were like, hey, we're letting her, get better and feel better, but we want to talk to her again.
My heart does go out for the parents because they I don't believe they were a part of this, and they were just concerned about their daughter and probably still are.
Of course. Jack in Mississippi. Jack, go ahead.
What's up, my dudes?
Hey, buddy.
Something y'all were talking about yesterday, Biden with the Israeli president, and the look of dismay on the Israeli president's face as Biden was bumbling through everything. Somebody pointed out to me the other day that China is in negotiations with Israel to be their protector from their Middle Eastern neighbors. And it kind of all makes sense when you look at everything that's happened, with the Afghanistan withdrawal and the way we've turned our back on our allies and neighbors and friends all over the world. And then suddenly you got the president of Israel wondering if this president's even coherent. Kind of makes you look like it's all a setup for China to take over and be the protector of Israel.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if that happened because of the godlessness of China. But your point about sitting there looking at the United States of America and not feeling very safe with this bumbling fool, now that part I think is valid.
Now, I'm with Rick. I don't know that they would ever do that, but China is doing that with other countries.
No doubt.
And they're investing large amounts of money in Panama and South America and in the Caribbean to really wedge their way in on some of these things. China, I guess, too, in modern history, I mean, they've never really won a big war. I mean, they were almost defeated in World War II by the Japanese, and we bailed them out with the Flying Tigers. You may remember that at the very beginning. So I wonder in their mind if they don't really have experience in winning a big war.
Well,
that has to play on their mind too.
Well, they're winning an economic war,
right?
Right. And they're trying.
And I mean in modern time.
Yeah,
I don't mean back during the Great Wall and all that stuff. And that was quite a wonder. And I'm sure it worked good until the airplane came along.
Yeah, the Ming Dynasty, pretty impressive.
Yeah.
But the let's go to Chris in Florence, Alabama, WLAY. Chris, go ahead.
Morning, Biggins. How's it going?
Good.
I just wanted to see if you guys got a chance to see Bryce Harper's at bat last night. He took a strike right down the middle of the plate, didn't even take the bat off his shoulders. He took ball one, of course, you know how you set out and wait on a pitch, the one you like. He took a strike three right down the middle, didn't even flinch.
So why is that a topic today?
Is he not wanting
to?
I saw they had the footage on TV a few minutes ago. It did look like he was purposely. It's like I ain't swinging and nothing.
Yeah, we're watching it now.
We're watching right now.
Now, what was the purpose of this, though? Surely there was some reasoning here, right?
3-all, bottom of the sixth. There's nobody out. There's three. It's a 3-1 count. It's a 3-2 count. He looked like he was looking to gun it on that last one.
He did. He just didn't pull the trigger.
And the pitch
he had a lefty throwing
coming
side
from that
too.
side. The pitch looked like it was going to be out. Disagree with the call.
A little blown out of proportion. But I saw it up earlier, too, for some reason. I didn't know what they were
talking about. That's a nasty lefty.
Yeah,
boy. Nastiness.
Oh, sub.
We'll be back, bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Funny, we were looking at I saw this text come in last night in the old Rick and Bubba group text, and so I see that we get to discussing that Metallica undoubtedly was in our town last night, and Bubba was asking Adler, since in our town they also have shut down a giant portion of a main highway that runs through downtown. And that will be shut down. Let me hit this number for you again: 14 months. So,
and that's if they finish on time.
And we know that's not going to be the number. So anyway, I guess Bubba, you thought about that. I don't know how that got. You started thinking about Adler, thinking he might be going to Metallica.
Yeah, well, he goes to all these concerts.
Oh, sure.
I mean, he
Metallica's
we have free metal in here, 2 or 3 days a week. And
I mean, if he'll go see, Angels of Death, him going to see Metallica is nothing.
When he went Slayer and Lamb of God, Metallica looks like the Backstreet Boys.
Oh yeah. So here's what happens. Okay, so Adler gets from Bubba, Adler house traffic headed to the place where they be playing. I know you're headed down for Metallica. And then Adler comes back and says he's waiting for traffic to subside. And then I put in, of course, I had to have a little fun with Adler. I would not go see Metallica if they were playing at my neighbor's bonfire. and then for some reason he takes a shot at Greta Van Fleet.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, and
What's up with that?
he trashes Greta Van Fleet, to which I reply, I thought Fox News fired her.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah,
That
so
was good.
I thought that was a little good back and forth.
Yeah.
And then all this started talking about the bands and Greta Van Fleet, and finally I just had to come in here and drop the mic and say none of these bands will ever write anything close to "Here Comes My Girl" or "Refugee."
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
And that was it. That was the end of the discussion at that point. Then you just say, "So true."
And it was a strange tie-in with the big story about Mariano Rivera going into the Baseball Hall of Fame, and he came out to a Metallica song, and they actually did a video congratulating him. So it was kind of a weird. There were things flying around. I'm going, wow, these things are all tying together here.
And they did it from Birmingham and Adler's.
Adler was in the background. I didn't know what happened.
So did you go see Metallica?
I did.
Yeah, we knew that. That's like asking, if the sun's going to rise.
Yeah.
How was the traffic down there around all the construction?
It really wasn't bad, from what I could tell.
Well, you were coming the way you should have been coming. You probably were able to drop down on Caraway and never have to deal with it.
Rick, let's hear him coming out here to the Metallica song.
Is this it?
Enter Sandman? Yeah.
You did it for so long.
What a great song for a reliever.
And that's it.
Ought to never left.
Especially if it was the playoffs.
Maybe tomorrow, boys.
But what I was thinking of, because
this one's over.
because this came, this came a term from Bubba that I have just completely adopted. And I was even trying to get your son Braden and Speedy's son Reese to adopt it. What I thought you were going to say is, when you hear that, somebody means business. You know what I mean? That's right. Do you remember how many times I look and say, you know what that means, don't you? I'd crank the diesel. Hey, you know what that means?
Somebody means business.
And finally they'd go, somebody means business. That's right. So you got to see them. Of course, they still holding their own?
They are. They're getting old, but they're still rocking. Now, some of the women that were there last night, I think their pants were way too small, or something was going on. A lot of bedazzled pants that were too small were at the BJCC last night. But it was awesome. Great show. Really fun time.
Up to never left. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us again today. Relief Factor, love it. Yep, tweak my back. Got to go with the extra packet this week. Going 3 times this week a day. A little tweak. So throwing kids in a swimming pool. Go on, Rick. Aging's not for sissies. Relief Factor, it is all natural. And here is Betty. Bubba, how about that? You have a Betty.
Yeah, I do.
Here's Betty from West Virginia. Mountain Mama, take me home. Country road. The results border on amazing, Rick and Bubba. And my knee pain is totally gone. The throbbing is gone from the arthritic thumb joint, and it's reduced pain from an arthritic soldier with bone spurs. I may be crazy, but I also think my digestion seems to be working better as well. Well, I have noticed that as well, too. So if you are taking Relief Factor, then you know that for the majority of the people, we hear stories like Betty's out of West Virginia. So if you have not tried it, it's 100% natural research-based formula to help combat the root cause of inflammation and the body's natural inflammatory response. That was the study. It was really focused on aging, but now we realize it really works for anyone, no matter your age. If your problem is tied to inflammation, these 4 botanicals have always shown great results in helping the body combat inflammation. Now they're all in an Avengers super pack called Relief Factor. So get yours now. The fact that it is 4 botanicals, you can take it every day. I take one in the morning, one before I go to bed, and then if I've got something like what's going on with my lower back right now, I'll take a third one. And let me tell you something, it works great. The majority of the people, and that hopefully would include you, have seen results. So ReliefFactor.com, get a 3-week supply for $19.95. You can also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and we hope we get a email from you, just like we got from Betty in West Virginia. Take me home, country road. All right, so we have Biden videos, as you can expect. I don't know whether the president, because of him being so bizarre now, I don't know whether the president is just making the point that in my heart, Nancy Pelosi is the Speaker of the House and always will be, or he thinks she still is. That's the part that's hard to kind of discern here. And then
he can't find her, Rick, after recognizing.
Then he can't find her, and then then Pelosi gets up and just gushes over Biden. It's one of the more glaring examples of a fake world of people pretending that they feel something that they really don't. So here we go. Let's start first. Our president speaking on his love of Nancy Pelosi. Here we go.
I want a special welcome to Speaker Emeritus, and she's going to be my speaker her whole life, I think, my whole life. And I want to thank Nancy and her. There you are, Nan. Well, she's hiding behind that big guy. You know what I mean?
No. We do. We know what you mean, sir.
We do.
What does he mean? The speaker his whole life. She's not the speaker
I
now.
know, Bubba. That's what I was concerned about.
Somebody help me.
Somebody help me.
Would she be considered Speaker Emeritus? Is that even a thing, or is he just
Well,
using
I guess
that
you can
word?
say. I guess you
it's
can
a
say
thing.
that.
Yeah.
You can say that.
So is he saying that in his world, that little world he's in, she is the speaker and always will be? Is that what he's saying?
I guess he's trying to give her a compliment.
Always uphold her as that, maybe in
I
his
think
life.
you're always known as when you throw Speaker Emeritus. He actually got that right.
But what is he talking about his whole life? Well, I mean,
I think
wouldn't
he's just
every
talking
speaker always be a speaker emeritus?
His whole
I
life.
think his whole life. He's just saying. You see what I'm saying? He's
Right.
he's saying that hey, she's been the speaker for me his whole life. Or something.
Of course,
I don't know.
she has it, but
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, I don't. I think he got that part wrong.
Right.
But
Yeah.
the Speaker Emeritus part he got right.
Okay. Just hear it again.
Okay. Let me get back to that one.
And then we'll get to the total confusion on B when he can't find her.
Okay.
Because one kind of sets that up that he can't find her.
I want a special welcome to Speaker Emeritus, and she's going to be my speaker her whole life, I think, my whole life.
She's
And,
going to be.
I want to thank Nancy and her. There you are, Nan. Well, she's hiding behind that big guy. You know what I mean?
Jill.
How many times a day
Jill
she
needs
have to step in a lot more?
She does.
He says they go.
Hey,
Speaker, I think.
Hey, Jill's tired.
Yes, she
is.
is.
Real rundown.
Becoming bitter.
Yep.
Between him and Hunter.
Yeah, think about what she's in between. Him on
my
one
goodness.
hand, Hunter on the other.
Oh my goodness! All right, so here he is continuing to try to find her.
Well, no, he's
he's
coming off the stage again, and he does this thing where he's not sure what to do.
Sweetie, how
I don't know
does this
where to-
keep
I
happening?
don't know.
Here he goes, Bubba. Here he goes again.
Here we go. Now we're walking. What do I do?
Look, Greg.
Oh, please, sir, don't fall.
You're worried about that. You really are.
Please, sir.
What was that point he was doing?
I don't know. It's just he
know.
never
You know
can
what
just
that
walk
is.
off.
You know what that is.
I
man.
know.
Everybody he thinks he's not sure who he knows and he doesn't know, so he acts like he knows everybody.
Yeah.
So
That's very accurate.
No, that's 100% accurate.
I've seen that, yeah.
I have seen that and just saw it day before yesterday. So let's get into let's get into the fake world now. Okay, Nancy Pelosi is going to gush over Biden as if he's the greatest president the world's ever known.
Ever.
I mean,
She's on Morning Joe.
All right, here we go.
We have to be hopeful. That's just the way we're an optimistic country. We'll be hopeful that as we go forward, we can do this in a unifying way. And we couldn't be better served in that regard than by President Joe Biden. This is a person who respects other points of view, a person who has a vision about our country that is consistent with the vision of our founders, that respects the sacrifice of our men and women in uniform to keep our freedom intact, and again, honors the aspirations of our children.
Who's she talking about? It can't be Joe Biden.
You said it was a fake world.
She didn't say one thing that Joe Biden actually does.
What is that deal with her hand?
Well,
that's what she does.
She just does that.
She does.
That's her trying to keep the rhythm.
Yeah. The rhythm of the night.
Honors the aspirations of our children.
Well, he'll nibble on them. We saw that.
Yeah.
But anyway,
we got a quote from Jim Caviezel on that one too. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Listen, all right, first of all, I'm going to take them step by step. Number one, he respects the views of other people. That's not true.
Oh, yeah.
I mean he vilifies the opposing party and anybody who disagrees with him.
He had a chance when he first went in, when they were still trying to bury Trump on a bunch of stuff, for them to say, let it go. We don't need to prosecute former presidents. Because trust me, if he's still alive, he's going to be prosecuted. It's going to be a running thing, just like any banana republic now.
Right. So what was her list again? I hate to do it to you, Alec, because I know we're probably moving to Jim Caviezel.
Yeah.
Her list was he respects the views of other people. That was one.
A person who has a vision about our country.
No, he doesn't even know where he is. He doesn't
respects our military. I think she said.
She didn't throw that.
She did.
Yeah,
she did.
I think that's why I stopped.
Men and women that protect.
I think I stopped.
Do we need to hear it again?
Let me hear this ridiculous list again.
That's just the way we're an optimistic country. We'll be hopeful that as we go forward, we can do this in a unifying way. And we couldn't be better served in that regard than by President Joe Biden. This is a person who respects other points of view, a person who has a vision about our country that is consistent with the vision of our founders, that respects the sacrifice of our men and women in uniform to keep our freedom intact, and again,
not the ones he left in
honors
Afghanistan.
the aspirations of our children.
Not the people he left in Afghanistan. I mean, how about this?
That was the most embarrassing thing I have seen in my lifetime, second only to when we left Vietnam.
He does not respect other people's views. The vision he has could not be further from the Founding Fathers, and he's turned our military into a laughingstock. I'm sorry, every bit of that's garbage.
I thought the Founding Fathers were bad. I thought they were
well said.
I thought they were bad people.
Well said, Mr. Well said, Mr.
What happened to that?
I know. Does that mean he's a slave owner? Is that what she means?
She continued.
There can't be more.
He honors the aspirations of our children, and he is really great at nibbling on them.
Okay. Right. So here's Caviezel. You want to get to that now?
That's a little bit longer. Now,
Is
we
it
could
long?
stop
Oh, gosh,
it.
it's 5 minutes and 18
well,
seconds.
and we could come out of it whenever, but he goes through so much. He has something to say about the Catholic Church. He has something to say about Biden and his nibbling and other things.
Let's come back and get his all together, because it is good.
Okay. All right. We'll hear that from Caviezel. By the way, Sherry and I were thinking about going to see The Sound of Freedom last night after we finished eating dinner, but I looked at the only time it was available was late. It was too late.
Too late.
Big Papa couldn't make that commitment. All you'd heard is the sound of snoring. You would have heard no freedom.
Yeah.
We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So Enter Sandman, we played it a minute ago and we started the hour. The Baseball Hall of Fame, we have the class, and of course...
4 new members.
4 new members.
We were talking about Mariano Rivera, who, Rick, was the first player to ever be unanimous. Now...
That's shocking.
That means he appeared on 425 ballots.
Wow. Yeah.
How in the world do you not vote for Hank Aaron? How in the world do you not vote for
Ted Williams,
for
Joe DiMaggio,
Babe Ruth, all these people?
Honus Wagner.
Who didn't vote for these people?
Mickey Mantle.
Well, I think probably what happens is when you have a list of 10 to 15 to choose from, you got to remember who's doing it too. It's baseball writers,
right?
I bet that's a good bunch.
That's good.
I mean,
and they're the kings of trying to be sharp.
Exactly. I mean,
they've kind of set themselves up in a position of power here. You know,
Look how edgy I am. I'm gonna find something wrong with Ted Williams' swing that nobody else has noticed.
Guys, and I know there's some
like Ken Griffey Jr. went in. He got he was on 437 of 440 ballots. So 3 people left him off.
Yeah.
Right.
And probably the reason is there were probably somebody, I don't know who else was in there, but there was probably somebody else that was going to come off the list in the next 2 years. Hey, we can always get Griffey in the next year. Let's go ahead and try to get this guy in.
Because you're only eligible for what period, Hams?
I want to say I want to say
10
it's
years?
I thought it was 10 years, but I think it's less than that depending on when you finished and when you were on the ballot the first time. There's a lot of different things, and they've changed it recently. Like in 2014, they made some changes, I believe.
Now, you have to be on 75% of the ballots
Correct.
to go in, so 4 people made that. We'll talk about the ones that didn't make it in a minute. But for Rivera, he is the greatest closer of all time, 652 saves over 19 years. He helped the Yankees win 5 World Series, so he has 5 championship rings, one for every finger. He became one of the most iconic players in the history of the Yankees.
His line for $3,000 was left unprotected in 1993 in the expansion draft and struggled as an initial big league start.
Yeah.
So everybody's thinking this guy's going nowhere.
Right.
So it wasn't like everybody saw it when he first arrived. And
he wasn't even a full-time starter till he was 27.
So I wonder. So it was important to hear those things.
Oh, yeah. It is.
You know, and their stories
developed that pitch. Yeah. And it was unhittable.
Boy,
right. And once that happened. But, I mean, it wasn't like he was some guy where some guy calls from a cornfield and said, you can believe this guy.
And you talk about a nice guy. So many, people now, the look at me bunch, the egos and Major League Sports, and, I have to have this, and I have to have my beard down to my waist, and I have to have 45 tattoos and the earring, nose this and that. I mean, the guy just went out there and did his job, and, wow, he did a great job.
Classy, humble. Yep. You don't get these. Enjoy this. You don't get these kind of guys much.
Rick,
dying breed.
No.
Yep. The other guys to go in were Roy Halladay, who he was the guy that was in the plane. Yeah. He was a great player, though. Let's see, my staple here is in the way. Edgar Martinez and Mike Messina, all very deserving. The ones who just missed it, and these are going to be 3 controversial players as this continues: Kurt Schilling, Roger Clemens, and Barry Bonds, with 60, 59, and 59% each. It's surely to goodness they will put all 3 of these in, especially Kurt Schilling. I mean, the guy was such a fantastic player.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Yeah. Letters from the audience this weekend's focus on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Bubba and I will discuss those. We'll record that today and catch that this weekend wherever you get podcasts. All right, so Jimmy Caviezel, he's got the new movie out, Sound of Freedom, which is stirring a lot of I don't know why there seems to be controversy around the movie, other than the fact that the topic is a very difficult topic, but it is true and it is happening. But anyway, Jim Caviezel was being asked about the president, right?
He was on with Benny Johnson. Benny is
Benny and the Jets.
Big on social media. He has
Right.
it called The Benny Show,
Right.
and he was on with him, and he asked about that weird interaction with Biden and that young child, and then that goes into some other stuff.
So,
too.
am I going through all the 5 minutes here? Or
It just really depends. The first part
kinda lengthy.
is about Biden, and then he goes into more about the movie.
Okay, all right, here we go.
It does cross the line with children. It makes our skin crawl. We do talk a lot about politics on this show, and a piece of video that crossed our screens on our cell phones from last Friday was Joe Biden essentially biting a child. You can see it here. We'll pop it up on screen. He's like biting a stranger's kid. like going and nibbling a child. You're a father. I'm a father. I would never let a demented pervert like this anywhere near my children. You know, how dare you touch another person's child like that? And it does speak to sort of an underlying disrespect of children. Whether you
look at the parent though that's sitting there and just admiring him for it. I'd have pushed him off so quick.
What would you do if Joe Biden did that to your child, Jim? What would you do?
The Secret Service would have tackled me because I'd have popped him.
Yeah, that's a deeply inappropriate way to touch a child, right? You shouldn't put your mouth on a child and bite it.
Yeah, you don't have a right to do wrong. You know, and that's what they've made it. But as far as Christians, we continually are marginalized, but this is no more. I mean, there's got to be a new sheriff in town. You know, our Lord threw people out of the temple, and this is the line right here where we have to throw them out. All Christians have to come together, and I don't know if this group of pastors and bishops will do it. I've seen them mostly just sit on their hands. I've lost so much respect for them. And when we did the Passion of the Christ, I saw it. I mean, I'm a Roman Catholic, and we had maybe 6 bishops that stood for our film. The rest of them ran. Now, eventually they did come over and support the movie, but they did it when the public did. So they wait until someone else leads. They lead from behind. And I'm tired of it. And so is most of the public. And then this idea of gospel prosperity Bible is crap, because a Christian has to be God's weapon, where he's willing to lose his name, reputation, job, title, even his very life to stand for the truth. And we haven't been. And there were 19 other actors that were offered this role in this movie. Tim Ballard was the one that suggested me, because he saw the Passion of the Christ, and he saw the Count of Monte Cristo, which was another Disney film, and they wanted God removed from the movie. It was going to be something else. It wasn't God Will Give Me Justice. But they were on their way doing it back then. You know, when you go to Disneyland and you see a rainbow Mickey Mouse, you never see a Mickey Mouse with maybe a crucifix, cross, or a Star of David on them. I mean, and I'm not with the LGBTQ plus pedophilia and all that other stuff. And it has to be this way. And on the Dodgers baseball game, when the sisters of perpetual indulgence, men dressed up as nuns, and they took a crucifix of Jesus and they used it as a stripping pole with a male stripper coming down, transgender. Wow. That's it. And where the bishops were on that, except one, this guy from Tyler, Texas, and the Vatican is going after this guy. So good is evil and evil is good right now. And why, St. Paul says to live is Christ, to die is gain. I wouldn't want to live in this world to allow my father to be treated like this.
Yep. The boldness is it's hard to find. There are individuals, but the church overall doesn't seem very bold right now. Seems very cautious and very licking their fingers and testing the wind. I think about Acts chapter 4, when it says that these same men, John and Peter, that had been so cowardly, when the rubber met the road, when they realized that Jesus was not going to use all the things they'd seen him do to overthrow the Roman Empire, he was going to let them take him into captivity and eventually crucify him. And they were like, That's not what we thought was going to happen, and they abandoned him. But boy, they come back after Pentecost when they received the power of God through the Holy Spirit, and the characteristic that it says the people saw in the two of them post Pentecost was boldness, and they saw the boldness of Peter and John, and they knew that they had been with Jesus. They were no longer saying they weren't with him. As a matter of fact, they said that we were with him, we stand with him. And whatever you do to us, you have to do to us, but we will not apologize, and we will not pretend that we don't know what we know. And we will preach the gospel, and whatever it cost us, it cost us.
And it did.
And it did.
Yep.
So anyway, that, I certainly think it's weird what the president did. Don't misunderstand me. I don't want us to go too far on that.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm the same way.
I have picked up children and nibbled their stomachs before to make them laugh.
Yeah.
And this thing of he's biting children, and I think that's a bit of an overplay.
Of all the things you can get on him about,
Right.
that is,
And there's plenty.
I would say that was
Yeah.
not a real issue.
Now, where I agree with Jim and the host is the president a blasphemer? He 100% is. And we've seen many ways with his policies and the things he's done and said. And should he be thrown out of the church? Yes. The nibbling on the child, I think we're almost dramatizing that a little bit. I mean, it looks like to me he's trying to make the kid laugh, and he's
most granddads do that.
Right?
I mean, it was awkward.
It's awkward if it's a
and
strange child that you don't know.
Exactly.
That's the thing. But I kind of.
But this, like he's trying to eat a child.
People bring their kids to the president, and they,
Yeah.
there's all kind of pictures of
Yeah, I just
presidents holding kids.
Anybody in
It
here?
is goofy.
Hey, Adler brings Ezra in here. Anybody doing that?
I might. Yeah.
I'm not. I mean,
Yeah,
I would feel uncomfortable.
Please don't.
Yeah. I mean, I've done that. Picked kids up, and, made them laugh and nibbled on their stomach, through their shirt.
Yeah,
I mean,
kids I'm around all
Give
the
them the
time.
raspberry.
Right. Yeah. But the fact that I know Adler, I might do that. I wouldn't do it to a stranger. No.
Right.
Somebody I've never met.
Would you do it to Adler?
I would.
If I was feeling bad, I would appreciate it.
Last
how
time
about
I picked
this?
you up, I did that.
And
Alex.
I was about to say,
I've seen
not
that
only
happen.
would I, sadly I have. But
What was so weird to me was that the kid was like crying and shrieking.
no. I
away.
got all that, but I just feel I want us to be careful because we have legitimate things.
Yeah.
That no one can argue against, and I don't want us to start chasing things that makes us sound like the left a little bit.
Yeah.
You can just say simply, "Wow, that was weird. He shouldn't have nibbled on the child he never met before." But now we've turned in that he was biting a child, and
Yeah, I wouldn't go- I
somehow
wouldn't
that
go
makes
that
him a
far.
predator, and I would punch him in the face, and
I wouldn't take it that far.
yeah. Look, there's plenty. We don't need all that. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When I was growing up watching him pitch, you remember him pitching in the World Series with the bloody sock?
Oh, the old
Remember
bloody
that?
sock.
Sure.
And a lot of, I think now he's not being treated fairly for his baseball. They're trying to play politics with it, and I just really think you need to keep that out of it. Even with Clemens and Bonds, and you got the PED stuff and all that. Look, those guys were so dominating when we were growing up watching baseball. They put them in the
Guys,
Hall
Roger
of Fame.
Clemens was the best pitcher, the greatest pitcher of his era, and Barry Bonds, arguably, was the greatest hitter of all time.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll give you that.
Serious business. And now
I didn't
will
like
say
his
this.
attitude.
I
I didn't care for it. But you know what? He was a tough
I like to
out.
watch him hit.
Yeah.
He was a tough out with the Pirates, much less with the Giants later on when he became a power hitter.
Then all of a sudden his forehead got real big. Remember that?
Well, I know.
Right.
Every year, both Clemens and Bonds gain a little bit of traction, just a little bit. Their percentages continue to go up, just a hair. And so you wonder if this waiting for them not to be first, second, third ballot Hall of Famers is kind of punishment to that last and final year where they put them in.
Is that like censoring somebody?
Probably. I don't know if that's what they're doing or if they'll ever make it, but I think that's what's going on here. I think you will actually see them in the Hall of Fame, but it's going to be in the last ballot, and it's going to be at 76%.
What do you think about? So
are they manipulating? Do you think the riders are manipulating? Say, I'm voting, y'all don't, and if you get into that, are you kind of damaging the whole?
So Edgar needs to be in it over Barry Bonds.
I know.
I mean, give me a break.
So are they saying that Kurt Schilling's being punished for his political views?
I don't know. I don't know the Schilling thing.
They won't come out and say it.
I don't have any idea.
Well, I think he is. He's obviously took some hits over some of the things he said,
yeah.
and
Well,
all that he said are basic Christian tenets that all of us believe in.
Right. Well, keep in mind though, nowadays, did you see what happened with Mike Pence's wife? I mean, that's the most outlandish thing.
Yeah, but we don't.
Bizarre.
But we don't have to just lie down and take it.
No. I agree. I'm just saying.
And it's time.
I'm just saying you may be right.
That we're honest about this. Kurt Schilling belongs in the Hall of Fame. It's an embarrassment to the Hall he's not already in my opinion. Very humble baseball opinion. But and Kurt does some shows. He's on Blaze TV now too, or was, and he does a great job. He did a great job, and he got in trouble announcing. They kicked him off.
The Little League World Series. Yep. I mean, come on.
Y'all, what in the world? What have we turned into?
But
in
to
this country?
Bubba's point, the last point you made, we've got to get to the point where we draw a line and say we're not going down this. You're not going to. This is not going to be the society we live in.
Yeah,
we're not going to do it.
I'm waiting on that.
Yeah.
Well, if you look,
it's a year of no.
In 2015, Schilling got right at 39% of the vote. This year, 60%, which was up 10% from last year. So he's gaining ground as well.
But it looks like the riders are getting together and manipulating where their numbers are coming out.
You know why? Because I think that's what they're doing.
But doesn't that take away from the fact we're supposed to be the people voting on this? I mean, you shouldn't be manipulating how many votes are going to get to punish them.
We'll be right back. To the phones we go. 866.
Wow. Saving Silverman was a classic.
Well, now.
Dion in Scottsboro listening to the storm. Dion, go ahead.
Hello, sir. Gentlemen, how are you?
We're
Very good. How are you?
Okay.
All right. I just wanted to say that, I thought you guys were racist, but you're not. I commend you, gentlemen. I commend you all.
So what made you think we were at one point? Just because we were Southern and white?
Hey, look, I'm a what they call a damn Yankee now.
Understood.
I moved down here.
Yeah, y'all like hemorrhoids. Y'all come down and won't go back up.
But I'm just saying, gentlemen, I love you guys.
Thank you.
And thank you for being the way you are. With Trump, I don't like him.
Yep.
I don't like him at all. I mean, I'm from Long Island, New York.
Yep.
And I knew him back in the 80s, and he stunk then, and he's horrible now.
Would you like? I certainly wouldn't go around saying, "Hey, Trump, what a super guy." But what I'm saying is, as far as who do you think would be a better president? Do you think Hillary would have been a better president?
Well, I would have voted for Hillary. Well, I voted for Hillary, but
now you think Hillary's likable and a wonderful person?
Well, nah, not really.
Yeah, well, I mean, because you said you didn't like Trump because he's a bad person. I wouldn't say the Clintons were great people. I don't think.
No, I wouldn't say that. No, sir. No, sir.
So do you hate his policies then? Because hating the person as a president, gosh, I guess we could say that several times throughout American history. So do you just not like Trump's his policies?
Yeah, like which one? Exactly. All the people working or the lowest unemployment?
The shutdown is horrible.
Well, the Democrats can stop that too.
Yeah, that's 50-50. You can't put all that on anybody.
That's just the government at gridlock there. Six minutes past the hour, young Broderick. That's how it's done, my friend. Come on, son. All right, the gang's all here, as you just heard as we started this hour. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Super P and Lord of the Jacket will take those calls for you as they bang out that degree. Hey! Hey! We the choir, we champions, throw flowers. So, Bubba, you said that we've got this IRS agent, Joseph, is it Ziegler?
Yeah, we actually have two of them who are whistleblowers who have come forward. They were testifying before Congress yesterday, telling how the agency was preventing them from doing their job in their investigation of Hunter Biden.
Well, how about that?
And you can hear their own words here.
Here we go. We'll start with Joseph Ziegler.
Yes.
Here we go. He's the IRS agent that starts first, right?
Yeah. I think, and he's the new one. He's the most recent whistleblower. He's the one that's new to the.
I'm sorry. All I can think about is bacon. All right, go ahead.
Today, I sit here before you not as a hero or a victim, but as a whistleblower compelled to disclose the truth. That said, in coming forward, I believe I'm risking my career, my reputation, and my casework outside of the investigation we are here to discuss. I ultimately made the decision to come forward after what I believe were multiple attempts at blowing the whistle at the Internal Revenue Service. No one should be above the law, regardless of your political affiliation.
Do you see the guy right behind him nodding? Yeah, you're darn right.
Mm-hmm.
He's got somebody on his shirt back there. I don't know who that is.
The guy just over his left shoulder looked a lot like Steve Carell, didn't he?
He
He's
did.
not, but he favored him very strongly. Did you know?
So in the next,
then we got more from
the next one, he's talking about what he experienced. So here we go.
I will also note that while the impression has been conveyed by the U.S. Attorney in Delaware that he has similar powers to that of a special counsel in this case, free rein to do as needed, that was not the case. It appeared to me, based on what I experienced, that the U.S. Attorney in Delaware in our investigation was constantly hamstrung, limited, and marginalized by DOJ officials as well as other U.S. attorneys. I still think that a special counsel is necessary for this investigation.
Mm-hmm. Ziegler is going to continue, and he's going to now tell us that when they were interviewing witnesses, not a good atmosphere was created, and like they weren't trying to get to the truth. Here we go.
There was an environment when we were interviewing witnesses where you were afraid to ask questions that could lead to the presidential campaign, and this is after the campaign's over. So questions like that, it was restricted, and so things like that we were limited to talking about.
So this next thing, you're talking about what the WhatsApp app or WhatsApp? I'm sorry.
WhatsApp. Yeah, WhatsApp.
I've used this many times. Sherry and I, as a matter of fact, that's how we communicated when she was in Israel. But they would not let them look into the conversations between Hunter Biden and his Chinese business partners, right?
Right.
Yeah. All right. So here we go.
With respect to the WhatsApp messages, it was something we clearly needed to follow up on, and that was really one of the major deviations from, in this case, is that investigators asked, and Special Agent Ziegler asked to follow, to take some investigative steps to review that, and it just simply wasn't supported by the prosecutors. So further delving into what that means, I just simply can't do.
That's Gary Shapley.
Yeah, that's the other whistleblower.
The other who's on was on the transition team. He said the transition team did not work with them. And the fact that you would go, all right, if we're going to figure this out, and he was dealing with Chinese business partners, we have access to their messages back and forth, and the prosecutor said, nah, we're not going to go there. And like he said, we needed that.
Wasn't motivated.
He was like that. Yeah. That would have been helpful for us to be able to look at that. Now, what is Jim Jordan about?
Well, he's talking and interviewing the witnesses.
All right, here we go.
They've changed their story. You guys haven't. What do you think happened? What do you think? Mr. Weiss was consistent with the investigators up until this October 7th meeting, and then he changed. What do you think happened, Mr. Shapley?
I mean, I don't know what happened internal at Department of Justice. But what I can say is that the story has been changing from Department of Justice and U.S. Attorney Weiss, and I think the only person that's really had any documents that have been corroborated are my own.
Exactly. I think what happened. I think it's obvious. Anyone with common sense can see what happened because he said it in Mr. Graham's letter. He said, I had discussions with Maine Justice. I had discussions with the folks, the Deputy Attorney General, the Attorney, whoever it was, I don't know, but he had discussions with the people at Maine Justice, and suddenly things change.
Mm-hmm.
So Shapley now will go on to say that the transitional team, the Biden transition team, was tipped off the night before they were supposed to interview Hunter Biden, and then they kept the interview from happening. Yep. So here we go.
I want to talk about something that is a little unique to this investigation. I want to take you back to December 7th and 8th of 2020. And you were planning your investigative team, right? This is the whole team, East Coast, all across the country. Numerous interviews are going to be conducted. And Hunter Biden was going to be the subject of one of those in LA, correct?
That's correct.
And this is unique because Joe Biden has won the election. We're walking into this, and there are some serious, if there's Secret Service protectees, I'm assuming you have to contact the Secret Service. You're not walking up with armed FBI agents to a Secret Service protectee.
Yes, we had a plan on how to approach Hunter Biden that day.
Could you briefly explain that plan?
So the FBI SSA and I were assigned with interviewing Hunter Biden that day. And the day previous, we went to the LA FBI field office and asked them to the special agent in charge to contact the Secret Service special agent in charge from the LA field office at 8 a.m. on the morning of December 8th and tell them that two agents were going to approach Hunter Biden as part of an official investigation. And the night before, all of that changed.
And all of that changed because FBI headquarters and Secret Service headquarters coordinated, and that information had gotten out to everybody the night before. And we can talk about whether it's a highly political investigation and all of those different things, but there's another group of people that was made aware of that the night before, wasn't there?
Yeah, that's correct.
And that would be the transition team.
That's correct.
And the transition team is a political operation set up to help the president-elect vet cabinet employees, work on inauguration, do all of those things. Is that your understanding?
Generally, yes.
Do they have any special investigative powers I don't know about?
Not that I would know of.
In your entire history and working and history with the IRS, you ever worked with a transition team of a president to help set up an interview with a subject of a criminal investigation?
I have not.
Last question. Did you ever get to interview Hunter Biden?
We did not interview him.
Yeah, no, sure didn't. Well, that's two IRS whistleblowers who obviously their jobs are on the line. They're painting a pretty clear picture that an attempt to investigate Hunter Biden was blocked.
Yep, sounds like it.
And they tampered with their investigation, and they would not allow them to have access to information they would need to come to a conclusion, even stopping an interview with Hunter himself.
Just like we have talked about, no one is above the law. No. Not President
Trump,
you
hear that
not
a lot.
President Biden.
You hear that a lot.
But it certainly appears like we have two different levels of justice being dealt out.
It does. That really doesn't even require a lot of commentary. No. Those guys are painting such a clear picture. It's just now nothing's going to happen. Except they'll end up being removed.
In this Hunter Biden investigation, how many people have been raided early in the morning with people literally coming out and jumping through their windows wearing black gear and trying to save precious evidence before it's disposed of? It'd be zero.
That'd be zero. Yeah. Looks a lot different, doesn't it?
It sure does.
It seems like there's two different approaches based on what party you're associated with. All right, we'll be back. Other stories to cover today. Your phone calls are coming up before the show is over today as well. We still get more of that coming up. 866 We Be Big is the number. Check our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. All the information about the Rick and Bubba show and all the different ways you can get the show live and or archived on your own time.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, but also, the separating children from
like Obama did.
That was a terrible Obama policy, and I'm glad it's been done away with.
Right, because they were doing that when we were checking on the southern border back when the Democrats thought it was a problem.
Yeah,
You're gonna have his
President
hat.
Obama didn't.
Well, he
You know,
did.
he
Now you're
didn't
right.
affect-
He hit him in a building where you couldn't see him. You are right.
Correct.
He did a little better job of hiding it.
Which is smart.
But it was an Obama era policy, and and Jeff Sessions just started enforcing it.
And what he did, he said, "Look, don't let the press get in there because it's going to look bad." So that was smarter. I'll give you that.
Yeah, okay, I'll agree with you on that.
Right.
But like I said, gentlemen, you guys are smart. You know what's going on.
Well, Dion, that's kind of you to say that, and I sure do appreciate you listening. I think our show would do well up north, and I hope you'll tell some of your friends up north about the show. And it was kind of you to call
Well,
it.
hopefully they can get it.
Yeah, but now with all the technology and stuff, they can, even if they don't have a station. So we appreciate you.
And I
calling.
love your tea there in Long Island.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dion.
There you go.
Dion. Yeah, we're Baptists. We thought somebody gave us a glass of tea. We just thought it was tea.
I said, I tell you what, these Long Islanders know how to make a glass of tea.
I said, you know what I said? A little lemony for me. But I'll have another.
Refreshing and very relaxing.
But I don't know what I've done. I just feel like I need to tell you how much I love you.
The music starts. I kind of want to dance.
Right. Tell you what,
They gotta dance
for some
now.
reason I want to get on the phone and tell some lies. All right, let's to the phones we go. 866 We Be Big.
Dion.
Let's go to. Thank you for calling, Dion. I'd like to see Dion, the Southern Yankee.
What a happy guy.
Yeah,
though,
Yeah, he was a good guy.
Let's go to Mike in Alabama. Mike, welcome to the program. How are you?
Doing great, guys. I appreciate you taking my call. I just wanted to ask you about the different sides in the deep state. Did you see the news on the new movement, the Brexit movement?
What kind of movement? I can't understand you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Brexit. Like Brexit.
Are you saying
mean the
Blexit?
British exit?
The Brit.
Yes, Brexit. It's the black people and people of color leaving the Democratic Party.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't know it was called that. But now that I think you're seeing more and more people are just saying, look, who assigned me a political party based on my skin color? I'm not going to live that way. Yeah, and I don't think who should live that way.
Right.
They had a huge rally in Los Angeles with Dan Coulter was one of the speakers and some other. I think it's the Jones woman that's on TV that organized it, and it was just packed out like one of Trump rallies. Yeah. And
I haven't seen that. I'm gonna look in that. I
actually sent myself.
Let me tell you, if you bring Ann Coulter to speak, then you've really made the change.
Yes, right.
Yes.
I'm gonna try to find that. I actually sent that an email to myself over the weekend on that because it was not covered, but it was.
Of course not.
No.
Was it covered more or less than the March for Life?
Yeah. Boy, that thing got buried, didn't it?
Good night.
866 We Be Big. Let's go to Tommy in the great state of Alabama. Tommy, go ahead.
Hey, Tommy.
Hey, guys,
Hi.
morning. Hey, Bubba says that he watched the Bloody Sock game when he was a kid, when he was growing up. That was 2004.
Well, that's a while back.
You weren't a kid, though. I mean,
I meant
early 40s.
I meant watching all those baseball games when I was a kid. I mean, it kind of had a romantic feel to it when you're younger.
Yeah.
And I just kind of threw Kurt in on all that. 2004, though, my gosh, that was a long time ago now.
Yeah, but I mean,
you're an adult.
Yeah, you were
growing up.
You were a grown man.
Yeah,
you had kids.
You know what? I call that nitpicking.
It did
Shame
sound
on you,
funny.
sir.
But
It did sound funny.
You know
They were
what?
just
When
having
you-
fun with you.
Y'all know what I meant.
I will say this: from 2004 to now, I have grown up some.
I hope everybody has.
Yeah,
Apparently not everybody.
Wow.
Let's go to
Mad about it.
Let's get
I may fight. Somebody want to assemble upside the head?
I got my stubble and I'm ready. Right.
You can be first, Greg.
Don't mess with a man with stubble.
Let's go to Mike in Alabama. 20 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number. Working our way back. You know, another thing fires everybody up right now is college football and the NFL. Football's, it's almost like when it comes to all the other things, we all just kind of piddle around as Americans waiting on football to come back. And it's not that far away, but one of the places where some of the most rabid fans for college football exist is obviously the SEC. So SEC, and this their media days that went on this week or whatever.
In Nashville.
All this in Nashville, Tennessee, Music City.
And so we have some clips involving Saban. You want to start with the one that you have for us prepared today and go back to the Italy one? All right, so here is Saban, which really, the older he gets, he's starting to get funnier and funnier. He's starting to be a little more laid back. But anyway, he's making fun of his own playing days when he played a little ball. All right, here we go.
Question you, Coach, tonight is there anybody on your team that reminds you of when you played defensive back at Kent State?
Well, first of all, I wasn't good enough to play at Alabama. All right, and if there's anybody on our team that reminds me of me, I hope they don't get to play. we might be in trouble.
I don't. They say, look, I might coach Alabama, but I was never going to be a player at Alabama. Not the level it needs to be. And I have noticed this too. When you're traveling around, there's two things that people always know if you're from Alabama. Leonard Skinner, Sweet Home Alabama, they all know that song.
Yep.
And they all know Roll Tide.
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide. So here's Saban talking about that.
I thought nobody would know us anywhere that we went, and we got roll-tided everywhere we went.
In Italy.
So even in the Ferrari plant, we had a tour of the Ferrari plant, and these cats don't even speak English. And we're getting roll tide. So I guess we must have a pretty decent brand. I'm talking about the University of Alabama now.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
A roll tide. And so that's, I've seen that to be true as well. And then we have this other story, the rescue at sea you talked about, Bubba. That we have
we got a guy that's been out there for months.
Yeah.
And they finally picked him up.
And he's an Australian sailor, Tim Shattuck, and his dog Bella, and they have been out there, as you said, 2 months at sea.
Greg didn't believe it.
You think no?
Nah, he looked pretty rough.
2 months?
Yeah.
Well, listen to
that's
the
a long
story.
time.
We've got a package over there.
This rescue footage is wild. So this is the moment they come up on him, and you can see they're kind of being kind of cautious. First kind of just circling around, seeing what's going on, and Mr. Castaway cannot believe it. Cannot believe it. So I'm going to scoot forward here, and you can hear the first words that he says to them, and he's just so happy.
Hi, sir. Do you speak English? Yeah? How are you doing? You okay? Hi, my name is Andres. We need to know if you have any drugs or weapons on board.
No, I have no drugs or weapons.
Are you sure?
I'm sure, yeah. You can check everything.
Yeah. Good day.
He's like, go through all my stuff, please. Just let me on your boat.
Put some shrimp on the barbie.
What they?
But the news package kind of explains a little bit more here. This is from Australian 9 News.
Thank you, courtesy.
Shut up. Okay, where are you from? I'm from Australia.
He looks a little bit worse for wear, but he's alive.
Yeah.
Sydney man Tim Shattuck and his dog Bella, safe.
I just got fishing gear, survival gear.
A tuna trawler stumbling across the catamaran in the middle of the Pacific Ocean by sheer luck. And once on board, Timothy Shattuck began sharing a truly remarkable tale of survival at sea.
Been through a very difficult ordeal at sea, and I'm just needing rest and good food because I've been alone at sea a long time.
His grown-out beard and obvious weight loss paint only the beginning of this story.
I have not had enough food for a long time.
Timothy departed La Paz in Mexico 3 months ago, bound for French Polynesia. 1 month in, bad weather struck down his catamaran, wiping out all electronics on board. For 2 months, Tim and his dog Bella survived on rainwater and raw fish. Until 2 days ago, by chance, a tuna trawler's helicopter spotted Tim's catamaran from the air and sent the ship to his rescue.
Está consciente.
He's conscious, he's chatty, and he's eating small meals, Timothy's specialist doctor told 9 News. The physician is working with the captain on board the trawler to provide medical care.
I have very good medicine. I'm being looked after very well.
While he needs food and rest, the sailor hasn't suffered any major illness or injury, and he protected himself from serious sunburn by hiding under a canopy on board his catamaran. The doctor comparing Timothy's tale to Tom Hanks' Castaway. It's impossible to miss the uncanny similarity. The journey back to land is a slow one. The trawler is now making its way across the Pacific and en route to Mexico.
He's since made it aboard, offshore, I should say.
Think about what y'all been doing for the last 2 months.
Every single day, you're like, all right, need fish, need water. Every single day.
How about the fact he was capable enough to catch fish
Yeah.
and trap rainwater to stay alive?
Yeah.
I mean, and he couldn't have done that for a long time. I mean,
Yeah.
he was probably running pretty low there.
And he didn't need a volleyball because he had a dog.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fresh
That was
juicy.
good.
That
Did you
dog
see
was
when
really
they,
glad.
Yeah. Did you see when they first pulled up? They were feeding the dog, and Bella was going nuts while he was telling them there was no guns on board. They were feeding her, and she was going
My
nuts.
goodness, you think you don't about hungry? We're outside. But
that
the
dog was next if things got real
Well,
bad.
I was wondering who was going to say that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just,
Adler, there was-
hey, Bella better hope I don't go 90 days.
Yeah.
Hey.
No, I'll give her 60. We start getting into 90. Big Papa's running out of food.
Man.
Boy, it'd be good if you could train Bella to go out there and get a fish for you and bring it back.
Wow, we got more?
This is him finally on a shore, just saying, I'm just so grateful.
Thank you.
I'm alive, and I didn't think I'd make it, you know. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
How about he was on a pretty nice boat? I mean, as opposed to a raft you made. Like Tom Hanks
boat-wise,
and
he was
that.
in pretty good shape. I was trying to figure out why. I understand his electronics were destroyed, so the motor part didn't work. But I was like,
And
why
all of his
couldn't he get it?
guidance.
Why couldn't he get his sail up?
It
But
was
it looks,
probably ripped
it looks
off.
like it was torn
Yeah.
up too.
Yeah.
You know, because that's the beauty of the catamaran. You have
Yeah.
the motor and the sail.
Right.
And what are we, Ricky? A boat expert now, buddy?
Oh, that dog is so happy it wasn't.
Rick knows about that
It's
catamaran.
like, wow.
I love a catamaran. I don't like to drive it, but I like to be on it.
You're really hoping the current would take you somewhere closer to civilization, not
and
further out.
Listen, you're just lucky you didn't get in the middle of some storm out there with some 20, 25
Again.
foot waves that
Yeah.
turned you
Yeah,
upside
yeah.
down.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know?
You think he got nervous every time a cloud came up?
Oh, Rick. what
By
are
the
you
way,
talking about?
is
he
he-
thought one of two things: hey, fresh water to drink, or storm that's going to put me in the water and I'll become shark bait.
What camp do you think he's in? I love the sea. Well, we know the risk. I can't wait to get back out there. Or is he like, I'm done with the sea?
I'd be done.
I'd be so done. I'm talking about which one is he?
I think he'll go back, but it'll be a while.
No, he's done.
It's
All right,
okay
so
to be done with the sea.
it took-
We'd understand,
Maybe,
wouldn't we?
maybe a pontoon on a nice lake.
That's
It took somebody caring and going, all right, I'm seeing something. I need to call that in.
Well, that's
how many close calls do you think he had
Oh.
where he thought he saw something and they couldn't see him?
But if you're going out to do that, I understand electronics can fail, but don't you have a backup, one of these spots or something, so you can push and hit a satellite and bring people to? You know what I mean? Don't you have backup on that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Phone calls.
I'm headed across the Pacific Ocean.
That dog was like, you guys, he had a fork and knife out right before y'all came.
All right.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Mike, go ahead.
Hello?
Hey, buddy, go ahead.
I'm worried about the ringworm. When are we going to start checking kids for ringworm at school?
Yeah, the ringworm. You know, I know there's and Cassio Cortez made a ringworm comment about Alabama too, and you know,
I don't know anybody with ringworm, do y'all?
they're saying there's some kind of epidemic, but we've had ringworm from time to time in the house. It really ain't that big a deal. You just put a little ointment on it. Oh my goodness! Wait a minute! What in the world? Look at that wheel! Look at that wheel! Wheel of meat's got me yearning.
Come on, give it a try.
It is the wonderful Wheel of Meat. We have some shows that are now copying the wonderful Wheel of Meat, but we were the first ones there to get a wheel that has all kinds of prizes, including delicious cuts of meat from harryanddavid.com. 1-800-Flowers has bouquets of flowers on the wheel. Moultrie has some outdoors equipment on the wheel. We also have Rick and Bubba prizes. We have pitfalls. We have Henry the Horse.
Blaze TV.
It's all there on the wheel. And Bubba, I was going to say, this young man, I could tell this young man in the audience wants to spin the wheel. Do you want to come spin it? Come on, let's come spin the wheel.
Be our official spinner today.
I will say this. We had a lot of people not show today. Anybody that wants to spin the wheel, come get in line. But if not, we'll let him spin it. All right, so let's find out who we have here. So we got. So what's your name?
Lincoln Robinson.
Lincoln Robinson. I'm gonna tell you what. That's a cool name.
That is.
That is a cool name. Yeah. Hey, Lincoln Robertson with you today on Rick and Bubba. That's cool.
Robertson or Robinson?
Robinson. Right, because you got your Robertsons, you got your Robinsons, and then you got your Robinsons.
Right.
And he's a Robinson.
Right.
Like. That's right. So anyway, all right. So do you familiar with the wheel?
Yes, sir.
Where are you from?
Dothan.
Dothan, Alabama. Listen, News Talk 103.9. Is it true you and your dad went to Metallica last night?
Yes, sir.
Dad, video. I know you.
That's good. Did Jim Brewer reference you in the crowd by any chance? No, he didn't. All right, so get on and get ready to spin. Now,
This was me at his age.
By the way, this is what Speedy looked like. He's a redhead, too.
Yep.
Now, look, I want you to spin it. I want you to spin it hard.
Give it a good spin.
Get after it.
Now, you don't spin it till somebody says, wow, what a wheel, okay?
Okay.
Wow, what a wheel.
Yeah, Rick will cue you.
What are you listening for?
Yes. Wow, what a wheel.
That's it. All right. So
wow, what a wheel.
Here we go. Let's go to down Dothan Way. We'll go to Marcus in Troy, Alabama. Marcus, what do you say to Lincoln?
Hello. Wow, what a wheel.
Spin it, baby. Watch your head. Get away from over there. All right, here we go.
Pretty good spin for a guy that's been out at a concert all night.
That's not bad at all. Yeah. Off the never land. All right, let's see what happens. Let's see what Lincoln has spun for Marcus. That's not bad. That's not bad. Okay. T-shirt, wear it. Marcus, you can pick your favorite Rick and Bubba T-shirt from rickandbubba.com under the store. Tell us what size you wear, and we will ship you your very own Rick and Bubba T-shirt to wear with pride.
Woohoo! Thank you.
No, you're welcome,
Appreciate
man.
that.
All right, tell Skunk which one you want, okay? I'll put you on hold.
All righty.
All right, let's go to the great state of Kentucky. Who's calling from Kentucky? I'm sorry, the board has wiped your name away. What's your name?
Angie.
Angie. What do you say to Lincoln?
Wow, what a wheel.
Spin it, Lincoln. Yeah. Angie, thank you for calling on the wheel. All right, here we go. See what happens with Angie here. Lincoln has spun. Look, he's nothing but prizes, baby.
There you go.
Yeah. Flowers. Smell it. Angie. Women love flowers. Would you like assorted roses, red roses, or assorted tulips from 1-800-Flowers.com?
Well, my birthday's Friday. I'm going to pick the tulips.
Tulips for Angie on her birthday. Happy birthday, by the way. All right, we'll put you on.
Thank you, Biggins.
Thank you, Biggins. We'll put you on hold and get your information, and 1-800-Flowers.com will send that to you, okay? How about a phone troll? 35 minutes past the hour. Rick, what's the difference between a phone troll and just let's go to the phones? I'll tell you the difference. Now we're going to lock you down to 30 seconds a call so we can get a lot of people in. All 10 lines now open. Super P's ready to take your phone calls. The buzzer comes in at the 30-second mark and also comes in no meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, baby predictions, nothing like that. We're getting into questions and comments. That's the focus of this phone troll. We try to get a lot of people in. Just as Coach Nick Saban said, wherever he goes, people scream Roll Tide at him, no matter where he is in the world. It's getting that way where everywhere I go, people who are a part of this show, they keep saying, hey, I'm on Field of Greens. Hey, I'm on Field of Greens, Birds. Love it. Great results from this phenomenal product. Because, look, even if you are, the most healthy people in our audience, and you're like, I really have a commitment to making sure I have a good, healthy diet, and I want to be sure that I'm getting those things in that my body needs, do you really pull that off on your own? It's difficult to do. But let me tell you something. Field of Greens, using it so your body gets the vegetables and the fruits that it desires to properly operate your vital organs. Remember, these are all medically selected. This isn't some random, we grabbed a bunch of fruit and vegetables out of produce and we made them into a pill for you. These are medically selected for a specific health benefit. Some support vital organs, heart, lungs, kidneys. Others support, healthy energy. Others support, immune system. And I really, truly have loved this product, and so do so many of you. So why don't you go to fieldofgreens.com right now. If you're not in the loop on this, you're going to thank us. We'll get you 15% off, fieldofgreens.com. Also find a link for the product right there at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Trolling we go. We start with Craig out of Alex City, Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Craig, go ahead.
At Green Acres, guys.
Thank you for the call. What's on your mind?
So I'm not sure if y'all have heard it or not, but Disney is really pushing the limit. They're coming out with a new movie that's where a guy is impersonated as Satan, and he impregnates a girl, an 18-year-old girl. So you got Satan impregnating a teenager.
I don't know if I even want to Google that.
I don't either.
Haven't heard
Rick,
about
they've
that
came
one.
a long way since Steamboat Willie.
Yeah. Son of Flubber.
That's it. You're out.
Oh, Greg, you're done for the day, buddy. Good work. Good work.
Yeah, that was the first cartoon they ever had.
Yeah, I'm
wondered.
not familiar with that one, Craig, but thank you. Lindy.
Oh yeah, you remember the
Mickey Mouse.
the little drawing?
Mickey Mouse was driving a
Oh no, I'm talking about Craig the caller.
Oh, yeah,
I'm not familiar with what he's talking
No.
about. No, I know about Steamboat Willie.
Steamboat Willie.
Yeah, let's go to Lindy,
You got it? Okay.
Topeka, Kansas. Lindy, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, it's actually Wendy, but just want to say love you guys here in Topeka. Monkey grass, my husband wants me to say, but we're moving down to Huntsville in about 2 months. Can't wait to get down there.
All right, coming to Sweet Home, Alabama. Of course, you're coming to Huntsville like the rest of the world. Yeah. And well, that's great, Wendy.
Yeah.
We'll say when you show up in Huntsville, who's walking down the streets of the city, smiling at everybody she meets.
You're going to
she's heard
enjoy
that
the beautiful mountains and rolling hills.
Yeah,
man.
and
My son lives down there now, and my mother-in-law.
Oh, that's great.
Awesome.
Yeah. All right, so Wendy, jot down 100.3 The River.
That's it.
Yep.
There you have your own affiliate.
That'll
now.
be your affiliate.
You have your own affiliate now.
He's-
Lines are available. 866 We Be Big, Virginia. Another Craig. Hey, Craig, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, boys, first of all, can somebody get in touch with that guy and tell him I found his volleyball? The other thing is, Bubba, I was thinking of all the things that have happened since we landed on the moon, Tang and Velcro and microprocessors that make cell phones popular.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing that launch gave us, my grandfather the next morning was finally able to say they can put a man on the moon, but they can't make beer taste good from a can.
Yeah, it solved a lot of problems, didn't it?
Yeah.
So, Adler, did you find this movie that this man is talking about? I mean, what is he saying?
Yeah, it's a Disney Plus acquisition. I think they bought it from a German company that produced this show called Pauline, and Pauline is the show about the devil impregnating a 18-year-old kid. And there's also themes of, like, what did you say? Climate crisis. The climate crisis is touched on. The downfall of society, and I don't know how the devil impregnating a teenager can play into that, but it's called Pauline, and it looks like it's a real show.
There you go, right there.
So I'm in the boardroom, and I'm looking over the programming for Disney Plus. Somebody says, I got a German product that might be good for it. Okay, yeah. What is it about? Something to do with mermaids, something like that? What kind of little children's show do we have, or family entertainment of some kind? And Swiss Family Robinson, something like that? No, it's actually Satan impregnating a teenage girl. Okay,
well, let's get
that'll
that.
work. That'll work. We could go with that. Okay, I mean,
Can't wait to see the ride.
What are we talking?
Yeah.
Actually,
it's a live action show.
You know, they'll make a ride out of any movie they have.
Oh,
Right. Oh, yeah, at the theme park. Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Yes, they will.
Ashley, speaking of Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Ashley, go ahead.
You know what I mean.
No, I know.
Hello.
Hello, Ashley.
Hey guys, I've got my son with me. He was dying for me to call in to you guys. He's 9, and we listen to y'all every morning on the way to school.
What's his name?
Kenyon.
Anybody?
Say that one more time.
Kenyon, Kenyan.
Kenyon. Okay.
Right.
Hello, Kenyon.
Kenyon.
All right. So, Ashley, what's on your mind?
Hello. Okay, so my husband is a prior Marine. Of course, once Marine, always Marine. And his viewpoint, we had a discussion one night. We're both believers. And we had a discussion one night on capital punishment. And so we're kind of on opposite sides of the fence on this. And I just wanted to see what you guys thought.
So you got a timeout from Bubba. Capital punishment is not a sin. Scripture clearly speaks to capital punishment throughout the Old Testament, and that was not removed in the New Testament. I mean, obviously, different governments have different decisions, and they do have that decision on whether to put people in prison for life or to, you don't go out and say, I'm going to take vengeance on someone. But capital punishment has never been something that God frowned upon. Now, that doesn't mean you can't be redeemed. It doesn't mean that you can't still be forgiven by God. But there's still a price to pay.
When you spill innocent blood, you are required to spill yours.
Yep.
And even from a New Testament standpoint, Rick, Jesus Christ hanging on the cross, who had been wrongly accused and was being a victim of capital punishment, he had the perfect time to speak out against it, and he did not.
Yeah, he also had 2 guys on each side of him, and he never said to them, they shouldn't be putting y'all up here.
Right. So what was your position versus your husband on this?
Well, he definitely was for it. I guess just from a humane standpoint, my heart just kind of tugged on, eye for an eye kind of a thing, and just feeling guilt over. Of course, again, a lot of governments are doing it in a very inhumane way, or they used to. But just in the kind of black and white of it, I just kind of struggled a little bit with.
Normal.
Not being my position to take someone's life.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, look, I think,
yeah.
I'm glad you feel that way. I'm not despairing that. I think that's we should always regret having to do that.
Of course.
I don't take pleasure when our state puts someone to death. But it has to be done, and it is required. Yeah. And I think when we don't do that, we allow a lot of things in play that shouldn't be there. So here's the real key. They don't put people to death for accidental deaths or manslaughter. When you willingly plan to go and kill somebody, and you make a plan and you execute that plan, you have forfeited your chance to live.
Yeah, and I think, Ashley, one of the things we actually talked about in the Bible study yesterday, and I have been guilty of this.
That's just my view.
Yeah, I've been guilty of this too. But I think when you said, you almost have a hard time with what God has to say about it. When we see the slaughter of Jesus on the cross, our first reaction, and there's nothing wrong with this, by the way, this is part of it. Our reaction is to embrace, which is true, look how merciful God is to us.
Yep.
And then look how much look how much God loves us. But what we ignore because it makes us uncomfortable, you know what else you have to say, Ashley? Look how serious God takes sin.
And, no, you're absolutely right. You're right.
Yeah, and so we have to know that. I mean, look, if you want to see, you can see things. Go back to Phineas. Phineas, when the God's children, the Hebrews, were being sexually immoral, and they were doing all kinds of things with pagan women and pagan people that he said not to do, and they got so emboldened they actually were doing it with Moses standing right there, and would take women into their tents, and finally Phineas got up and took a spear and went right through the man and the woman into a human shish kebab.
Yep.
And you know what God's response to that was? Finally, somebody has zeal for me. Finally, somebody said we're not going to allow this to go on.
And in modern day, Rick, the way we have grown up, sometimes that's hard to swallow.
It is.
It's hard to deal with.
Right.
But we can't change what it is.
No,
if there's a change, it has to be us.
And I would think it's awful merciful of God sometimes when a government puts you on death row. boy, you talk about an opportunity for you to get right with God.
Yeah, and at least you know.
Right,
you know?
but before you pay the earthly price for your sin. Right. And by the way, I don't know if y'all know this, sin always matters.
Yeah.
If you look around, we all pay an earthly price for our sin. Everybody, to some degree. And then you know what else? It's not personal, affects other people. You know, if you go into someone's house and murder their family, they pay the price for your sin too.
Yeah.
You know? So it is, remember, God is just.
It's a tough topic, but I think the Bible is extremely clear on it. If that is what your goal is to follow what the Scriptures say.
Yeah. Sometimes it's one of the best ways for you to come to redemption. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you, guys.
It should. Let's see if you do it today. We might probably get it on your birthday. All right, let's step out, Rick. Let's go to Cliff and Prattville. Cliff, listening to I-92. What do you say to Lincoln?
Wow, what a wheel.
Spin it, Lincoln. Oh, no, he really turned it loose then. He really
Get loose.
And he turned it loose. Here we go. Let's see what happens here. Oh, Trumpy Bear loves it up there, doesn't he?
Yep.
Yes, he does.
And the truth, thumbs up.
Christmas pig, all smiles.
Yep, let's see, Lincoln. For is it Marcus?
Okay,
Cliff.
okay.
One more.
Oh, Pippin! Oh, my goodness. Pippin. Does anybody see Pippin?
Pippin.
Where's Pippin? Nice ad. Let's go to, is it Melina, you think, there in Westover? Let's go to Melina. Melina, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
I'm great. How are y'all doing?
Good
morning. And good morning, Lincoln. What a wheel.
Spin it, Lincoln. Melina wants something. Mama wants a prize. Let's see what
And
happens.
it's Melanie.
Melanie. Good. Come on, Skunk Baxter. You don't spell Melanie that way. All right, here we go. Let's see.
And y'all actually know me. I work at one of your favorite liver eating places.
Oh, really?
Oh,
look what you've done, Melanie.
Melanie, how are you?
Yep.
I'm great. How are you guys?
We're great.
You know what she just spun? Me! Melanie got me! That's right. Look, anybody that likes chicken livers likes getting a little meat on the wheel. You got a $50 gift card, Melanie, from harryanddavid.com. Their fine meats delivered to the same standard of excellence the name Harry and David has always stood for.
Melanie, thank you so much for
thanks,
calling.
Melanie. Good to hear from you. And congratulations.
Y'all come see me at Lloyd's.
We will. Well, y'all spilled tea on Bubba once, but that's fine.
It was water, but
was it water?
You remember that?
It was a lot of water.
Wow, it was cold. But I just sit there, I didn't even plan.
You know why? You had chicken livers. What'd you have to be sad about?
I don't sit in that seat facing the kitchen anymore. I'll tell you that.
Well, you learn, right? You learn. All right, we continue. Let's go to Mike out of Gadsden, where it all began 25 years ago. Mike, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Wow, what a wheel.
Come on, Lincoln, spin it, baby.
Let it go.
It's the best spin yet. Yep. All right, let's see what happens. Does it work out for Mike? 25 years of the day, Bubba, that we open up the mic and said, hello, we're Rick and Bubba.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, let's see what happens. Come on, Lincoln.
Oh, look at here.
Henry the horse. Henry the horse. Here he comes. Lincoln, you spun the horse. There he is.
There he comes.
Come on, Henry. Hey, baby. Hey. Henry, how about it, buddy? Hey, buddy.
How's it going?
Good.
My goodness, it looks like we've got Speedy Jr. spinning the wheel over there.
Yes, it looks like it, yeah.
It's like Speedy in the past.
Yes, he does.
In fact, let me talk to Speedy in the past, Speedy Jr. Okay, listen to me, kiddo. When you get older, your friends are going to invite you to a place called Club La Vila. Do not go for the sake of keeping your soul. Do not go.
Thank you, Henry. Say no.
The hands, that was precious.
Congratulations to the winners, and thank you, Lincoln. Great job today. The wheel of meat is packed up for another week. We'll be right back. To the phones we go. We will start with Earl out of Jackson, Alabama, and Earl's got us on 94.5. Earl, go ahead.
Good morning, you plethora of knowledge people.
Thank you, buddy. Thanks, buddy.
Hey, you got a question, the first thing. When somebody spends millions of dollars to get a job that pays $170,000 a year, you know, I mean, to get elected to Congress, first of all, you know there's a backroom deal. But, I mean,
well, there's perks there. You know, Greg said that years ago. He was one of the first ones I ever heard say that. He said, it's weird to me that you would spend that kind of money to get, a salary that's less than what you are investing. And it means there's things that come with it,
Sure.
and there's a lot of perks there.
Pass the gravy, please.
8 minutes to the top of the hour. Coming up this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, we'll hit on some of these topics because we're going to take your emails. It's a series called Letters from the Audience, and we'll be reading some of your letters in our podcast this weekend. Bubba and I will record that today, Lord willing, and we'll send that out this weekend, and you can hear us answer some of your emails that you sent out on a variety of topics. I would also say to our caller, what was her name? Do you remember? Oh, just called. Anybody remember her name? Anyway, you called and you were talking about you and your husband on capital punishment, and he served our country as a Marine. If you will also go New Testament, go read Romans 13. I would highly suggest that. Romans 13, the Apostle Paul is laying out pretty clear why God established earthly governments and what their role is, and you'll see what one of them is.
Yeah,
and it's punishing those that can't act right.
Yep,
and that's ordained from God. So anyway, read that in Romans 13.
But you know how you can avoid that? Don't make plans to go kill somebody.
Right. Well, and there was even a song written about it, about Romans 13. I fought the law and the law won. Not sure that's what inspired that song, but anyway, also some things to know about this weekend. TheManChurch.com out and about. Andrew Varvutis coming up on Saturday. We've got First Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida. They'll have their breakfast. Andrew will be there, and you can plug in to one of our curriculum small groups on the 25th, next Tuesday, Linden, Alabama. Rich Wingo, he'll speak to that whole association. Also, we got one of our pastors that, of course, his church has been doing the men's discipleship strategy. He'll be speaking there as well, talking to the other leaders of those churches about how well it's worked there. And then on the 28th, Crestview, Florida, again, Blake Prime is back at Emmanuel Baptist Church. You can find all those at rickandbubba.com. If you can click on the manchurch.com and go right to the events there, or just go directly to the manchurch.com and you'll find it there. Bubba, other topics to cover?
Well, I know a lot of people have been sitting on the edge of their seat wondering if Vanna White was going to be back to the new Wheel of Fortune.
I know she was trying to negotiate a deal.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, she has negotiated part of her deal. Mm-hmm. It's kind of interesting how this plays out. She has renewed her contract to do Celebrity Wheel of Fortune, but not the daily syndicated Wheel of Fortune.
Wait a minute.
And the reason being, she still has another year on her contract for the other. Celebrity is up. So she has negotiated a deal to continue doing that. Now, on the other deal, it is being said that she wants 50% of what Pat was getting to do the show, which he was getting, according to TMZ, about $400,000 an episode. So she wanted $200,000.
An episode?
She wanted $200,000. Sony says they're not going to do that, and that they're going to have to work out something else. Although they have offered her $100K an episode, which is a bump in pay.
And that explains Greg, because I saw Greg. He doesn't use his social media a lot, but he tweeted out, "Wheel of Fortune, I'll take it."
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I can pull off turning them numbers.
Right. Yeah. That's great. They don't. You don't even turn them anymore.
I do it 50.
You don't even turn them anymore. You just point to them.
That's true.
You just go put your hand on them.
I give them.
There's not even any turning.
Oh, how much is Seacrest getting?
His new deal. What was it? Have we found out yet? Did we talk about that?
I don't know. I don't remember.
They're basically going to let her contract.
I know we
run
talked
out.
about it, but I don't remember if we had any. We had the numbers.
We
then.
did. Let's see.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know.
Reportedly $28 million
for the season.
Yes, sir.
Oh, y'all.
No wonder he came out. No wonder he said, "Yeah, I'll do it."
So what would that come out to an episode? How many do they do a year?
Is Wheel of Fortune.
I don't know how many.
I mean, they don't do the full every day.
Has Seacrest ever married anybody?
No.
He got a girlfriend, I think.
Yeah.
Also known as Beard.
Greg, nobody
See,
said that.
Everybody in here
Nobody said that.
might have thought it, but they didn't
Nobody
say
said
it.
that.
I'm just
And I'll be on record, I didn't think it.
I didn't either, Greg.
You know,
Good night.
speaking
All I can
they-
think about is how much money he had because he's never had a wife.
Yeah,
Yeah, he got a bunch of money with him.
He is stacking it up.
Oh.
I mean,
No
I
wife
was
and
joking.
kids.
I like his stuff.
Ka-ching. But it's too
I
late.
do. I like his
you
stuff.
can't walk
Too
that
late
back
for
now.
that.
Hey,
You
Rick,
can't walk that back
this
now.
is part of Rude Tourette's.
No, I like his shows.
He
and
hits
I think
hard,
he's
and then
really
he comes
good.
back and says, I mean, you know.
I think he's really good.
We
I
haven't-
just saw an opportunity and took it.
We haven't seen a classic example of rude Tourette's in a while. There was one.
We've seen a lot more this week.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
right.
saying.
Hey,
You can tell when the prescription wears out and you hadn't got it filled.
Yeah, you're rude.
And who are the ones who suffer?
The
Bob?
ones around them.
Yeah. You're rude, and then you have a fake
But then I realized I kind of like his work.
compliment. Yeah.
Thanks for that.
According
But
to
and there's never been any rumor that I made that completely up.
according to TMZ, he's worth about $450 million before the Wheel of Fortune deal.
Well, then why do it? I mean, why
I'll
go
Greg,
further?
that's what
than
he
that?
does. I tell you why I do it, Greg. $28 million.
Yeah, but I think I can squeak off at
See, there you are again.
million.
There you are again.
Now I got to go do that stupid wheel.
Now, well, you know what, Greg? Keep in mind, it's always the gig. You know, you look at the gig and you go, now what do they need me to do? Okay, no, I don't think so. $28 million.
Yeah. How many months?
So I'm not
how
doing
many
it.
months we filmed?
Yeah, how long have I got to come film? Okay,
Couple months.
So the same group that's saying he's getting $28 million said that Sajak was getting $15 million a year.
Yeah, I
but
heard
he's
that
getting about 400. But let's see, what would that would have that wouldn't be enough episodes. It doesn't. The math doesn't come
Doesn't
out.
work.
I don't know.
I don't think they know really.
There's been
I
over.
guess.
Sorry, there's been over 7,000 episodes of the show over 40 seasons.
Do you know how many episodes they shoot to get a season? So.
It says 195 shows per season.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
probably about right.
That's what I was asking. Why you getting mad about it?
I wasn't sure about the number. That was confusion, not anger. That was confusion, not anger.
400,000 that wouldn't come out. That wouldn't work out. Because almost every two episodes he's making $1 million.
Right.
So
that just seems like
Almost
in round figures.
These people that report this stuff a lot of times aren't right.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Take a sip.
Yeah. There you go.
Did you see? And I pointed this out to Betty the other day. You know, because it's kind of funny how she acts sometimes. Kelly Ripa. You know, when Seacrest left and got this show, I noticed she is also hosting a game show.
Of course.
She went and got a game show.
Of course
to
she
host.
did.
And I will up your game show one.
Can I tell you what game shows are for these people that are already doing really well somewhere? They're like endorsement spots and remotes.
Yeah. A little
They
extra.
just pick up a little extra over
And
there.
there's Strahan doing
Greg,
the
little
pyramid.
lanyap. Little lanyap.
Little lanyap. Little extra.
What's the lowest number you do Wheel of Fortune for?
I would do it for 15 an episode, 15,000.
15,000.
But Greg, you're gonna have to move to California to tape it or something. You'd go broke.
That's a lot of episodes.
You better check how many episodes again.
Yeah, I'd check on that.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And, you get the right book deal. You get to go out and speak places. And
We use OPM to get there anyway.
yeah, that's right.
Other people's money.
That's right. Yeah. So we continue. Let's go to Nick out of Jasper, 104.7 WZZK. Nick, go ahead.
What's going on, guys?
Good.
Hey, I got a question. Have y'all seen the post, the picture Graham Allen posted on Instagram of him and his kids holding guns in a cotton field?
Well, Speedy just told me about that like seconds ago, but I had not seen it.
He's getting stupid,
Big
like
time.
bashed really bad about that, saying that he's a racist about guns and being in a cotton field. Oh yeah, he's getting bashed. People saying that his kid should die.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's the
It's
thing.
because he's in a cotton field.
This cotton thing.
All because he's in a cotton field holding guns.
This thing is good. And what gets me about
No, we still grow cotton. It's still out there.
Yes.
I mean,
Well,
we're going to encounter it.
A
I'm
lot
sorry.
of us walk through cotton fields to get to our shooting house.
Absolutely.
How about this? When we used to rabbit hunt, we could be either in cotton fields or soybean fields all the time with guns.
Yeah.
But you know why? Because that's a product out
probably
there.
what they were doing.
It's a product out there growing. Bird hunting, quail hunting. But I'm going back to this again. When you said the thing about what is this new thing with the left, and I've noticed they do this on social media all the time. You know, just like the kids at Covington, and I saw some of this when we had the tornadoes in Wetumpka. What is this thing where the left gets on there and says they hope that your kids die?
Yeah,
I've gotten those emails
That's
before.
their go-to.
Do you ever stop and look at that and go, I think I could even disagree with something without having to say that?
Love is love, Rick.
Well, they got a weird definition of it. He was just telling me that. I'm not surprised by that, and I guess you could say for Graham, he's a young guy. You know, we've had him on, and for him to, you know, he probably He probably did this for a shock factor. But you also have to realize that at the time you're living it, and I think the people coming against him, let me be clear, are ridiculous. However, today, if you take guns and put them in your kids' hands and stand in a cotton field, you're going to get attacked.
You are, and he said he didn't even think of that when he picked the picture.
And that's wrong that you have to think that way, but that is the truth.
But if you want to be offended by the kids holding guns, is one thing. But if you're offended by a cotton field, that's a completely
and that's what everybody.
Because I guarantee you, they're more worried about the cotton field.
They are.
Than they are the guns.
Yeah.
Guys,
it's a cotton field.
Guys, I'm wearing a cotton sweater today. Does that make me racist?
I mean, are we going to quit planting cotton because of that? No more cotton can be planted.
Right.
It's got a white look to it too. Does that mean?
I go back to what we said a minute ago about currency. Currency is neutral. Currency is not evil. Currency is not good. It's currency. It's what people do with it that determines whether it's evil or not. Cotton is the same way. Cotton is neutral. I'm just cotton.
Cotton didn't do anything.
I'm out here, and what you do with cotton, how you get cotton, that all is where, you know, behavior comes into play. And if slavery is over, because I'm going to think that slaves were told to do more things than pick cotton.
Yeah,
you know, so
probably hit some other things too.
And if you want to play that game, white people pick cotton also.
They do.
If you want, I mean, we shouldn't have to play that game
within our
I don't
own,
even want to go
within
there.
our own families.
I mean,
you know, that happens. So the cotton thing is silly, and if all you do is sit around and look for pictures of cotton or look for cotton in a vase, you know, decorative, if that's what you do, can I please, as just your friend now, do something with your life?
Yeah.
For the love of all that's good and kind, you're going to have a bigger contribution to our society as that I was the cotton police. Please. I mean, you're going to have to find something else to do. Please do something else with your life than saying, I will be the person that will find cotton. And I will find pictures of cotton. I will see cotton.
Yeah.
I will alert people of cotton. Will you please, for the love of all that's good and kind, do something else with your life, please? Please. I'm saying this out of love. That's going to lead nowhere. I don't think you're going to do well with this.
Yeah.
Do something else with your life.
Yeah, he's talked about
we got big problems out there. We got some pretty
Rick,
wicked.
are you saying reach for a higher limb?
Yeah, right. Hey,
Yeah,
hey, let the cotton thing go. Okay.
Just a plan, it's a product.
I got
we make
behind-
stuff out of it. I like cotton products.
I got behind a
I
truck
love them a lot.
I like red
full
leg
of cotton the other day, and it was like snowing on me. Have you ever seen that?
Oh, yeah, I
They
love
need to tighten those things up.
I love when you see the big bales out there. I just want to go up there and just poke it.
So this is silly. This is absolutely silly. This has got to stop.
He has shared some of the tweets that he's gotten
on
his kids, and I know
bet
y'all
I can tell you what it
crazy.
says without even looking.
Yeah.
And look, let's face it. If we're talking about a party and a belief system that doesn't even remotely have any kind of concern, and I understand the dilemma, I certainly do, and I've been on the wrong side of it at one time in my life. I'm on the right side of it now. If they can sit around and look at the Planned Parenthood videos that were produced, if they want to take it and say the first thing we're going to do as a new Congress with all the problems we have is to make, we're going late term where there's no term that's too late when it comes to aborting a baby and all that. If they have the mentality like that about children and all of this, then for them to tell your kid who's standing in the cotton field with a shotgun that they wished he was dead, that's not a big step for them.
No.
That's true. If you're numb to that.
Yeah. I mean,
Way others.
It is 6 minutes past. No Name Studio. Rolling again out here on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home Alabama to the rest of the world. On various platforms, live and archived. Find them all at rickandbubba.com. Speedy, Greg, Helmsy, Adler here. Super P, Lord of the Jacket, taking your phone calls. Welcome back. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Bubba, apparently, our home city, I didn't know this was happening. The story is there's a goat on the loose in Birmingham.
Wow.
Now, wait a minute.
Yeah, there's a goat on the loose, baffling police, and it looks like in the Mountain Brook area. Are you? Okay.
It's in the Brookie area, so it's a well-to-do.
Yeah, I mean it's.
Who dropped one off there?
Well, that's the.
Now this is a couple days, I think a day or so old. So have they not found the goat?
I think it's still on the loose.
Is this goat still?
I bet somebody brought it in to eat up a bunch of weeds and stuff, and it got away.
Here's a news package from WBRC if you guys want it.
All right, here we go.
Live at 5, a story that has gotten a lot of attention in the newsroom and some debate even up here about that goat on the loose in the Mountain Brook area, and it probably is blowing up your next door feed today.
Yeah, a lot of pictures and video coming in had us talking in the newsroom, some of us laughing about this.
Yeah, well.
Because look at this view. He was spotted on a construction site on Montclair Road at the old Montclair Hospital, just perched up there in the window. And in Mountain Brook, he was in a neighborhood, just to name a few places. Saw him running down a road.
That's Billy.
What would you be doing? Not running.
I don't.
Trotting.
He's covering some ground.
It's also bad. You know what I mean?
Okay, that was funny. All right.
Like that
Mountain Brook police are trying to assist with this, but look, he's still on the run. No one has caught him.
Anybody caught the goat?
Now, wait a minute. Was he seen on 459 anytime?
All right. That's a legitimate question.
Someone let a goat out beside the
Somebody.
Somebody said a toddler was riding it.
All right.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have went there.
You jumped in.
I'm sorry.
You jumped in.
At night?
At night. That's
so good.
That's
I
what.
don't know. Somebody's missing a goat.
No.
Yeah, who's missing a goat?
That goat could cover 600 yards before a toddler.
Look at all them weeds he can eat.
Oh,
You're
my
right about
God.
that, Bubba.
Yeah.
Won't even be close.
But 4 legs over 2.
Right.
Double the leg.
Yeah.
Look at him. Hey.
Oh, somebody get old Billy.
This is where we need Gary.
I know it. Hey, I mean, if y'all want me to come get that goat, I can round him up.
Gary, how do you call a goat?
I'm a goat.
You know, he's got some pretty big horns. I don't know if I want to mess with him.
You talking about El Butchie too now?
Hey, you just
Look, he's serious about
Old
it.
Billy will butt you.
Hey, Billy will butt you. You better not turn around there.
There you go.
Please look at him running from police at
It's
night.
hilarious. They can't get him.
I need somebody to lasso
That's
that
a nice
thing.
goat.
It is.
It is. I want to go.
I wouldn't mind staking him out in the backyard, letting him eat up some growed up areas.
Yes.
Ricky, remember we were kids and we had one in the neighborhood and we'd take stuff and see what it would eat. It
Oh,
would
yeah.
eat
He'd
anything.
eat anything.
The place is
When you can
big.
eat a tin can, you got a digestive system, you know,
Oh, yeah,
or
that's
barbed
pretty
wire.
Yeah.
What about you looking there standing on top of a car?
Oh,
Yeah,
they
You're
love,
like,
they
what,
love you.
guys, are we going to ignore the fact that he was in the old abandoned hospital they're redoing?
I know.
On the second floor,
I know.
walking around.
That's
Just chilling in the window.
That's so good. I don't know. They can do anything. They
can.
Rick, I have seen a couple of times, you know, we used to have a lot of goats around the lake, and people would go over and see them on Goat Island, and little kids would be up there, and they would, the minute they turned their back on them, they'd butt them in the back.
right.
You know,
Yes.
I don't know what it is about that.
Yes, I want to go to just so it'll
they
mess
play-
with my kids all the time.
Yeah, they
Oh,
play
yeah.
King of the Mountain. They love it.
They love
Look
it.
at them.
How they get up on a tin barn, though, it beats me.
They can do it.
They can absolutely do it.
You guys ever had goats? Anybody?
Hey, no.
I've had kinfolks.
We just had one in the neighborhood we'd mess with, but that was it.
Yeah.
So just dogs and cats. Y'all ever had chickens or anything?
No.
No.
My grandparents had chickens.
I had parakeets once.
Yeah, that didn't turn
Okay.
out. That didn't turn out
We
very
had
well.
birds.
Had turtles. And now we'd catch stuff. We'd catch frogs. and
Remember,
catch
we'd have a whole cooler full of crawfish.
crawfish.
We'd catch crawfish and put them in there.
Yeah.
If we-
Salamanders, lizards.
Oh yeah.
If we were all animals, what would we be?
What?
Just
We
like
were
if this show were
I'd
animals,
be that goat running around.
Yeah, I was
causing
thinking
problems.
somebody would be a goat. That would have to be you.
Speedy, you might be the
I
goat.
think he's going to be a donkey.
Yeah.
Greg's definitely a jackass.
Obviously.
That's what I was going
Yeah, he don't even have to pick.
Right.
Now, you talking about any animal like lion, tiger, or talking about things you see around.
I see you be one of them little goats.
The real key to this question is: do we get to pick what we want to be, or what do people determine we would be based on
Well,
our
I think
personality?
I mean you can weigh in on what you would like to be.
So
and then
Greg's no doubt Greg is a mule.
Sure. You okay with that, Greg?
I don't care.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And Speedy, I hate to say, you may
He'd
be
be
the
out
goat.
there eating briars.
The goat?
You may be the goat. Speedy
You have
may
a
be-
goatee. You have a white or
I
a
can
goatee.
see you as a goat.
You ever heard old
I didn't
Jack
mean
when he
goat.
gets to
I
hollering?
mean, I didn't mean
Yeah. Oh yes.
Oh man,
They're loud too.
Sounds like
They'll
you when
wind
you're
up.
hungry.
And they, here they go.
See, you got the sounds already.
Oh yeah. Ain't nothing funny than old Jack getting fired up.
Oh, buddy. And they get loud too.
Yeah.
Oh, so loud.
I got Adler as a squirrel.
Really?
That's fine.
Squirrel.
I see
It
it.
doesn't feel good. That doesn't feel good.
You know the
but
squirrel
that's
on
fine.
the squirrel on Ice Age when he's trying to get his nut.
Yeah, Nutso or something.
Yeah.
Nutsy.
Speedy's a lizard.
Not his name, I don't think.
Yeah, I just made that up.
I thought
Right,
he was
yeah.
a goat.
Yeah.
Speedy's definitely a goat. You got a goatee.
No.
Oh, that's true.
Bubba's a hedgehog.
That's good. Golly, that's really good.
Just got that vibe, you know. He's got that kind of vibe about it.
Thank you.
Not a lot of movement.
Helms
but
is
very
a
clever.
wallaby.
A wallaby. That's funny.
Oh.
And Rick is you're either a bear or a boar.
Yeah.
Yeah, or in between.
A boar bear.
What if I was half boar and half bear?
That's something. Man, bear, boar.
What if I was born in a barnyard, raised in a cave?
How about that? Let's don't get going on rhymes.
No, I don't want you to start rhyming.
Man, my
anything.
best one's really filthy.
No,
but it's a good one.
no,
I can't do it 'cause it's too filthy, but it's one of the most clever ones I've had.
But no, I don't want to. No,
No, Greg. No.
no, it's just a big no. We got to get that prescription filled. I mean,
Well, he's at the bottom of a
I
cup of coffee
understand
too.
you,
Here lies the
missed a day,
bones.
but I mean, you missed the whole week.
And I'll stop.
You say you draw the line.
Yeah, Greg, my coffee, there it goes. There it is. Enjoy your coffee. You're right. There's something that happens to Greg. If he's got a ceramic mug, he's not that dangerous.
No.
But if he ever gets a styrofoam cup, I mean,
And I want to know who bought these. Somebody, hey, you can't. These are too small. You can't put coffee in this.
No. You know what that is? That's a shot.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, of coffee.
Who did that?
Yeah. Did you make some more coffee?
No, I did. They got the little pods out there.
Of course, it ran over. It overflowed.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
Well,
Did it really?
I swapped one real
Do
quick.
you think the person that bought those cups thought they were buying them?
It was like the time we got them bobbleheads of y'all.
Good
We
idea.
didn't look at how tall they were.
It always
We
is.
assumed that all bobbleheads were the same size.
they're
I'll never
not.
forget you bringing it in there. I thought, what? It don't look like you. Oh no, that's not the problem. It was about 2 inches tall.
I didn't know bobbleheads that
I
size
didn't
even
either.
existed. Like a Christmas ornament.
Who knew about a mini bobblehead?
Yeah, we quickly turned them into Christmas ornaments.
We did.
Yeah.
And just for the record, they didn't look anything like either one of them.
No, they didn't. No, they did not.
We'll mark that down as a loss.
Right.
That's called live and learn.
Yeah. I remember Bubba's tiny little bobblehead. He looked kind of like the associate pastor.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The new guy just came on staff.
Yeah.
He's been in the mega church. Going to help us.
Yeah.
It did.
Got some
The hair was
Greg got some great plans to grow our youth ministry.
Sure does. Things you've never seen.
Right.
Starts with a family life. doesn't it?
Right.
Yes.
I'm picturing us all sitting here like animals with animal head on right
Rick, I'm going black bear on you.
Okay. That'll
Not
work.
a grizzly, a black bear.
So Rick gets to be a black bear, and I'm a hedgehog.
Hey, hedgehogs are cool.
They're cool.
They're very cool.
They roll up in little balls.
They're all spiky.
Yeah. We'll be right back.
Thanks.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If a baby is partially born and you'll let it lay there and die, pointing at some kid in the cotton field and saying you wish he was dead, that ain't a big stretch for you.
Yeah, you're right.
And that's the part we don't understand. So you start becoming numb, and that evil becomes it don't even it's not. I understand the dilemma, but we're gotten to the point where we don't even care about a dilemma anymore. We think it shouldn't be any big deal.
Yeah.
Regardless of what kind of choice a woman ends up making, it's a really big deal. And if you don't believe that, ask those who've had to make it and maybe later in life look back and said that probably wasn't the right thing to do. Certainly forgivable, certainly redeemable, and we always want to say that. But we definitely want people to know that it is a really big deal. And what we're doing is saying, no, it's not a big deal. Matter of fact, the big deal is if you decide to go have your dog put down. Now that we're going to get on you about. You want to get rid of your kid, and that's no different than saying what you can get through the drive-thru.
Yeah.
And that probably leads to people making comments like this and never thinking anything about it.
Yeah.
I've actually emailed back to
I don't think I'd make it to a guy holding a bunch of guns.
That's a good point, Bubba. Hey, go tell him.
Might ought to rethink that.
Yeah. Why don't you go tell him that instead of emailing him?
Right. Oh, yeah, I love that.
We've met him. He's pretty big.
Yeah. I love the anonymous people. They can just go on social media and say anything about you they want to. And and do anything and can't believe there might be some consequences to that. Or you might say, I'm gonna have to hold you accountable.
Yeah. I mean, I can have a little pushback on that.
Yeah, send and not even worry about it.
Well, it's I've actually even tried to send back to him before and say, I want you to read what you just sent me. Just read it over a couple times. I want you to really think about what you just said. Is there any spark that's flaring in you at all that thinks maybe that you shouldn't have done that?
Yeah.
Does it bother you?
Maybe that's just a touch over the line.
You just said you wish my kid was dead or you're glad my kid died. Read that. I want you to read that over a couple times. And I want you to stare at it. I want you to think about what you're saying. And then I'm going to give you an opportunity to just kind of have a wake-up, an epiphany, and think, my gosh, what I just did was pretty wicked and evil. Now, don't forget, the people that are – listen, you're going to love this. And pardon me for one thing I'm going to say, but I need to say it because my mom hates this, my wife hates this word, and I apologize for this, but it's going to have to work in this instance. Don't miss that the people that say to Graham Allen, to you, me, to us, that they wish our kids were dead and they wish they had the names of the Covington kids so they could punch them in the face or kill them. These same people probably have on their car, mean people suck, bumper sticker.
Yeah.
Now think about that. That's
Mean people suck.
This is the group that brought that.
Yeah.
This is the group that puts that on their car
because it's justified in their eyes.
Okay,
Yeah.
but they don't think they're mean.
Yeah. As long as you agree with them.
What they should put there, and I won't say the word again, but what they should put there is people who disagree with me.
Yeah.
Is who I don't like.
Yeah.
Because you don't dislike mean people, or you wouldn't be one. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Emily has been waiting patiently, and I've been meaning to bring this up on the show, but I'll let Emily bring it up. Emily, go ahead. Welcome to the show.
Good morning.
Hey.
So I found this show recently. It's called The Masked Singer.
Yeah.
And what it is they take celebrities and they cover them in these elaborate costumes, head to toe, not a bit of skin showing, so you can't tell what race they are or anything like that. And they sing on stage for these celebrity judges. And the goal is that they're trying to guess who they are. And they give some clues also, but their voice is distorted when they give those clues as to who they are. So they're trying to figure out who they are. Well, I got hooked on them because I have this gift of being able to pick out celebrity voices like on commercials and stuff.
Okay.
Wow,
So I thought I'd be good at this. Well, anyway, the first one they did was the peacock. And sorry, there's an ambulance going by. I'm driving.
Wow.
Anyway, so the first one they did was the peacock, and I figured out who it was, and I thought y'all would be interested in it because the peacock is somebody that has been on your show, in your studio, and visited with y'all.
Really? Who is it?
And well, you don't want me to tell you. You want to watch it. And
No.
It's already been on.
No,
hasn't
I'm
it?
not going to watch it. We're not
We
going
don't
to watch
care
it.
about that.
You got to tell us. Don't make us guess. We hate guessing games.
All right, so it's somebody who has they've been famous since they were a child. They performed in Vegas. And
Donnie
Osmond.
Minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba show. That's right. Said the joker to the thief. There's too much confusion. I can't get no relief. All right, so we keep getting all these sightings in and around where we live of Matthew McConaughey and Kurt Russell shooting a movie that is being shot in different parts of Alabama. And we told you about that. We've seen some pictures and things like that, and them being in places that are very familiar with us, and those of you out there running into them, and everything seems to be pretty good. Now, this one is...
I'm still a little depressed we hadn't had Kurt on the show.
Well, yeah, it's like, you know...
I mean, I don't want to bother them. I know they're working.
Well, let me tell you where I missed one, where I dropped the ball on this. I just didn't have the information. I just couldn't get to who I needed to get to. But when they were looking for a dirt road to shoot Kurt Russell in a truck, I mean, right in front of the farm.
Boy,
we got a great one.
That's a good dirt road.
I mean, a great one.
Perfect. And it looks a lot like Oklahoma.
Kurt Russell and I could have been hanging out. You know, as soon as he finished his scene, we eased over there to Camp House. I could have cooked him Camp House breakfast.
Yes, right.
We could have been hanging out. We could have done a little fishing.
Yes.
Of course, I'd like to, you know, get him in the ATV and the side by side and show him the land, and you know, maybe even take him up to where we're going to build the house.
Picture the little white house right here. Right?
Okay,
He's on the side of
so
it.
is this him? Is this? Are they shooting the scene right here? Is that what this is?
Yes, yes.
All right, so
We're
he's
still
getting-
up around Gunnersville.
We're still up in Gunnersville now, aren't we?
Yeah, I think so. Action.
All right, so here he goes.
Oh, he's been injured.
Yeah, he's got his arm in a sling.
Shot him.
He's injured, and he's coming out to get into the vehicle and take off.
Oh, he's hurt, but he's still moving fast.
Yeah. Oh, that looks
wow, he's driving the truck.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, he's goosing it.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
This is fun.
Go, Kurt.
Oh.
Stay in it!
Kurt's spinning him.
Stay
I love Kurt Russell. I love Kurt Russell.
That's like that scene you did, Greg.
That's a lot like Tangled Web.
You know,
a lot like Tangled Web.
I didn't know that a diesel dually would do that.
But he trenched that yard good.
Yeah, he did.
Wow.
Stay in it!
I'm picturing your house the whole time at the
Yeah,
farm.
but my setup down there would have worked perfectly.
Yeah, really.
Picture him right now. He's limping
There
in
he
front
goes.
of the White House.
He's right over there by the
elephant.
elephant.
He
Yes.
could have gone over to the barn right
Doggone
there.
it. And and right now, while he's doing this, I'm watching this, and I just about have the eggs ready.
Oh, yeah. Bacon's ready.
Yeah, you're gonna have to replace some sod right here, but other than
Yeah,
that, I
yeah,
mean,
trenched it.
No
Doing
problem.
his own driving.
Hey, I can get out there. You get Kurt Russell down here and let him do it down here on 44, and I'll replace it.
Would you replace it, or would you say this is Kurt Russell's trademarks?
I'd probably put something there.
Yeah, a little monument.
Say that, you know what I do this just through there, and I'd bring it up the way people always do if you're ever in a place like this.
Right.
And Southerners, this is the way we always bring it up. You see them skid marks right there? Yeah. What's that? What do you think? Who you think made those? Yeah, because I always do the
Somebody
guess.
pretty famous.
We all do the guessing game.
Yeah, and I hate that.
Tell you what, I'll give you $100. You can guess who made that. Right there. I don't know, Rick. Who did? Kurt Russell. Kurt Russell. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now tell the story. Yeah.
You could fix your little flower bed and like make it a circle that and leave that in the middle so you could see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
You have to put weed killer on it every once in a while, but don't tell anybody.
Yeah. Don't you think?
Keep it. Keep it.
I don't know that Matthew McConaughey and I would hit it off, but I just think Kurt Russell and I are just a band. I think we're a band of
I
brothers.
want to know why someone not on the filming staff, or
Somebody handling
something
this
hasn't
took
reached
care of
out and said, "Hey, man, I got Kurt here. You want to holler at him?"
I know.
Is that how they sound?
Yeah.
Is that how they
Well,
do?
it was as many connections as
Reach
Rick
out
and
to
Bubba
Danny
are.
Vincent. You think he's in this movie? He's in every movie.
Oh, you know he's in it.
You know he's in it.
You ain't gonna come to Alabama and shoot a movie and Danny Vincent not be in it.
What if we were sitting in here one morning and when our breakfast came, it was Kurt Russell delivering it, and he just turned and walked out and we all went, "Wow, that looked like Kurt Russell."
What's that?
And then he ran into a truck and peeled out. Like
just like that.
Stay in it!
He did. He got that gas and didn't let it up.
Do you think, like, does anybody even remotely want to try to guess what the plot is right there? What we're seeing?
Well, he's injured. It looks like
he's being held captive,
or he just walks
and he's trying to escape.
Yeah, he busted. They beat him up, had him somewhere, and he's escaped. He went right by them elephant ear plants, went right to his truck.
See, I think he's trying to find somebody, and he got injured in a fight. Now he's trying to get away.
Is he a good guy or a bad guy, you think?
He's definitely trying to get away.
He's definitely good.
You think?
Yeah.
Can you be good if Matthew McConaughey's in it? And you're not
think,
him?
Yeah,
McConaughey will play a dark character if you don't
He
watch
will,
it.
but-
No, I'm not saying he isn't.
He's
look right there by the elephant ears.
Oh, yeah.
He's trying to help, and he's come, and now he's trying to get away, and he's like, "Oh my."
Greg, you seem to be drawn in by the elephant ears.
Yeah, I'm all about him.
Do you remember when I dared
Every
Jason?
grandmother had one in their
You
yard.
look at- if you bit him.
Do you remember that? I dared
Yeah.
Jason Higgins to bite one.
Yeah, you did. It made his tongue burn.
It made his tongue swell up.
Bubba, do you wish that was your truck you were letting him use?
There you go. He does his own stunts. Who does he think he is? Tom Cruise?
Yeah, what's up with that? Now, that's not parachuting, but it's still.
Yeah, it's not jumping off a motorcycle over a ravine, but it's still pretty impressive.
It is. It's a dead end. Did you see the dead end? I just saw that.
See, we could provide all kinds of neighborhoods that look like that. I mean, come on.
They could have shot this whole movie at the farm.
Yeah.
The whole thing.
I think that we're in a situation where they've hired a lot of people out of Atlanta, a lot of movie people, you know, so you might not have very many locals.
They don't know.
Yeah, they don't
Hams
know.
may be on something. It looks like they may have stole a little bit of that from Tangled Web. That scene I had.
It looked good. I'll be honest with you.
When I was carjacked victim.
I saw when you were carjacked victim 1 or 2.
1.
And you're acting really. You and Kurt Russell wasn't that far off.
I know, Rick. I don't want to brag.
I ain't trying to brag because because you're my baby brother. Ain't
Just what happened.
And you just had your birthday. You know what?
Get low.
Who did Tangle Web? Who directed that?
Jeremy.
Surely, Jeremy doesn't have
his name is Jeremy.
Jeremy doesn't have any inside
I don't know. He might.
track to maybe.
He may be in this movie too. He's been known to be in one.
If the fact that Danny
Burgess, if we don't play this, I'm gonna be mad at you.
I can tell you. Are you in that?
Oh, okay, we're recapping it.
We're recapping. All right,
Sorry.
Greg, here's Greg as carjack victim 1.
Entangled Web.
Look, that's Greg.
Yeah.
Here he comes.
That's Greg.
Now think about what you just saw
sharp.
Kurt Russell do.
Wow, my wife's fat.
Had a little weight on you then.
You were fat, Greg.
I really was.
Was that your main
All
wall?
right, so you're gonna try to take his.
It was my nonchalant.
Greg.
Forgot his wallet.
I forgot my wallet.
Listen, this is great.
Hey, jackass! What the hell are you doing?
That's acting. That's
that's how you do it.
They cast you in the right role.
Yeah, Jeremy said, "Hey, just be yourself."
You say a little typecasting one on them.
Yeah, that's so great. Just be yourself.
About like Rick and I's redneck bartender.
Oh my gosh! Did you say so? You had a little weight on you then?
Yeah. Dang, I didn't realize. Y'all didn't want to tell me?
Well, it's like when I saw me as Luke Combs. I was like, wow.
Hey, Luke.
You know how delusional we are. I thought even at that time, well, I'll really take a little. I'll take
Look
a
at
little.
them tubs.
Plus, when you see each other every day, you don't.
Yes.
You don't
notice the changes. Rick, I got an email from Jeffrey Sullins. He said, guys, what if 5 minutes before you do the podcast today, Kurt Russell shows up at the studio? Do you dump the letters for Kurt Russell, or do you stay with the
Of
letters?
course.
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
We can do letters next week.
Yeah. We got plenty of time for
Dump
that.
that in a hot minute.
We'll just bump that one
Well, I
week.
got good news. I didn't want to let the cat out of the bag too soon. But tomorrow I got Kurt showing up.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, got a surprise.
You know, because he's a fellow actor.
Right. Well, Kurt Russell, fellow actor.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not
let me
saying
ask
the
you
audience
this.
has let us down because y'all are great.
Well, Caitlin is.
I can't
we'll
believe
come back.
someone has not called in.
It's
How
not.
are they still filming? I thought all the movie things was off right now.
Oh, yeah.
I thought they walked off.
Oh, that's
There
right.
may be more sitcoms, but I don't know. You may be right. Caitlin, not Bubba's Caitlin, but a Caitlin.
That's true.
Is on hold. Says she's an extra in the movie, and so we'll talk to her when we come back.
Come on.
What would you do if all of a sudden Kurt Russell, we heard the audio, and he looked back and said, "Hey, Jackie,
What are you doing?
what are you doing?" And you looked and had just and he had your same face on.
Yeah, and that's where you got inspired.
Right. From Tangle Web. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Suspenseful film, and at this particular moment our character needs to get away from some people, and he decides he's going to steal a truck, steal a vehicle, and for some reason Greg decided to leave his truck running and walk away from it.
Yeah, well, you know I am.
He's actually done that before.
Yeah, oh yeah.
But that's basically the setup of the scene. So yeah, you could just the attitude of the carjack victim. Like I said, I want it to be a comedic moment, levity of the film.
Yeah.
And y'all had a bit on here one day and just talking about the way he talks, the things he says that can be somewhat inappropriate from time to time.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
somewhat.
And I just thought it'd be a good idea to throw a line out and see what he thought.
Well, Greg made a statement recently, and we asked if there's anything that he thinks of that he doesn't say. And it kept me awake. I didn't sleep a wink that night when he said, "I'm actually showing incredible restraint."
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And it's gotten better.
Yeah. And, that kept me awake that night.
Now,
Greg's going
Oh, you wouldn't
professional.
believe it.
Right. You wouldn't believe.
Now, Jeremy, I've heard rumors that you really didn't give him specific lines. You said, "Be yourself."
Yeah, I mean the the magnetism of Greg
It wasn't
was
a
palpable.
Now, is this rated R? What is this?
no, it was palpable with him on the set. You know, he was the obvious key figure on set, and everyone gravitated towards him. And I don't know how Tom Cruise or Brad Pitt, those guys feel, but I'm sure Greg could let us in on it a little bit.
Yeah, you know, what can you do?
I
can't teach that.
I can't wait to see you on the database for movies.
And just for those
He's on there.
Those of you that may have different levels, because there's been a debate on the program on whether if you call someone a certain animal, whether that is a cuss or not, as our kids would say.
A cuss.
So Greg does call the person the animal that is half horse, half donkey.
And we have been cleared on that. I mean,
Right.
that's
It is the name of the animal.
I think you cleared yourself.
But I
did, but I mean, it applies to so many people.
But I just want people to know that there's different sensitivities on that. Some people think the animal shouldn't be said, and Greg will say it. So if that bothers you, you can remove yourself from this. But those of us that are waiting on this, I mean, I've been waiting on this like Christmas.
Oh yeah, and we could watch it 10 times in
and
this
I'll
one
be honest
segment.
with you, when Jeremy contacted me, I thought, and then we got to talking. I thought, this would be pretty funny for the show. And plus, I mean, just to experience something,
Yeah, he was wary. Now, like he said, I get a lot of crazy emails. That's what he told me. I was talking to him on the phone.
Right.
He's like, I get a lot of crazy emails. I had to check it out.
Yeah. All right,
So it worked out. Though.
And when I saw Jeremy in Hayride 2 on Netflix, it confirmed it.
Hayride 2.
That's good. Because
Thanks for the plug.
Because Hayride 1 warranted a follow-up.
Did.
You're also
so
on Hayride 1, right?
Yeah,
Just when you thought we were headed back to the farm.
All right, here it is. I don't want to wait any longer.
And could you set it up? All right, so you're is this you?
That's me. Like I said, I'm trying to get away.
He's the starring row. He's the tangled way up star.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to get away from some bad people, and so I need a way to. They're watching my car. So
and
I'm
Greg pulls up,
looking for the perfect patsy, and that's when Greg shows up.
And action.
Oh, here we go. Oh, there it is.
That's me driving.
Oh, I can tell you.
Are you in that truck?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you hit the brakes. You see how you hit the brakes?
Yeah. That is how he drives. Yeah. Look. Yeah, that's Greg.
Y'all.
That's Greg. Look, looking sharp.
Almost hit by a car.
There the guy hit.
Good acting right there.
Yeah, I like that. There he goes. There goes Greg. All right, and so you're going to try to take his truck. Look.
Forgot his wallet. Oh, dadgummit.
Listen.
Hey, jackass! What the hell are you doing?
I don't know what to tell you.
Looks like you're still in my truck.
Yep, that's. What if I told you there were some guys trying to kill me and I needed your truck to get away from them?
I tell you, you need to take it up with the cops. And here's the cliffhanger. Y'all don't realize what happens right after that.
Yeah, there's a
It's
spoiler.
monumental.
Come on, 35 minutes past. Phone calls now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Caitlin will get us started out of Hartsville, Alabama. SimplySafeBubba.com. Let me tell you something. The Simply Safe folks have been on the cutting edge in the security industry, using modern technology to the maximum efficiency. And now they've taken another step. They're never satisfied, Bubs. They continue to think, how can we take the next step when it comes to security? And now more than ever, security, unfortunately, is really, really important. But here's the good news. When you use their 24/7 live guard protection, it works seamlessly with their new smart alarm wireless indoor camera. By the way, we're going to get you 20% off any system when you sign up for the Fast Protect monitoring. All right, so what this new camera will do is it gives those who are monitoring your property live. Here we go. It's live streaming, and the camera's on, and they can even interact with someone breaking in, letting them know that law enforcement's on the way, minimizing the damage. They also can see what's going on with the fire, see what's going on with the flood. God forbid these things, but it really works, and so it's another step forward in security. So get yours now at simplysafebubba.com. There's simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There is no safe like simplysafebubba.com safe. Caitlin, you are an extra on this movie. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what do you know about the movie? Are they letting you guys know, like, is the title of it or anything like that, or no?
I know the title is called The Rivals of the Amzia King, and I think Matthew McConaughey is like a beekeeper in it.
The rival of the what?
Some kind of king.
Amzia King?
A-M-Z-I-A-H.
All right, anyway, and McConaughey is a beekeeper?
That's weird.
That's what I've heard. He's a beekeeper, and then Kurt Russell's supposed to be like the bad guy in it.
Oh, Kurt got stung by a bee,
and he's mad about it. He's allergic. He's upset about this beekeeper being near his farm.
So what role are you playing as an extra?
I was watching, like, they have a concert, like a potluck scene. So I was watching that scene, and then I got to watch Kurt Russell film a scene in the same area I was in.
So did you get to interact at all with?
Did you have a love scene with Kurt Russell?
Greg, that's not an extra. That's not an extra.
No. Where does that? Where's your mind go with that?
Yeah,
that's acting.
Who says that?
Greg, I'll tell you, there's something. This is one of the worst cases.
I'm begging Lisa to go buy Big B drugs and get that thing refilled.
Big B throwback.
All right, Caitlin, did you only work as an extra on scenes that involve Kurt Russell, not Matthew McConaughey?
Just with Kurt Russell.
Yeah. Did you get to interact with him at all, barring Greg's question?
Right. Good.
No, I did get to talk to him. He walked by me, and we had been there like 12 hours. It was like 1 a.m, and he was like, "Are you getting tired of sitting here?" I was like, "Yes, sir. I'm getting pretty tired."
Yeah,
they waste a lot of time.
We've done this thing, this hurry to wait on movies. Honestly,
apparently they can't shoot till it's like midnight or 1 o'clock.
Yeah. Bubba and I were in a movie one time for, I think, what was it, Bubba? 15 seconds, maybe 20 seconds,
maybe.
And I think we stayed out there for 2.5, 3 days.
Yeah, I know.
That's amazing.
Well, we stayed one that they shot in our studio. We were both supposed to be in, and you had to give up and go home. And then I filled in, and then I had to give up and go home.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk to my son, who is an aspiring movie maker. Can y'all not hurry up? Why does this all take so long?
Takes you?
We don't care how the peanuts are lit. Nobody notices that.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it has to do with how many cameras they have, and I know those cameras and lens are very expensive.
Caitlin, how much longer are they shooting in Alabama? Do you know?
I think till the end of July is what I heard.
Okay. Are you going to stay with it the whole time?
I was just selected for that one day because the actors were doing like an actor strike for that night, so they didn't need people until the strike was over.
But the strike is still going on.
The writers are striking. I know that.
The actors have joined them now.
Oh, really? Was that just some solidarity deal they did for one night and then got back to shooting?
I think so. I'm not really sure because I was going to apply for more roles, but they said just wait until more opened up.
Okay. All right. Well,
put
thanks,
it on
Caitlin.
standby.
You know, a lot of these smaller films, it's going to kill them because they've invested and got everybody on scene and got them traveled and put up. And, you know, they had a pretty tight shooting schedule, and now they're going to have to wait, which is going to just kill them, you know.
Oh, I know. Just like my oldest son, he was back working on a really cool movie. Well, actually, a series.
Did he strike too?
And well, he has to. He's part of the union. Mm-hmm. So he worked to get all that, you know, so he could get paid more. And now it's like he's like, here I go, finally get back a pandemic. Now this.
It looks like McConaughey is playing the titular role of Amzia King.
How about I wish it had a little easier name to say?
Yeah, I do too. It scared me when you said
that. Amzia King.
Amzia.
Forrest.
Is that something to do with bees?
Forrest, Virginia. Guy standing by. Guy, go ahead.
Yeah, you were talking about Kurt Russell. I had an unfortunate meeting with him at an airport in D.C., Dulles Airport. I saw him from a distance, and I got really nervous because I'm a huge fan of the movie Overboard.
Sure.
And instead of speaking, I extended my hand, and he looked at me and said, "Hey, jackass, what are you doing?" So it was kind of weird.
That's funny. That's funny.
friend. Whatever.
Go to Mississippi. Mark is standing by. There's room for you if you want to join us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Hey, Mark, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey guys, good to talk with you this morning. Listening to Greg this week and today. Glad to have the old Greg back, and I seem to know why he has reappeared. What has changed in his life in the last 3 weeks from where he has been the kind-hearted, caring, going to sleep at the mic man, back to the old Greg. The puppies have left.
The puppies are gone.
You're right. You're all over
100%. He's got a new life now.
I enjoyed them to a point, but they were very exhausting.
You don't have to keep saying
Yeah,
that.
you don't.
They're
No one thinks you're a bad person, Gregor. You don't like dogs.
No, they're all. Listen, everybody. Lisa's in touch. Everybody sends her pictures, and they're
Greg,
all growing.
We got all that. Peter's not coming after you.
Yeah.
You
And by
did
the
your
way, I looked
job.
it
You
up.
took care of him. You got nothing to be ashamed of.
Okay. By the way, Amziah means the strength of the Lord.
And it's a name. Time out. Did you take the time to Google that?
Mm-hmm. No one know what it meant.
Well, he is back.
Boy, he is back.
My goodness.
Wow, Greg.
Goodness.
Search that and then Oklahoma and see what because I know they say that's where it's supposed to be or going to originate from, right? The
Oklahoma's
movie.
means red people, don't it?
No. I mean that as it pertains to Oklahoma
I don't know,
because I
yeah.
think the movie is going to claim it's in Oklahoma.
It
right?
is. It is.
You're right.
Robbie in Birmingham.
The
Robbie,
story
go
is
ahead.
set in Oklahoma.
Good morning, guys. Everything all right?
Hey,
We're doing good. How about you?
Good. Doing great. First of all, love the show. Big fan.
Thank you.
And I was actually in the movie Woodlawn with your son.
Oh, how cool. Yeah, that's great.
Yep. Well, that said, the guy a couple callers before mentioned about Kurt Russell, and I got a funny Kurt Russell story myself, if you don't mind me sharing it.
I love a Kurt Russell story. Go right ahead.
So I was about 14 years old, and I've never met Kurt Russell, but when you're 14, riding a bike makes you feel like an adult. You get to ride your bike to Subway, movie gallery.
Oh yeah. Oh sure. I'm so old. Subway didn't
and so-
exist. But yeah, go ahead. I went to Taylor's Grocery. But go ahead.
Got a marathon bar.
There you go. And just being a young kid, I enjoyed a nice cigar occasionally, and so I parked my bicycle, if you will, behind the gas station, so I couldn't let them know I was under 18, right? So, and I looked older than my age at the time, and so I went in to order just a couple Phillies. I didn't know what I was doing, and so and I was like 14 years old, and the girl looks at me, she goes, "What would you like?" I said, "Well, I'd like two of those Phillies over there, I guess. Just grab those." And so I'm just trying to get in, get out, and she goes, "Okay, well," she goes, "Well, that's a nice ring you have on." And I forgot I had on one of my championship baseball ring on. And she goes, "Oh, what is that ring?" And I said, "Oh, this is from my baseball team." She goes, "Oh, okay. Well, what year were you born?" I said, 92. Or I said, what championship was that? I said, "That was in 92. She goes, "Oh, what's your name?" I said, "Kurt Russell."
Oh, so
and just darted and just dipped.
So you
that was
panicked.
just kind of my.
That was your go-to name.
You panicked and you called yourself Kurt Russell. Honestly,
It's a different story than I thought.
I was hoping that Kurt Russell was going to buy you two cigars.
Yeah, I was too. Y'all smoked them together.
I thought that's where that was headed.
It had nothing to do with Kurt Russell.
And so I was nervous, and then all of a sudden Kurt Russell walked up. He was shooting a movie near, and he walked in. He says, "Hey kid, you want a cigar? I'll get you one."
Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
Did you something like that?
Yeah.
But still, blurting out, "I'm Kurt Russell."
Why was there never Overboard too?
Well.
Oh, they would. Remember at the end, they all got together and everybody was happy. I mean, what else were you going to do?
Well, you
Bust
can
them up
always
again?
go back,
Annie Guggenheim, she remembered who she was.
Yeah.
Greg, how do you remember?
Oh, I've watched that movie 1,000 times. I love that movie.
Yeah,
Now, did you see the updated version they tried to have? I'd be a thumbs down.
No, I didn't see that.
Wasn't good.
We'll be right back, wrapping up the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Donnie Osmond.
Okay, good. Okay.
Well,
I thought it was James Gregory.
Yeah.
No.
Frank Caliendo.
Richard Simmons.
No, okay.
Sorry.
Well, you know, but
Sinbad.
thanks,
That's on
Emily.
you.
So what they've done, Greg, is and Bubba.
I've seen the promo. I don't like guessing games. I don't like people tell me to guess stuff.
Well, here's what's happened. They've taken The Voice, American Idol, all that, and they've taken To Tell the Truth, and they've crammed them together into the same deal. One time it was Terry Bradshaw. Now that they were showing that on the NFL playoff games on Sunday. You know, Saints fans had no idea what was about to happen, but they were laughing at Terry, thinking they had a good day ahead of them. But I was, but they get under there, and Speedy, you said you wouldn't watch it, that your wife's watching, but this is not going to bother you.
I know. Well,
because they're in a mask, they're not trying to be good singers.
Yeah.
It's To Tell the Truth singing version.
Right.
You know, who am I based on the clues?
Yeah.
You know, will the real Donny Osmond take that mask off?
Right.
Please look at Terry Bradshaw.
When she smiles, I'm down on the radio
I mean, how is this any good?
Now good. Don't stop, girl. You know I love it when you get
I will say it looks like they're just all having a good time.
But so they come out and everybody has to guess who it is.
Right.
They
He
give you
gets out there, he
clues.
performs.
They have masks on.
Is it their real voice they sing?
Yeah.
Or they distort it?
No, it's real voice, I think, because that's part of it. You're trying to see if you can pick it up in the singing.
I got the peacock here.
Let's hear the peacock.
Let me see here.
Greg, it's going to be all right.
I think
Ladies and gents, this is the moment you've been waiting for. Searching in the dark, your sweat soaking through the floor. And buried in your bones is an ache that you can't ignore. Taking your breath, stealing your mind, and all that's real is left behind. Don't fight it, it's coming for you, running at you. Comes up. Your fever dream, can't you see it?
Please look what he's in.
Creeps me out.
Surrender, 'cause you feel the feeling taking over. It's fire, it's
Because they have to ask a bunch of questions. It takes a little while to get down to the end. See if anybody guesses it.
This is the clip. They go to break here.
Okay. Emily,
Let's watch the break, too.
Pretty good.
It was pretty
well,
funny.
I'm with you, Greg. Now, did the costumes kind of weird you out just a
Yeah,
little
they
bit?
weird me
Yeah,
out.
it's like
Maybe
I'm at
some
Mardi
kind
Gras.
of
You just put them behind a
Illuminati
curtain or
something.
something.
Yeah, can't we just put some kind of?
It's like Illuminati.
But they do.
Call Illuminati.
They do have it where there's no way you can tell who it is other than the voice, and so.
Let's see. Peacock revealed. Let's see what this does.
Okay, all right. Let's see what happens here.
I hope this is it, y'all. This is a slip cue here.
What? Woman, it could just be any peacock. Are you specifying it's the masked singer? Oh, here we go. Oh, that's the.
Hold on. Let's see.
I'm sorry.
Let's see. Hold on.
Greg, you watch? No way you watch this,
it.
Greg.
I don't know if I can handle that.
It's Donny
Yeah, I don't know what's happened.
Donnie.
Did he bring Maria out and sing for him? or
See, that
something?
would be impressive to me if they said, "I tell you what, who that is," before they unveil and you get the clues.
Yeah, like you have to.
Did they try to talk different?
I was about to say, did
Because
that,
I know
Did
Terry
they have his voice
Bradshaw.
No, they do. They changed
when
the
you
voice.
heard singing. It sounded lower.
Did you hear Emily when they're answering the actual questions? They do make their
Right.
voice different.
Okay.
But I think they sing with their own voice.
Yeah.
But
how would you guess if you?
Yeah,
don't
if you're not a singer, like I wouldn't know if Terry Bradshaw always sound like singing. If he talks, I think I would know it.
By the way, he sings okay.
He does.
Country. Matter of fact, Kyle says he sang in the 70s. Kyle, what's up?
That's so funny y'all are talking about this. Yesterday I was just on YouTube, and for some reason it throws up a Terry Bradshaw video. It must have been 79 or early 80s, and he's singing Hank Williams. Is it Lonesome Dove or something like that?
Oh my God!
To the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Now I believe in miracles, and the miracle is happening now. All right, So anytime I see on our list of video audio today, small time, and that's key.
Oh,
I know,
they
Greg,
done
there's
better.
so many things you're an expert on here on the show. One of them is, which, is the culture that you immerse yourself in and study it, every detail, small-time pro wrestling.
Oh, at the local armory?
Oh, my goodness.
Beat it.
Ain't nothing better.
Look, that's perfect.
Well,
Okay.
apparently there's an attempt at some stunt they're going to do to thrill the 14, 15 fans that are there. And apparently,
Guys, please look.
apparently it goes horribly wrong.
Well, look, I mean, from the looks of it.
He's up there.
And the announcers, or the whatever they're called, the guys calling the show,
Announcers.
they can't believe it so much they actually cuss, so I can't play the audio.
Oh, really? I got to lock that down?
I've got it off, but
okay.
yeah. So you guys are going to have to be the announcers here.
All
I
right, well,
think.
first of all, we know that referee's really vetted out. He looks like he's been certified.
Yeah,
all right,
his clothes don't fit him. He's got a man bun
going.
All right, so one of the wrestlers,
y'all look how high this guy
he's
is.
climbing up in the rafters of the armory.
I got to give him credit.
Okay,
for
and he's
trying
going to
this.
jump on this other guy, I guess.
Not
Yes.
many small-time shows could pull this.
By
off.
the way,
there's a guy 20 feet down.
yeah,
yeah.
that's a pretty good leap right there.
He's supposed to land on this guy on the table.
Have they worked on this? Apparently, so he's about to jump, and look, here he goes. He
missed completely.
Oh my gosh! Oh my God!
He missed.
Oh, my
Please.
God.
He landed on the pavement. Look, the other guy's still playing his
He
part.
acted like
He's acting like he's hurt.
He sold it, but nobody bought it.
Yeah, the other
Oh
guy's
my
acting like
gosh,
he's hurt.
y'all, he's hurt real
seriously
real bad.
Yes.
Look, there's
the
pull-up
door.
chairs. Okay, the pull-up chairs. All right, so guys,
this thing of
No,
people.
please
losing.
watch the guy on the gurney that still acts like the bit's going on. He's never been hit, but he landed.
After he flies by, he jumps off.
he doesn't get hit. Did they not work on this?
I like the referee still counting.
Did they not work on
They
this?
should have marked
can't
tape
watch
on the
this.
floor where they had the table. the first time.
Right. Look, guys, he doesn't even. Oh my God. Oh look, that guy falls off like he's been hit.
You know
Yo,
it hurts so bad.
Don't you know everybody want to tell that guy, hey,
Is he
buddy,
alive?
Secondhand, Speedy can't handle it.
Rick, don't you know the guy that's still acting? Everybody's going, hey, forget the bit. We've got somebody really hurt here.
Yeah.
You
better
quit
be getting
rolling around.
911 in
Greg,
there.
if you'll notice, one of the other wrestlers, I'm sure, must be playing some sort of "I'm dangerous" from out in the country. Watch this guy walk up trying. I guess he's playing the role like
He
one of
got
the
cut off
robbers.
overall,
Yeah, right. Or in this case, he could just be a guy who's sitting in one of the pull-up chairs.
Absolutely,
I
he
don't
was
know.
probably.
Look, Adler, he doesn't.
I got to give him credit for trying this. But.
No, I don't. I mean, Greg.
Guys,
Oh my God!
You're not getting paid
He
enough
broke
for
his
this
arm.
ring.
No.
You need a pad.
Yes.
He broke more in his arm.
God, he's probably bleeding internally.
Do we have an update?
Is he alive?
He's okay. He's
Everybody's
fine. He's a
panicking.
wrestler.
You don't know.
He's a wrestler.
It's real to me.
Please watch
These
the guy
guys
on
are
the table.
bulletproof.
Please watch the guy on the
No,
table.
he's way up there.
I mean,
I can't watch it again.
That hurts me to watch it.
Yo,
Yeah,
he goes so into he's oh my goodness.
oh my God! It's still real to me, damn it! I mean,
That's real. All right.
But
That's
guys,
gotta be a broken
I got
film.
news for you. Even if he lands on him, there's potential for this to be bad.
Oh yeah. And
How
the-
was this
the guy
ever?
There'll
laying
be
on-
two hurt people then.
The guy laying on the table puts his knee up, like, okay, you gotta.
It could have been bad if he'd hit.
Goodness.
By the way, this other guy. At some point, sir, you have to give up the bit. Somebody's laying here possibly dying.
You quit acting like
I
you're
mean,
passed
you
out.
won't give the bit up. I mean, watch him laying over in the corner like he.
Right here, he's realized, I've gone too
overshot
far.
it.
Oh
Look,
no.
then,
He's
then
got.
the great actor over there is rolling off the thing like he's been hit.
He broke at least 4 ribs, at least.
A hip, a
least.
shoulder, an arm.
Look at this guy right here with his uncontrolled putting his hand over his mouth.
Yeah,
he's
believe
like,
it.
Oh, yeah.
They got their money's worth.
What if they went
I
and
don't
ran,
see
checked on the guy
Look.
that was laying on the table, like they were still part of it, and left him?
Let me
laying
tell
there?
you that the $12.
Are you okay, buddy?
Look, he's still staying with it. He's still staying with it. Get up and help
What's he
somebody.
doing?
Don't
Get up.
sell it. Nobody's buying it.
Get up and help somebody.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Look at that crowd.
Greg, it's too hot in there.
Rick,
It's hot in there. We open the window.
We got the big door open.
Hey, boys' night out. Look at all the guys. They're like, hey, let's go to this thing. That's Taylor. That's Taylor Burgess right there.
yeah,
In
they
that
do it
group.
all the
He would
time.
love that.
Yes.
Does anybody have an update on this guy at all?
Oh, he's good.
It's real to him.
He's great.
How do we know?
These indie wrestling guys, they're built different.
Guys. Now, don't forget, Rick, he's not trying to up his career in the WWE. He's down here at
no.
local.
Yeah.
I'm sure the midget brawl came right after this.
Wow.
And he's down at the local place.
There it is.
And he tries to pull that stunt off.
He was like, "This is gonna get me in the WWE right
Well,
here."
yeah, hey, video this. Hey,
Yeah.
Do y'all
Guys,
think
he was way up there.
Do y'all think that they ran through it one time? I mean, how do you practice that? Because you're gonna break the table. I mean, they pulled some table up that you have back there for family reunions.
Did he claim? I think I can
That
do
hurts.
it.
You
no,
can
we're
see
doing
it.
it. We're watching it again.
One
I
last
can't
time.
watch it
Oh,
again.
we're watching this again.
Last time.
Look, he's pumping the crowd up.
Yeah, he's like, "What y'all want to see something great?"
Check this out.
Yeah.
Oh, so bad. He's got to be
So
hurt
bad.
so bad.
Yeah, this guy-
Isn't that polished concrete down
Yes,
there?
it's just concrete.
Somebody let the guy that's faking know that everybody there knows it's not real.
Hey,
so
pal.
you don't have to stay in character.
Oh my god.
Look, with the guy who's laid on
Scott Adler.
the guy who's laid on the ground. He's got on his resume. Look, I stay with it.
Look,
Yeah,
I'm in
I
character and
stay
I'm not
with it.
coming
Yeah,
out.
I stay with it.
My character was injured. He couldn't do anything.
My character, we don't know how he was injured.
No,
because
nothing hit him.
Because the guy never hit
When
him.
they were setting this up, I wonder what it was. I mean, do you want to be the guy jumping or the guy he's jumping?
I
on?
don't know. You're right. That's not good. That guy, even if they pull this
I
off,
feel like
it's
they
not
probably
good.
wasn't trained in this enough.
Oh, no, probably not.
Oh,
Probably
man,
not.
he fell right on his hip.
Yeah, that
Oh,
hip's
yeah.
gone.
Yeah.
That's a wheelchair for a little while.
Yeah.
Do we know the name of the guy?
Yeah.
I would like to Google and see if he's okay.
I wish I knew where this was taking
Adler,
place.
if you
at.
could,
Have you
could
been
wipe
looking,
away
Helms?
your
I've been
tears
looking and I can't find
Okay.
it.
from
Golly.
laughing, Adler, to
Greg,
focus on the screen.
I can see the marquee outside. Live wrestling tonight. You know it.
Oh, yes, Rick.
Golly.
Hey, look. I mean,
That's why you go.
that's why
Because
you
you
go.
know things like that can happen.
I wasn't at one, but there was a friend of mine. You know how things in these local ones happen. He was at one, and two of the guys really got mad at each other. Well, the one that said he's done, he's leaving, he happened to own the ring too, so he made him shut the whole thing down. He was taking the ring apart and taking it with him. So they had to shut the event down because it was his ring, and he was mad because somebody done him wrong.
Well, you and I, when they used to come to our Oxford Civic Center from over at Georgia Championship Wrestling.
Oh, Rick.
And we had friends get body slammed by
Yes.
the Anderson brothers.
That place be packed.
Yeah, which I forget what Anderson slammed.
I think it was Ole.
Ole Anderson slammed one of our friends.
Yeah, because he threw popcorn on it.
Yeah, because he threw popcorn on it.
And remember them old women that'd be on the front row that'd be cussing at the wrestling. Rick Speed said he used to MC wrestling.
Oh, I used to do a bunch of them.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. 'Cause that guy that worked at Helms' house said you used to call some of his.
Yeah.
How about that?
Ivan Koloff terrified us for throwing
Scared us
rocks.
throwing rocks.
We threw rocks at Ivan Koloff, and he threatened to kill all of us.
Yes.
He called us.
Maniac Mark Lewin walked around normal. He wasn't a
Yeah.
maniac.
He called us names I'd never heard before.
Yeah. In a Russian accent.
Yeah, terrified us.
Was he really Russian?
Yeah.
Or he's staying in character.
He was
if
staying in
wasn't.
character. He was serious about us not throwing rocks at him anymore. I remember I thought it was odd that he called them stones.
Yeah.
You little blanky blank throwing those blanky blank stones.
Yeah, he was mad.
Yeah.
Those would drop them. We did.
Then we dropped him.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you don't want the Russian bear to come over and
No,
throw you in
don't
Oxford
want
Lake.
that. You don't want
to
that.
throw a rock to
Who
me.
wants that?
Right. And I was confused why Abdullah the Butcher was riding with Tommy Wildfire Rich.
I know, because they were supposed to be enemies.
Yeah, I didn't understand that.
Abdullah was just kind of fat. He wasn't in very good shape.
No,
he was
wasn't.
agile.
Yeah, he was.
For a fat guy, he moved really good.
Especially wearing them shoes.
Them old pointed shoes he had.
So that was 18 feet up, is what it said.
Wow.
And
That hurt.
Nothing but concrete.
Hey, concrete.
Adler, do you care about the guy?
I'm trying to look it up, but
You say he's all right though?
yeah, he's good.
He's
It was
fine. You don't
Marcus.
know.
His name's Marcus, and he's fine.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.